Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap that screen and share the live. We're just getting started and I will be taking guests soon. When I do, I'm not looking for debates or arguments. I'm not looking for contentious, competitive conversation. I don't really care how large or sesquipedalian your vocabulary is. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if you don't have a belief or you've been questioned before, make sure that you tap the screen, share the live. If you haven't already, there's a little arrow at the bottom corner of your screen. Click on that. It gives you a whole plethora of options, including adding to it so your followers see it on their FYP. Hello, Witty. Hello, Heather's Descent. Welcome in. Hello, Jacob. Welcome, Charlotte. Represent the truth. Hello, Colin. Good to see you. Hello, Eric and Pigeon. Hello, Vijay and Max. Good to see you. Also, Inky Bubs and Digital Alky. Good to see all of you. And welcome anybody else who just happens to be joining us. We're here not to argue or debate, but to see if you can question your beliefs. If you can, then you're in the right place. Make sure that you go ahead and request on up if questioning your beliefs is even something that you can do. Oh, I see a Noctis. Hello, Noctis. Good morning. And we're already over 4,000 likes. Thank you guys so much. Vijay, I did get some sleep. Not a lot. More than I did the day before. So there's at least that. Hello, Lorraine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? TOS.
67.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Just to be good. Be nice to each other.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the
Sounds
question.
simple, but it's true.
Cool. Well, thanks for the advice. I did ask a question. Are you not interested in answering?
My belief is to be nice.
Okay. I hope you can find a way to question that, but I'd rather have a conversation with someone who's going to respond to the questions asked, not just say the things they prepared. Well, that's not very nice, Lorraine. I don't know how it's seriously BS. I asked you a question, you didn't respond, so you decided to just say what you prepared to say. It wasn't very nice. I also think that being nice is a good thing that I decide to do. Right, Digital. What does it mean to be nice? Seems like a bunch of subjective ideas of what nice is, but it is nice when people read the prompt and think about what they're gonna say, but it's also nice if you hear the questions that I ask, because they might be a little bit different, you know, because it's not just a monologue time. But if you can question your beliefs and you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. Hello, Earl. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm spiritual.
What does that mean?
What do you mean by that?
You just said you're spiritual. I asked you what that means. Are you here to question your beliefs, or are you just up here to be annoying?
Yeah, okay. Wait. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Great. So you said you believe in, you believe in a higher power.
Yeah.
Okay. What is that higher power?
It's within me, man.
What does that mean?
What about you?
Goodbye, Earl. A meso raid. Hell yeah. I do remember what the chick said about Earl 3 pips. I wasn't gonna say that. Seems a bad idea. But maybe Earl will get his shit together and be capable of questioning his beliefs the next time he finds his way to my box. Tyler Hoskins, I do sleep. Eventually, sometimes. When no one's looking. And we're going through ghosts quick here, so if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to get you wrong or make you look like a fool. I just want to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe that? And since I'm sometimes a supremely negligent host who forgets, let me make sure I do this now. Thank you, Heather's Descent, Anki Bubs, and Noctis for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Hello, J. Lil. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? It's unfortunate, J. Lil.
Yeah, Daddy!
I hope you enjoyed watching the live. Goodbye. Hello, now Red. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, good evening or good morning. 42.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
Yes.
Which god do you believe in?
The God of the Bible, the God of Christianity, yes.
See, have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Absolutely.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true stories.
Yes, it's very possible.
There's a lot of clicking in the background. Are we interrupting your game time?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're not interrupting. I'm tapping on the desk. I guess I was a little anxious, but go ahead.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, were those literal stories?
It's possible. I've heard different interpretations.
Different interpretations.
Yeah, I've heard a mathematician, an Oxford mathematician, a guy with 3 doctorates, talk about the different words in Hebrew from the Genesis translation. There's 3 different kinds. There's talking about day, as in like in this day, like back in our day, we used to wear Jinko jeans and crop tops. And then there's also the word day, which means a 24-hour day. And then there's also God saying he created day and night, and that was one day. And so that's 12 hours. So there's multiple translations. So yeah, you could spin your wheels talking about that. I don't spend a lot of time or lose any sleep thinking about that, though. Thinking about whether it was 7 days or 14 billion years. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter to me.
I see.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter to you.
No.
Which way it's read is, but you do believe that it is somehow true. It's just a matter of how you interpret it.
I believe that God is true. Yes, I believe God is the ultimate truth.
What do you mean God is true?
I believe that God is the best explanation for why there's anything at all. And
because you believe that, then you will make the book fit whatever reality provides?
Well, so the way I look at it is that people were Christians, people believed in God before a line of the Bible was ever written. So I don't really need the Bible to believe or know God exists.
You say people believed in God before a line of the Bible was ever written.
Correct.
You mean people believed in a God?
People believed in the same God that I believed in, the beginning and the end, the great I am. Because we have text documenting such beliefs.
Before a line of the Bible was ever written, you have other texts.
Correct, yes.
What other texts do you have documenting that belief?
Well, we have the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have all of
I thought those are lines of the Bible. I thought you said before a line of the Bible was ever written.
Well,
so before Genesis, before
before the book that we call the Bible was ever compiled and put together.
Okay, so not before a line of the Bible was ever written, but before somebody in 300 decided to sit down and canonize.
Wait, hold on. What did you say before what?
Like the year 300. When somebody decided to sit down and canonize the books, I'm rounding quite a bit there.
Well, surely you're not saying that our Bible comes from the year 300 AD. Is that what you're saying?
When do you think the Bible was compiled, canonized into one book?
Okay, I thought you were saying that the Bible, that what we have, the documentation, was all written 300 years ago. I apologize, I misunderstood.
300 years ago, no.
I'm sorry, in the year 300 AD. I'm sorry, I thought that's what you were saying.
I don't know when it was written. Do you know when any of it was written?
Well, we have at least the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean,
when were those written? What
I'd have to look up I'd have to look up the exact year. They're the book of Isaiah, and they prophesy about the man.
So
Jesus
Old Testament.
Christ.
That's an interesting claim.
Yeah.
But the Old Testament. So books of the Old Testament were found when?
I'd have to look up when they were discovered. I'm not sure.
When are they dated to?
I'd have to look that up.
So you don't know any of that, but you use it as a reason.
No, not offhand. I mean, but I am not.
It's just something that helps you feel like there's some supporting evidence. I'm confused why you brought up Dead Sea Scrolls if you don't know anything about them.
Because you asked me about where we got information in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that was just.
I didn't ask you where you
that was one
information
example
in the Bible. I didn't ask you that question at all.
Well, you tried to simplify and do what many people who are anti-biblical do, where they say, well, you know what, we just got this book and some people made it. They were in some room.
Fascinating.
In
I've never said
300
any of those things. I didn't say any of those things. You just lied again. Do you listen to what I'm saying, or are you just assuming I'm here to argue with you and turning every question into an argument?
Okay, all right. Well, then I'm sorry. Maybe I jumped.
I'd like it if you actually listen, maybe, instead of responding to what you think I'm saying.
Okay, all right. So
let's go back to how you said that you believe in this, the creation, but not necessarily the 6 days, and you believe in the words of the Bible. Have you read Genesis 1 and 2?
Yeah, in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. Yeah, all that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the second chapter, you read that as well.
Yes, I have read it.
Do you believe that the order of creation is true? Whether the days are days, is it still light, firmament, plants, sun and moon,
Yeah,
Animals, man and woman. Is
it's
that the
possible. I believe that donkeys could even talk miraculously.
That's way later in the book, but I was asking you about the order
Yeah.
of creation.
Yeah, no, it's very possible that the way that Genesis lays it out is how it actually manifested.
Which way that it lays it out? Is it the one from Genesis 1 or the order that contradicts it in Genesis 2?
I'm just saying generally how the Bible lays it out is I'm good with that. I'm okay with that.
Generally.
Yeah.
Generally how it lays it out.
No, just I am.
Where it says that things were created in a particular order in Genesis 1.
Yeah.
Like light, and then
Right.
firmament,
Right.
and
Right.
plants,
Yeah.
and then sun and moon, and then animals, and then
Right.
man and woman. That order.
Yes.
You're generally okay with that order.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't spend a whole lot of time. I don't get lost on that.
In the next chapter in Genesis 2, when it says that the man is created before the plants, and then the plants come after that, and then the animals come after that, and then the woman comes after that. When it breaks up the order like that and puts the man before the plants, is that also true?
Yes, it's very possible. There's no way I could ever prove that to you, but yes, it's very possible.
How is it possible that both of them can be true?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
How is it possible that both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 can be true if one gives an order of plants, animals, man, woman, and the other one gives the order of man, plants, animals, woman? Which one is true?
I don't know. I have to go back and read them. I'm not sure.
Fair enough. I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer. If there is such a contradiction there, if one of them does state that the order is contradictory, would that make one of the stories true and one of them false? Or would that just mean the details are wrong?
Yeah, right. It would be there would be a difference. One would be wrong and one would be right. Sure, yeah.
Are there any stories from the Bible that you believe are wrong, that are just incorrect?
It's a historical ancient it's a collection of historical ancient documents. I can't prove that any of them are 100% right.
You can't prove that any of them are 100% right.
Yeah.
I wasn't asking you to prove that any of them were 100% right.
I'm sorry.
Did you get the question I actually asked?
No, what was it?
Are you just busy playing video games, too busy to actually have this conversation? Because this is the third time you haven't really listened to what I've said. I think I'm going to move on to a guest who's paying attention. If you're actually capable of having a conversation and paying attention to it, that would be great. You're welcome to request again if that is something you're capable of. But I'm ready to move on to somebody who's respectful enough to actually stay in the conversation. To actually... Did I miss another gift goal? I did, because I'm easily distracted and terribly negligent sometimes. Well, I definitely need to thank MJ Noble. Also, 3 Pips, Jace, Grandpa No Pivot, Dash, and Sherry. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. And I think, 16,000 likes is really amazing. I appreciate all of you tapping the screen, getting us there. Of course, the more we tap, the more we'll bring in people who might actually be capable of questioning their beliefs. And who knows, they might even stop playing their video game long enough. sounded like maybe Fortnite, Sebastian. I don't know. I didn't assume one way or another. I think I assumed Minecraft the other day, and somebody corrected me. I don't remember what game it was, but yeah, I don't know why people don't know how to just pause the game and have a conversation, or get a quieter controller, I guess. Yeah, there was some equivocation happening there. Both sides, I think there's a lot of it. They were playing Dota. I don't know what that is, Fibonacci. I'm old. Play Connect 4 like a proper adult. I like video games too. I just don't find that I'm going to have a very productive conversation. At least it's easy to follow. Fibonacci. Is it worth playing? Is it? Wait, am I on tomorrow, Cullen? I'm on usually every night from 11 a.m. to, 11 p.m. to at least 8 a.m. Central. That's usually at least. That's usually at least. I know I have a few questioners that might be very interested in questioning you. Corey Starr says Dota. Don't play that unless you dislike yourself. Okay. If you want to spend hours learning how to play, it's largely for tryhards. Okay. Want to spend hours? Well, if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you. You're watching dead like that. I'm not here to defend. What is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Look at that. Caught me a believer.
Uh-huh.
How's it going, Raph?
I'm good. Yeah. Just need to get ready for tomorrow morning, so I need to ask some good questions. Some folks.
I hope there's some folks that are ready to be questioned. What's going on tomorrow morning?
I am hosting a conversation between an Israeli and a Palestinian.
Well, that's quite an undertaking.
It's going to be amazing. I'm so excited. Difficult, but amazing. Honestly, I've been looking forward to something like this for a long time.
Are they both from the area? Are they both from
Yeah.
from Israel
So,
and Palestine.
mhm. Yeah. So one is from Israel, one of the cities in Israel, and then the other is from Ramallah.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting conversation. Do you expect a formal treaty by the end, or
No, obviously not. I think, I think what I expect is that my community and the people who are coming will have a better idea of what um, difficult dialogue can look like.
both siding asks, is it streaming?
Yeah, so they asked actually, we were planning on streaming it, but they asked that we don't because of their own political safety. Like they don't want to, yeah. So um, I think it's just like an unfortunate reality of the times that,
Hmm.
yeah, there's got to be a way to,
Ensure
yeah,
the anonymity.
yeah. I wonder, um,
The problem, of course, is once you ensure the anonymity, then how do you ensure the representation is representative and not uh, a farce?
yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like, I want people to feel comfortable to engage and like
Mm.
say things and ask. Well, that's things and asks things that they, you know, wouldn't otherwise be able to ask.
Transcription's not a bad idea. That would be
That's
the
true.
best
That's
way to.
true. Maybe, yeah, maybe I'll record. Maybe I'll record to my AI note taker and
Mhm.
get the transcript going.
That might be a good way to at least maintain a record of it and be able to look back
Yeah.
and kind of review yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just going through my questions and everything.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I don't know if this is maybe if people want to DM me questions that they want to ask, and not to self promote or anything, but you know, I know that we're all invested in making the world a better place. So,
Right. And questioning the beliefs of people who believe things. I
God,
wonder.
what an
I wonder how open either side is going to be to really questioning their preconceptions.
So this group is very, this is what they do. What they
Mm.
do is that's like exactly what we do here is precisely what they do with each other. Um, and that's why I'm so fond of this group. Um, and they're pissing everybody off, so that's how you know they're doing something right.
Yeah, that would be awesome to see the transcript at least if they're open to it. Sebastian says, "Really, Rav, exactly like this."
Here, let me read the question that I just wrote. Standing Together rejects both naive coexistence and zero sum nationalism. How do you speak about power asymmetry without abandoning shared responsibility?
Hmm, that's a heavy question.
Yeah. That's the other thing. I'm not interested in like softballing people.
Um, I don't know. I have questions, but I don't want to. I don't know that they're going to be helpful right now. I think they're better saved for after your conversation.
Okay.
I will be very curious to hear your post-conversation impressions.
Yeah, and the other thing is like it's not about me tomorrow, as much as like I'm the person doing the interview. Like the reality is my job is to evoke um, their dialogue.
Yeah.
So
Cullen keeps asking me questions in the chat about my last video. You mean the last live, I assume. It should be over on the YouTube. It did cut short before the poem yesterday, so I think it cut out during our last interview with you, Cullen. It might have cut out on the one before, but I did not restart it for the poem. So yeah, I may have to find and clip your interview if that's what you're after, Cullen. That's a lot of extra. Yeah, no, I'll try, but there's a reason I don't post very many clips, and it's not because we don't have great moments. It's because in a 12-hour live, fishing out the 30 seconds that was hilarious it's a lot. Yeah, we have more than 30 seconds that are hilarious, but it is always good. Oh, thank you, Martha.
oh, thank you.
You remember Martha, right, Raph?
Of course, yeah. Martha's lovely.
You didn't want to ask her another question because you were you were too polite.
Well, I mean, yeah. Exactly. I distinctly remember that.
That was a really good interview we had. That was her first time up. Her
That
second
was my
time
first
up.
time.
No, it was her first time up.
Oh,
Yeah, you were here and you backed off because you were feeling polite. Because
yeah.
she was just the kindest, sweetest Mormon that you've ever met.
Also, she was really going through it. I mean,
Yeah.
Martha, I hope you're doing well. I hope your relationships are okay and that you're okay.
Yeah, we've spoken to her several times since. It's
Oh,
been
great.
quite a journey. Quite a journey.
I remember there was some social, like, capital issues, like social,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, we've
Did
had
you
some
just start, Thrayle?
Yeah, I've only been live for about an hour. Look at that. You talk about her long enough. And she appears. Hello, Martha. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate you and how much you have helped me. Just wanted how much monumental life decisions, and I'm pretty comfortable with it. And I credit it to your helping me become more aware. And I thank you.
Well, thank you, Martha.
All we did was ask questions. You're the person who had the bravery to answer them and respond to them. You know what I mean? Like that's you.
And I thank
You're the person who had that's you.
Well, without you, I couldn't have gotten where I am, and I so appreciate
All we did them. You know what I mean? Like that's
gotten where I say.
Well, all my
you're
favorite
so
people
cool.
are here all at the same time. It's just wonderful. I had to join you.
Well, hello, my love.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing better and better every day. How are you?
I'm great. That's what I like to hear.
I'm so happy to hear that.
That's what I like. It's just wonderful.
Love. Day, how are you?
I like to hear.
I'm so happy to hear that.
That's what I like to hear. I'm
Conversations,
excited.
even if I don't even if I don't interact, it's kind of like turned into my go to sleep kind of thing. I turn you guys on and then at some point kind of go to sleep, but I enjoy it until I do.
I'm glad to hear
It's a
that.
good place to go to sleep at. Sometimes I go to sleep here too.
I have found a real sense of
I
peace.
used to. It's been a long time since I went to sleep here. It's probably best that I don't.
Yeah,
That's
instead
because
he
you're
just
so
sleeps when I
cold,
host
my
the live.
dear. If you weren't so cold, it'd be easier to go to sleep.
Might be.
I definitely fall asleep on here.
Yes, you do. Often.
We're about an hour out from that. Hour and a half.
I love your knowledge, Rav. I mean, you're just so. I have learned so much from your basic knowledge of the Jewish traditions. I find that so interesting.
What a coincidence. Me too. I love Judaism.
Ah, that's so lovely.
Rav, I started that book the other night.
Yeah, I'm so curious to hear about your reflections.
I haven't gotten too far into it because I've just had a busy couple days, and but I started it and I was immediately captivated, which hasn't happened when like I haven't really sat down to read something and been like really into it in a while, and I was like really into this when I started it, so I'm excited to get more into it.
Keep me posted.
I just tuned in. Did you have an interesting first hour?
Interesting's a word, definitely.
Oh my.
Yeah, had one guest looking for a debate, another who couldn't get off his video game long enough to listen to a question. So,
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Like me.
like Rav, except you actually can still ask really great questions and follow the conversation while you're building the second temple in Minecraft. So
Third temple, but yeah.
third temple, sorry.
Yeah.
And that's what's so cool is not only can you ask great questions, you actually stick around long enough to hear the answer.
And that makes a big difference too.
Truly. I think that's why I felt so comfortable having, for the first time come across such a interactive. Well, I was new to TikTok and there's still so many things I don't understand yet. But I mean, that's what made it so very interesting for me, that great questions, but genuine interest in hearing the answer.
Yeah, we're not just trying to push people into saying silly things, which a lot of people do, and that's something I try really hard to keep us.
And you're wonderful at it. Really wonderful. Because there were times that it would take me, some time to actually form the words to say what I wanted to say and not sound stupid. And you made me feel comfortable in taking the time I needed to actually respond appropriately.
I'm glad you felt comfortable, Martha. I actually do have a couple of quick questions for you, if that's okay.
Lovely. Lay it on me.
So we had spoken before. You had just spoken to your bishop and had a less than satisfying answer from him regarding
Yes.
the second Nephi.
Yes.
I'm curious, have you Have you made any changes since then to your attendance or your practices?
I have. I've only been back to church one time since then, when I asked to be released from my primary calling. And, you know, I feel like I was as genuine as I could be, as far as I wasn't comfortable in teaching something that I personally was experiencing a crisis over. And he said that he would move to have me released from my calling. And I've only been back to church one time. I'm feeling, I want to say, less conflicted and more just, not just disappointed, but less willing to appear complicit. Less, a pretty serious amount of sadness. I feel like the moral issue is greater than the doctrine issue.
Mm-hmm.
Which in itself isn't the conflict. The conflict for me is, as I, have, expressed, the sense of communion and camaraderie. It has been a big part of it for me. I'm a lonelier person, but I'm a more consciously how do I say, more consciously what's the word? I can accept the loneliness over the, I don't want to comply with something that I can't agree with.
Yeah.
But it is definitely lonelier.
Where do you draw strength from?
Well, I came out of the womb a malcontent, and I refuse to go along with what I disagree with.
That's amazing. Can you repeat that line one more time? You came out of the womb.
A malcontent in stilettos, and I refuse to agree with what doesn't seem right.
In stilettos now.
To this day, I'm 63 years old, and the girls at church just hate it because I still wear stilettos. And they're like, how can you walk in those?
One foot in front of the other.
Because you're fucking fabulous.
So I only weigh 105 pounds. I don't try and rock stilettos at 240 pounds.
Because you're fucking fabulous. Thrayle, I need to go have dinner. I just came up to say hi. Can I go down for a bit?
Hello, love.
Yes, Kat.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
Bye, honey.
Bye.
I was adopted, and I spoke to my biological mother here a few years ago, and we had a discussion about I just don't feel right if I don't have a righteous cause to stand behind. And she says, well, you came out a fighter. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, when I was born in 62, there was the largest measles outbreak that this country has ever seen. And the largest outbreak in the country was in Texas. And I was born premature in Texas. And when my mother, who went into the hospital to deliver me prematurely from a beating that her husband gave her, I was born into a hospital that was having a major measles outbreak. And both of us contracted measles at the time of my birth. And she told me, she said, well, you're the way you are because you've been fighting since the day you were born. And I thought, well, that's interesting.
Wild.
I know. And I wasn't really, too sure because, she gave up 6 children, so I wasn't really going to take her word for it. So I did a little bit of research, and it does appear from the research that I did that in 1962, there was a very large outbreak, and it was, there was a larger population in Texas that this affected. And so it did appear from what I could, find out on my own that was accurate. And I thought, well, that makes sense. I don't know if it's actually based in any kind of real.
No, but it's definitely speaking to your character.
Yeah.
Even if it's not, it's your lore.
Yes, I like that. That's a good way to put that. Thank you, Thrayle.
Absolutely. Do you feel that, well, actually, I had another kind of personal one, which was, have you reached out to Kiera about the volunteering?
I'm kind of embarrassed to say no, I haven't.
You don't have to. I was just curious if you had.
I mean, it is a really wonderful, wonderful suggestion, and I know I would reap great benefits from such. I mean, I have in my life realized that there is a lot to be said for being a giver. There's a lot to be received from that. But I'm in a very...
You don't owe anybody anything, Martha.
I'm in a 30-year marriage that is, there's love, hate, and what's the other one? Just don't care. I mean, one of the don't care things. And I have found the holidays tend to bring on a monster depression for me. And it takes some recovery time for me to pull myself up by my bootstraps and begin to, live according to my own will. And I'm right now trying to pull myself through the holiday yuck. And I intend at some point here, hopefully in the very near future, to implement some of these really lovely, reasonable suggestions. I'm just not quite there yet.
And you don't have to feel guilt about that at all, Martha.
I feel like it's a waste of my God-given time and that I'm not fulfilling my potential. So, me reasonable
You don't have to feel guilty.
of my, so, I'm hoping that, and I try each year that I'm still on this earth to try and lessen the span of time that I allow this to affect my day-to-day existence. But I'm not quite there yet.
I understand. And you don't have to feel guilty about that, Martha. I was asking only because I remembered you saying how much it was rewarding to you. And so I was hoping that you were still rewarding yourself.
And I think it's probably the best way out of this self-imposed depression or lack of faith within myself. But mentally, I guess I need to I'll get there, but it for me, it's like a process that I have to continuously remind myself that it's a personal journey. And if I don't take those steps, I don't have access to the rewards of that path. And there are days for me that I'm like, fuck the path. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize for that.
Let it rip.
And I feel there are days for me that the path is just beyond my personal abilities, which makes me feel inadequate. And then I have days where I feel like it's okay. You don't have to be all that every day. It's a, me, everything is a personal struggle. Some days I give myself grace, some days I don't.
Are you familiar with the adage, you got to put your mask on first?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever flown on a plane before?
Yes, I'm not a good flight passenger.
That's fair. One of the safety things, nobody really ever listens to the safety protocol or reads the card, but it says you must put your mask on before helping others. And that's usually like an analogy. Do you understand what that means?
I do. Probably way more than you think, because I have done a whole lot of unsolicited, unrequested rewards charity just because I find that to be the thing to do. And it had nothing to do with whether I felt like getting up and doing it.
Well, so I guess my question would be, is that putting your mask on or is that helping others put their mask on?
I guess it would be more me putting my mask on.
Okay, cool.
For as much as I am a malcontent, I'm also very much a people pleaser. And I have...
Oh, well, so that's what I was asking. So, like, putting your mask on first means that you're going to get oxygen. In other words, you're going to keep breathing. You might think, so like what they say is, the issue is that when somebody's on a plane and the oxygen mask falls from the ceiling, they might think that they need to put their mask on their kid first, sort of help the person next to them first. But in reality, they need to put their own mask on first. Because if they don't have their mask on, they're going to be passed out in 30 seconds and they won't be able to help anybody anyway.
I'm
And 30
sorry.
seconds is generous.
I did not get that. I'm sorry. I didn't. Now
No
I
problem.
understand.
No, I'm glad I clarified. And there's a really lovely Jewish teaching that kind of pairs nicely with this. But the idea that you must ask yourself first, if I'm not for myself, if I don't stand up for myself, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? It's kind of a rhetorical question, right? Because who will be for you if you don't stand up for yourself? And the second question is, if I'm only for myself, what am I? And then the third question is, if not now, when? I guess I'd be curious now that you sort of, understand the.
Yes. I
Right.
totally did not. I wasn't scooping the. Yeah. Clarification. It's a good
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, of course. I'm
Um,
curious. I'm curious what you think about that.
my first to number one, I think my first reaction would be I've only flown 3 times, and twice were with my children, and they were very young. One was in a body cast, and the other one was just a toddler. And in fact, it's so interesting. If anybody remembers back when the Missouri River flooded, I live in Dodge City, and I was going to the Shriners in St. Louis when the big river flooded. It was so strange to be flying from Dodge City to St. Louis and look out both sides of the plane and see nothing but water, knowing
You,
I'm flying from one landlocked to another landlocked state. So they went through
you
the
had to get out
whole,
of Dodge. You had to
huh?
get out of. You had to get out of Dodge.
Yes, it has real special meaning to me
Yeah.
when
Geez.
they say that. But I mean, it was so I paid extreme attention to all the directions as far as, in the case of emergency, especially over a water oriented situation. And yeah, had it not been for the instruction, my first instinct would most definitely have been to mask my children first. Having, almost, 30 plus years to reflect on that, I realize that would not have been the appropriate decision, knowing that if I wasn't available, I wouldn't have been able to save my children. So, yeah, I get that. So, yeah, that's number one. Number two, I'm sorry, can you refresh me? What was number two?
Oh, if I'm only for myself, what am I? In other words, like
Selfish
if I.
as hell,
Mhm.
and that ain't me.
Yeah, no, I know that. That I know. Yeah.
And then
And then
number three,
if not now, when? The value of immediacy, like acting. Like, in other words, I can't run from the question. The question of, uh, right and wrong, or
that would be now.
yeah,
And a lot of that has come about since I have discovered this podcast or whatever, this website, whatever, however the description of your
You
program.
mean since the Batcolyte was revealed to you?
Yes.
I like the notion of program. I've always liked that as a TV show, like a program.
Yeah, I've always
I'm
called
old
it a
school.
show.
I remember 3 black and white channels.
Yeah, I remember when I only had 8 channels on my TV. So
Back in the day. But I mean,
with you,
and I've always felt like I was pretty, like, I'm not an educated person. I told, the panel here recently, I never finished the 9th grade. I'm not an educated woman, but I've always had a real strong feeling of what is right and what is wrong. And I've always been willing to back that even if I had to stand alone, I will take a beating before I will refuse to do and stand for what is right. But this program has helped me know myself even more. It has helped me question things that were worth questioning. That for 60 years I have allowed myself to not question. That I now know should be questioned. When everything else I could question, but when it came to my faith, there was something there that, there we go, back to guilt, presented a level of guilt that I was not willing to press or to question. Whereas now I understand that there is nothing that you can believe that is not deserving to be questioned. And I find that pretty freeing or pretty, I like it. I'll say it. I think it's worthy.
I think that was an incredibly thoughtful thing to say, and you're very worthy, Martha, of giving yourself the space to question and the space to really think about putting your mask on, as Raph has so eloquently put it.
Thank you, Thrayle. I appreciate the support in this because it's actually quite a stretch from where I was. And you always say I respect your comments and your opinion greatly. And for you to say that to me, I really like that and I appreciate it. And it means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Really,
I'm
thank
such a sap. Every time I come on here, I end up crying.
I get blamed for it sometimes.
No. It's not you, honey. It's me. No, this isn't a breakup. It's not you. It's me. No. What a weirdo, huh? It's been cold. We've had terrible weather for more than a week. And I invited my friend Don Julio to visit for a short period this evening.
I see.
It is you, Thrayle. It is you. Stop making her cry every time she's up here. I don't yell at Thrayle in the comments very often. Like, I can use props in the comments, but I don't. But I did just a minute ago.
My daughter and I invited Don Julio to celebrate my daughter's birthday. She had a birthday here the 28th, and we didn't really get to do anything on the 28th, so we enjoyed a little cocktail together this evening.
Well, understandable. I hope she's having a happy birthday.
She's lovely. But she's the one who recently, when I invited her to go to church just before this monster crisis I walked into, she's like, Mother, I'm not going back to that cult. Which, hurt my feelings terribly, but I have kind of started seeing things a bit more in her light here lately. I was talking about the strike 3 thing, And for me, it was the well, it started out with the second Nephi, and then it turned in, then you reminded me of the incident that I was aware of with the Native Americans, and then here we are. I don't know. For me, it's kind of the strike three of, I had told you before I left the bishop's office, I wish I had asked him, do you think this whole second Nephi is an divine revelation, or is it just his personal bias based on the time in which this was occurring? And of course, having not been able to ask, having never even thought of the question before I left, I kind of decided that I was talking to my niece who was raised in the church also this evening, and she was telling me about some other very un-Christian issues that she was aware of, that she told me about. And it was kind of like, oh my gosh, strike three. It wasn't, more incidents of, in my mind, straight racism, straight up doctrine that supports the whole we're superior, you are less than type philosophy. And I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, at this point, I'm seriously thinking I don't even want to go back to church again. I'm dreading the loss of the fellowship and sisterhood that I was putting so much importance on. But I don't want to lose that, but I don't want to, I don't know how I can continue to be a consistent member when it's not just one or two things now. It's becoming a multitude of things that I just, on a real basic level, cannot embrace.
Have you ever watched How I Met Your Mother? Did you watch that?
I'm sorry, honey. Say you didn't watch what?
How I Met Your Mother, the show with the
No.
Ever watched that? So it's a pretty funny sitcom, but there's this episode, and I think of it often, like having these conversations and like kind of what you were just describing. There's this episode where they're talking about, like, when you start dating somebody and you find the thing about them that like really annoys you, and it kind of like breaks the spell. It's like when the newness wears off. Yeah. And they always compare it to like a like a window shattering. Like and there's this like sound of like breaking glass that they played all throughout the episode when they're talking about this, and it's like this like clarity, or this like you can't unshatter the glass, like once it's shattered.
Punch in the face that you cannot say didn't happen. I get it. That's kind of where I'm at.
Like once a window breaks, you can't shatter it.
I understand the analogy, and that's, I guess, a good analogy. Yeah, that's a good example of where I'm at right now. And I don't know how to I mean, I don't know. Well, I guess I do know how to deal with it because I haven't been back to church. Like literally, I've been to church twice since since Thrayle asked me if I was familiar with that scripture. And I mean, at this point, we're going on close to 3 months. And I've only been to church twice since that. I've gone and cleaned the church many times, several times, but I haven't even done that in the last 3 weeks. It's like, I feel like, I don't even want to walk, I don't even want to step onto the property. And I'm not happy about it. I don't feel good about it. But I feel worse about, I don't know, something in me to continue to support, to do what I was doing to support my being part of the group just seems so fundamentally wrong at this point. And it makes me so sad. And I don't know how to fix it. But going back to me isn't the answer.
Yeah.
It hurts my heart.
I understand that.
It was 60 years of training, and now all of a sudden I just feel like, I don't feel like I've turned my heart against God, but I feel like I can't justify. And as I told you, as a child, I had experienced several different denominations, and they either scared the daylights out of me, or I just found no common ground that I could, relate to. And now I just feel like a worthy, Christian and not be part of a regulated or how do I maintain my faith solely on my own without support and validation from an outside. Oh gosh, I don't even know how to put it in words.
I understand.
And then I have days where I feel like you're just way too over the top. You just need to calm the hell down. I'm so torn up over all of this. I wish I could just like hurry up and come to an acceptable recognition that I could live with. And I'm not there, and I don't know if it's something that's achievable.
Do you feel responsible for the theology of the church in some way?
I do not. But I feel like somebody needs to be responsible for it, and I shouldn't be the only one to recognize the falsities that are being promoted.
So do you feel responsible that it's not being called out in the way that it should be?
I do, because, and here's a perfect example of this. Right now, I live in Dodge City. The two main employers of this community are both packing plants. They are part of the 4 major beef producing conglomerates in this country who have been price fixing for decades. But that aside, my husband and I raised a family on the wages from this packing out. My husband just retired 40 years from National Beef. And 85% of the workforce are Mexicans. A great number of my coworkers, friends, neighbors, people that I have an emotional investment in are the people being targeted and, in my mind, hunted and being treated in such an un-American manner that I have a real issue with this. And long before I came across this website, I called one of my sisters. This was back in the fall, the early fall. And I said, what is the church's view on civil disobedience? And she was like taken aback. She's like, what do you mean? And I said, I see where this is going. And it's going to get ugly way before it gets better. I said, what is the church's position on civil disobedience? I said, because I'm going to tell you right now. And this was long before what's going on right now. I said, if these people come to my street, I said, there are 2 Caucasian home places in a 6-block area. It's my house and my daughter's house right next door. And I said, if these people come to my street, my neighbors, I've already told all my neighbors, you need to run, you run to my house, you come here. I said, I want to know what the church thinks. Is there a position on what to do if these thugs come to my part of town and they hunt my neighbors and my friends? I said, because trust me when I tell you, I'll be the one on the 6 o'clock news. And it blew her away. She had no answer. She literally, 5 minutes later, the bishop himself called me. And his response, because I asked him the same question, I said, do we have a plan? Do we have a strategy? I said, there's a great number of our congregation that are brown and black. I said, what is your instruction to somebody like me who feels strongly and is not one to stand and watch my neighbors be drug off and sit quietly? And the response I got was, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And I'm like, what could I say after that? Well, now here we are 6 months later, we're in the middle of that bridge, and I've not yet to hear it even having been addressed. I'm still waiting for the church to tell me what their stance, what their suggestion, what their approved, action in a situation like this would be. And I find that appalling. Do you even have a plan to protect our own members? And when I bring it up, people look at me like, you need to be quiet. You need to sit down. I'm sorry. I don't get so upset.
You don't need to be sorry. You don't need to be quiet. You don't need to sit down, Martha.
Absolutely not. You don't need to be. If everybody was like you, things would be better.
I have told all my neighbors, if you're scared, you come to my house. Call first so I can get my pit bull under control, but you come to my house. I will hide you. And I can't even get a straight up answer one way or the other. And I find that, well, at the least,
Disgusting? Appalling?
well, yeah, at the least unacceptable, and at the most very unchristian. Because it definitely does not align with the teachings of Jesus Christ. And nobody explained to me why that is. And for a church who I just recently found out this year has more money than the Catholic Church, which I thought could not even possibly be correct, but it is. For somebody with that kind of resources to allow such an important question to go unanswered, I want somebody to explain that to me. And they ain't nobody wanting to explain nothing. They want to act like it's not an issue yet. Paul, I don't know. It's just so disappointing.
That is very disappointing. I'm with you. I want them to explain it to you.
Thank you. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I think it's a question that any reasonable person should be asking.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. It's an extremely reasonable request.
And you know, with this whole, the way things are moving and the way they're wanting to restrict or revoke rights that, my mother was born in 1919 and her mother was born in 1887. I come from a long line of women who they weren't quiet, do as you're told women. They were, teachers, they were professionals. I mean, my mother went to college, well, being born in 1919, by the time she hit college age, there weren't a lot of women going to college. And my grandmother made sure both her daughters and two sons went to college. And I mean, I come from a long line of women who did not just sit back and watch injustice play out and have nothing to say about it. And you would think, I mean, if you genuinely have a Christian-based tenet, you would be upfront and you would be proactive in stating that things are not going in the right direction. And I feel let down, not in just past doctrine, but now in a very in your face, going on right this minute stuff that this is not the time to be silent or treat people that aren't silent like they should shut up.
Don't ever shut up.
Don't ever shut up.
Don't ever shut up.
I'm getting old. I don't know what's going to happen. I fear for my children and people their age. I can't. things just, I mean, culture continues to change, but I mean, the changes in the last couple of decades, we've had such huge changes in such a short amount of time that I fear for all our descendants. I'm just afraid that, and if we don't have the church to be a moral guide and leader in these times, it just makes it that much more untenable, you know? I mean, it's like we don't have any guidance.
If we don't have the church to be a moral guide or leader, who do you think that we should be looking to? Like, where do we look next?
For crazy old gray-haired women like me that won't shut the hell up. No.
I think that's exactly the right answer, actually. I think that you are exactly right about that. I don't think there was a better answer. I don't know what I was expecting, but I think that's the best answer you could have given.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. That was just off the cuff.
It was perfect.
Well, that's where you guys have helped me. You have given me the confidence to be able to feel like if it doesn't feel right, question it. And if that means doing it publicly or out loud, then so be it.
I'm glad that you have gotten that from us.
I am too. I don't get political on here very often, but
I'm so sorry,
Martha,
and I did not mean to
No, it's
lead
okay.
us down that
I was
road.
just gonna say Martha for president 2028.
Right, exactly.
No, I really do appreciate you, Martha. I appreciate your journey. I appreciate you being on it here with us and sharing it with us and letting us know.
I apologize, Thrayle. I did not mean to lead us down a road that this
No,
is not just.
it's okay. It's
It was
okay.
perfect.
It was nothing wrong with anything you said. You don't owe me any apologies.
I love you. I love all of you. You're so very precious to me, and thank you for allowing me to just carry on like a crazy old woman.
I didn't think you sounded crazy at all.
I love you, and I hope you all have a really good evening, and I hope you have lots of really wonderful guests.
I appreciate
We
you,
love
Martha.
you, Martha.
Love you all. Good night.
Take care.
Nice.
Big W's
The
for Martha.
most W's for Martha in the chat. Sorry, Thrayle.
No, don't be sorry. That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Martha, for catching us up on where your journey is taking you, and hopefully inspiring a few other people out there to take their own journeys.
Yeah, no excuses. No excuses from any of you fucking people tonight. Everybody should be able to question their beliefs after that. Did Rat fall asleep?
Legion says solid unicorn sighting, Major W.
Just charging my phone.
He's still there.
Was that the inspiration that you needed before tomorrow?
Fuck yeah.
Well, if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like it, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I do see a couple of people in the queue. Hopefully, I get to them in. No, not enough time. I was gonna say in time enough that they're still there. Let's see if the other one's a ghost. Big T Nation says, I don't question my beliefs at all. People don't dictate my thoughts. That's interesting. How do you know if you don't question? Could your thoughts be dictated and you were unaware because you didn't question that? Oh, they don't question God. I wonder if God would be proud of you not questioning. Is that something God insists upon? That you have mental faculties that you avoid using. I wonder why your God gave you a big old brain in your head if he didn't mean for you to use it. I'm a mockery, not worth your time, huh?
You are a mockery, Thrayle.
Fascinating how much you've typed for someone not worth your time.
Getting roasted in the comments down there.
I saw that. I saw. Yeah, he can't question his beliefs. It's really unfortunate. It is getting cold in the studio.
I'm sorry.
You should be.
I know. Everything's my fault, didn't you know that? You slipped on the ice? My fault. Cold in the studio? My fault.
I didn't say anything was your fault.
You said I should be sorry. What should I be sorry for if it's not my fault?
I don't know. Maybe that's why I said it. So you would realize that there isn't a reason.
Oh.
I just added another blanket, so we'll see. We'll see if that warms me up.
Mateo says something down there about insulated overalls. That sounds like something that you need.
That does sound like something I need. That would be lovely. Insulated
Overalls are great, actually. I love some overalls. The warner says that you should just ask God to turn up the thermostat.
Which one?
Whichever one you think will do it.
There's a lot of gods in the shed. I don't think any of them are going to do much of anything.
Well, that's because they're frozen in the shed. It's because you're keeping them in a metal box.
I don't know what you mean, frozen.
Hey God, it's me, your boy. Can you turn up the heat, please? I don't know if you're reading the chat, but you should be.
Oh, Martha, you don't have to send me car hearts. My bones are, well, they'll warm up.
I tried to convince him to let us all pitch in for a heated coat, but he wasn't having it.
The heated coat, yeah. Tetra did give me a heated blanket. And it has been really a lifesaver. Well, a lifesaver anyways.
You got a pretty cool wife, don't you?
I do got a pretty cool wife. I don't know of any cooler wives. Oh, is it a full moon tomorrow, Iron Chariot? Time to get your manifestation pickles out. Are you supposed to eat them like the next day, or do they need to marinate in the manifestation juices? I got you, Rav. Appreciate you. I hope that
Wait, is Iron Chariot the one? Is Iron Chariot the one with the manifestation pickles?
I mean, they're the one that said it in the chat. But I don't remember who the first person to bring up manifestation pickles was. My fault. Yours' life has changed. Yours' life is. I'm sorry, emotional support pickle. Um, I'm sorry if we left you out in the full moon. I don't think we can finish the process though.
Thrayle, can and won't are two very different things.
I'm not sure I want to question how we finish the process.
Do great tomorrow, but good luck anyway if that makes you feel better. I don't even know what that means. And good luck anyway.
I can't wait to hear about it either. I hope it goes really well.
Is it Friday right now? It's so quiet.
It is Friday.
Strange.
Mm-hmm. We've had two sort of non-questioning guests, and then Martha, who was amazing. Wow, Martha. Did you see that, cat? You missed it, cat.
Oh, wait, no, it'll pop up. Oh my goodness! Ah, look at that, that was so cool! Did you know that? If you're like out of the app and you come back in, all the gifts that people have sent, like even if you're just in the audience, like all the gifts that people have sent that have like animations like that will play all when you come back in, one after another.
Oh, that's wild. No, I actually did not know that.
So anytime I'm sitting in the audience and like don't have TikTok open, I'm just listening and like doing other stuff or whatever, like as soon as I open TikTok back up and like sometimes I'll have been sitting there for an hour or so and it'll be like, especially like a busy hour or so, I'll come back in and it'll just be like gift after gift after gift.
We have a request. I'm gonna bet that's a pocket request. Yeah, he caught it.
Who was it? I didn't even see it. Oh, it was Mateo, I see.
Yeah.
Ooh!
Thank you, Martha. That was awesome.
That was awesome.
Now we're riding in style.
Fuck yeah, we are.
I think we can warm things back up.
Yeah, I thought we decided that the ice was scary.
The ice is scary. I'm actually probably not going to use these backgrounds very much anymore because, well, I mean, I'm done being cold.
Get your manifestation pickles out. You better start manifesting the warm weather. He went to bed, Martha. He has a big day tomorrow.
Lex says the ice is definitely scary. Yeah, I think it was running people off, honestly. I don't think anybody was very interested in being questioned while they were feeling cold.
3 Pips says get your manifestation pickles out would be a fun bumper sticker. I have to be distracted for a moment. Right.
Oh, Bach Minister J says they'll be available Sunday. That sounds great, Bach. Interesting that you'll be available on Sunday. Oh, we got a Martha back. We got a Martha.
I just have a question. I was wanting to kind of like move up,
I'm back.
like involved in the the group that we have here, but in my area it says I have to. I can't remember exactly how it was said, but I need to upgrade or get a new. I need to have a new application or something. But then it said it's not available in my area or my particular part of the country. Is there a way to get around that? To become more involved in your
Oh, you mean for the super fans or the subscriptions?
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how to fix that error.
Okay.
I've had a few other people that have had trouble with it.
Okay.
I can get one of the mods that knows a little bit more about it to DM you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, but otherwise, Martha, I think you just being here is an awesome amount of support. So I appreciate you, and you can always join the Discord.
You've become so
And
you've become such a big important part of my get through the day thing. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
appreciate you, Martha.
Okay, kids, that was all. Just a question.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Martha is amazing. Big W's for Martha. And if you want to get more involved, of course, you can always join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there. Everyone is welcome to join. Just make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to those, then you should find out that you're not alone. Yeah, no worries, crybaby monster. Not everybody has to speak up in the Discord. Everybody has to speak up in the Discord. A lot of people are just happy to. But there are ways to get involved in there. Everybody has lurk. But there are ways to get involved in there. Read the announcements channel. You should find ways to access the game, get involved side, and there are also voice chats and philosophy topics, politics, which we don't get into much on the live, and Yeah, there's so many channels. I don't even know how to quickly get into my since there are without just listing them all off. I can understand that, Crybaby Monster. There's a lot of wild sides of TikTok, so tell us which one you're more familiar with, but they can all be pretty. Well, it can be I was going to say it could be a jungle out there, but I think it could be every kind of environment. Wild world. And we lost Cat. Here, we'll do this so that I don't have to keep changing the background. Trip Trip says chai time, right? Or blueberry coffee. Either way, it is that time. Yes, Lex, blueberry coffee. My favorite. I don't usually have favorites, so. And the reason will probably become apparent to me and everyone else again soon when I decide that blueberry coffee is not my favorite, but for now it is. I'll eventually question myself out of it. Or who knows, maybe it just is my favorite. I'm not used to having favorites. The question, emotional support pickle, can I change my picture to that? I don't know how to pronounce what you typed there. Then, I mean, can I? Yes, I can. It's totally a thing I could do, but I will not. What are we missing here? Oh, a believer, that's right. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on up. I think that's what we're missing. Somebody with a belief that could question it and do so respectfully, preferably in some nearly or mostly lucid state. You guys really are the best audience on TikTok. Sometimes I get lost just reading the chat and the interactions you guys have. I know. I watched that too, Crybaby. Some of them are the most interesting conversations too. Entirely with themselves, or I don't know, subtle interactions with each other that sometimes I don't know if the other person is reading as an interaction. And then it goes off the rails before I can do anything about it, so. Hello, Adam Smith. And hello to everybody else who's joining us, of course. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for a fight. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? No worries, Legion. I understand that. Well, thank you, Crybaby Monster. I will keep that in mind. What I believe doesn't matter at all. Those are definitely some beliefs there, Crybaby Monster. I don't... I don't know if those are the ones I'm interested in questioning, but I wonder if you question those. What makes me so fascinated with the questions? It's not about the questions so much. I mean, it is. I enjoy hearing other people's minds at work. That's really what it's about, though, is hearing people try to question themselves. To challenge their assumptions. What if we're not supposed to believe in anything? Emotional support, Pickle. If God answers, I hope that I'm listening. I usually am. What if we're not supposed to believe in anything implies that there's a supposed to, right? Well, not supposed to. If there's an absence of ought, we just are not intended for something. I mean, I don't see why we would be intended to believe something. Anything at all. It is a Friday night. We can see where this can go. Elevator in the building, put me up, bro. No, Sebastian, I didn't nuke the panel. Cat was up here and just kinda disappeared. And the only request right now comes from somebody who's probably drunk and can't question their beliefs. And I'm just deciding if we all want to get in the elevator or not. Do we want to get in the elevator? Yes. Everybody wants to get in the elevator. Okay. Hello, New Lamp. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, what up, bro?
New Lamp. Can you remind me your age?
Yeah, it's around like 30s. You know what I mean? Getting
Around
up
late
there.
30s.
Yeah. So yeah. You don't know. I'm gonna touch on the elevator thing, right? But anyway,
We're
do you have a
touching on the
topic that I
elevator
can
thing.
like deal with first, or do you want me to just jump into the elevator thing?
New Lamp. Do
Yeah.
you just make the rounds now and do the elevator thing as like a, is this like a traveling show?
Yeah, man. Let's go out of space, right? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you see, that's how we connect, bro.
Is this really?
You don't know. I love your voice, bro. Straight up, I wish I had that one.
So, New Lamp.
Yeah.
Do you think that if you had my voice, and you went from live to live, drunk, and told the elevator story, that you would save more souls?
Yeah, bro. I'm not drunk though.
Oh,
I don't know where you're coming with that one, but I'm good
well,
right
that's
now.
part of the question. But you're not drunk, okay?
Yeah.
So
It's just like you're not a Satan worshiper, right? But like you see, this image shows otherwise. Like what's in what you're showing in front of our face, it shows a different story. But then if I ask you directly, hey, do you worship Satan? You no, right?
wait, what about
You see what I'm saying? It's the
what about the
hypocrisy, bro.
picture? What about the picture implies Satan worship?
Look at that. Well, why is my guy got green eyes? Like, what is he?
What do green eyes have to do with Satan worship? My wife has green eyes.
Okay, what about the bat on the top? What does that represent? COVID or something?
How do bats represent?
Yeah.
That
Say
doesn't even make sense.
it. Say it, bro.
How does a bat represent that?
Well, isn't that what they told us? They said it came from a bat, right? In fact, I guess a bat like bit some human, and boom, now it came to us, and now everyone's got to take this damn needle, right? That's what I swear the story was from back then. And now some human this damn needle from back, right? Interesting.
New Lamp.
Yeah.
As a weird detour, you decided to go down there. But what about any of this implies Satan, other than obviously the red devil over my left shoulder? That's right shoulder. Sorry.
Yeah. So why you gotta rep the damn bat, yo? Like, what's up with that?
What's wrong with
Bro,
that?
you could have showed some decency and take that shit out at least and put like Jesus on top of that shit or something. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with
Well,
that?
why didn't you put where's Jesus in it with his white robe? You could have put him. You couldn't fit him in there somewhere.
New Lamp, you can't
Bro.
see Jesus.
Why
Jesus
you got?
is right behind
At least
the
you got a
devil.
lion. Okay, I respect you for the lion.
Jesus
there.
is behind the devil, New Lamp.
Where?
So right behind.
Oh, the light?
devil, with his arms crossed.
Nah, that's Santa Claus, bro. Stop your lies. That's Santa Claus.
You're serious? I'm not lying. It's on the picture. Jesus is right behind.
No. Where?
How do you not see Jesus behind the devil?
What are you talking about? The light?
We zoomed in.
What do you mean zoomed in? I can't zoom in, bro.
I just did, and I spread the text. See, we're zoomed in. The text is.
Well, I
spread.
can't see that zoom in.
Is that the Jesus from the elevator behind the devil?
Oh wait,
Right there?
yeah, it is zooming in now.
Is that Jesus behind?
That's
you?
Santa Claus, yo. He's got the red gear on. Yo, Jesus. When I saw Jesus, he was wearing white robe.
New Lamp.
So what you got there now? You got this dude with a beard and
New Lamp.
red clothes. This
Lamp.
guy's a blood, yo. He's straight up. He's in the hood.
Look, New Lamp. Look to the left.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. I see him. Why is he beside an alien though? What's up with that?
Is that Jesus from the elevator? Next to
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of. Not 100. But
Not 100.
yeah. Other than everything else I can see, yeah, he's the closest one. So what? You want me to tell you about what happened in the elevator, y'all?
No, I don't need you to tell me what happened in the elevator.
All right,
Why
but
do
I
you
think the
think
people need to know, right?
No,
People,
they
your
don't need
audience.
to know. No, they don't need to know.
Why not? Okay, let's have a poll. Let's see.
We don't
Do
need a
you
poll.
guys want to hear about my elevator
lamp,
dream
new
that I
lamp.
had?
New lamp.
Say
In the elevator, don't need to know.
why not a dream
New
that
lamp, a poll that's not going to start. So, new lamp. You're not here to just tell the elevator story. Most of them have heard it twice or more. But
Yeah, but bro, you always let me share it, yo. Why this time now you grudge
you're not.
it, yo? Why this?
We're gonna do a reading. We're gonna do a reading test, new lamp.
Reading?
What does it say right above Santa Claus? What is Santa Claus holding up? Like, what are the words there?
I think he's got gifts to like. First of all, he's going like.
What are the words in front? What is it in front of Santa Claus?
Can you question your beliefs? What is your? I see. This is what I'm saying. Why do you believe? Right? I'm gonna tell you why I believe. Cause I seen Jesus in a dream.
You just skipped
That's
to
why
the
I
end.
believe.
Why are you skipping to the end?
Now I'm gonna ask you the same question. Why do you
are
believe?
You stop shouting. Why are you skipping to the end? The end says, why do you believe? What does it say at the beginning? You read it. You read it out loud. So, go on back to the beginning where it said, can you question your beliefs? Let's start with that one, new lamp.
I don't think I can anymore because I seen Jesus, right?
What does
So
it
now
mean
it's
to
like a done
question?
deal for me. So it's
What
like
does it mean?
I can ignore it and say, oh, I maybe was high on something. Oh, you know what I mean? I can make excuses, bro, but I know what I seen. So in a way, I cannot question my beliefs anymore.
Why do you
You know what I'm
say
saying?
that?
That's crazy though, but that it is what it is, bro.
You say that you can't question your beliefs because you know what you saw, and that
Yeah,
what you
bro.
saw
Well, when you
in your
see Jesus,
dream-
bro, trust me.
in your
Trust me,
dream,
yo. That's it. It's game over.
right? Jesus was in your dream.
2004, November 3rd.
November 3rd, 2004. You remember
That's the
date.
anniversary, bro. Every anniversary I celebrate with Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
And then the next day is my friend's birthday.
Your friend's birthday is the next.
Yeah, it's the next
So-
day. So we got kind of a jam going on. You know what I mean?
So, new lamp.
Yeah.
Why is it that you can't question what you claim to have seen in a dream?
It's cause, bro, like it's disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like if Jesus shows up to you and he shows his face and he says hi and says your name, you know what I'm saying? And then he walks out the elevator and then I follow him and then he says 2,000 years ago, hey, my sheep, I call out my sheep by name and they follow me.
I don't need
And
you
that's
to tell me
exactly
the
what
whole
happened in the
story.
dream.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wait a second, what are the chances, right?
New
So I
lamp.
put two and two together and I'm like, wait a second, Jesus is God. He put this dream inside my head while I was sleeping. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I went ahead and muted you.
Two together. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't need you to recite the dream for me again. I'm asking you why you can't consider the possibility that it is just a dream. Why you can't question that.
Like I said, right, matched up with the Bible, then I would be like, you know what, whatever.
The Bible that you were.
I had too much pizza the day before.
The Bible that you were already familiar with. Right.
Look, I got pizza in my fridge right now. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so, new lamp.
You know what? Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so, new lamp. And he swears he's not drunk. Oh, I was done already. Don't worry, Legion. I was done before he came up here. Typical behavior online after hours. Yeah. Legion says, what gives you supernatural powers or supernatural levels of tolerance for people's behavior? It's not supernatural. It's part of why I can't be on camera, Legion. I can mute the audio response. I can't mute a visual response. I haven't called anybody the S word. I have let it slip once or twice that I've thought something was stupid, haven't I? T-Tune says, I don't question my beliefs, I question my gnosis. Well, that's a fancy way of asserting that you know things that you likely don't. There is no sin if your soul, of course, if your soul, of course, and you don't accept this programming to keep us asleep to our true nature Interesting team. What the fuck is a soul? Soul. Emotional support pickle says we do emit light. Scientists have discovered. What did they discover? We emit light. Actually, I think I know what you're talking about, but that they have to show us to get the truth. Why would they show us? They show us movies to get to the truth. Good day, Sky Worshipper. And hello to everybody else who's joining us. If you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe? Beliefs, and why do you believe it? Oh, if you believe. My toes are finally warming back up. And now I think oh, my stomach's thinking for me, apparently. Morgan says she's only awake because it's below 60 degrees in her. Things happen. This is what you get for going to sleep in the first place. T2 says, I see some people have beliefs that they are only either soul or spirit, but I think it's both. Or just spirit? Why question mark? What the fuck is a soul or a spirit? Well, we are clearly bags of goo. I can agree with that. Emotional support pickle. And potentially, according to recent scientific discoveries, potentially maybe glowing. Back. Chalk and Cheese says Thrayle considered you are a skeleton. You wouldn't know what a spirit is. I mean, well, that's why I asked. I did ask what a spirit is. T-Tune is answering with question marks, but also statements before the question. Is that supposed to question marks? Is that supposed to be a question? Spirit, it's a 0 and 1s. Is that a question? Or is like half of it statement, half of it question? 0 and 1. Those look like answers with upward inflections. See? Tap and comment, invite your friends. I will cry if you don't. Thank you for joining us. Invite. Z says, I have a fainting couch. I don't make threats. Make threats. Lex says maybe a soul is the energy left behind after your body is gone, and then you just get a new vessel. That raises a lot of questions, Lex, like, what is energy? Crybaby monster, I think that is true. I think a lot of people think energy means whatever they want it to mean. But it's as often used to fill gaps as God is. You know, energy is the ability to change energy. To change energy. Well, not. I mean, and it's a simple to change. It's a simplification. Energy is the ability to do work, and doing work is to change energy. Is that what it was? You'll get me lost in the circularity of it again.
Hey guys,
Kelly, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, for me, I've been into like I was raised Christian in a Lutheran church, and then I went into paganism, and now I'm back into Christianity.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, I'm kind of just getting back into it.
Why are you getting back into it?
I kind of learned more about Jesus and his like philosophy, and it's something I admire.
How did you learn more about Jesus and his philosophy without reading the book?
Oh, one day I went to church for the first time in like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years. And then I watched some like TikToks and that kind of thing.
How do you know that you're getting Jesus's philosophy accurately if it's just from people at church and TikToks?
Well, they still read, like at least at my church, they still read Bible.
From
Like,
how do you know that what you're getting is Jesus' philosophy?
that's the thing, we don't know, because think about how many times the Bible has been translated. Like we really don't know the original. I feel like the vibe kind of stays true.
What do you mean, the vibe?
Like, you know, at the core, Jesus, I feel like respect everyone, worship God.
Was that his belief?
True. Jesus, worship God. I mean, there's no evidence saying it's not his belief. Respect, not his belief.
Evidence saying it's not his belief. Could I just say that he believed that he believed in mandatory heavy metal music education for everyone? But you can't prove it's not his belief.
I can, because there wasn't heavy metal music back then.
How do you know that?
Because you can literally
You
just
can't
like
prove it
look it up.
wasn't back then, right?
Yes, you can. When was it invented?
Oh, how do you do that?
We have so much information at our fingertips.
And yet you can't.
You
You
could
said
just
you
like
can't prove that Jesus' philosophy wasn't to just love God. And is that what you're saying? You can prove what Jesus' philosophy wasn't, but you can.
yeah.
Jesus is
I feel like the Bible's pretty incredible. Like, sure, it probably does have translation errors and doesn't get the full Hebrew meaning like of the words, you know. But I think it still stands as good evidence
how is it evidence?
because it was written back then.
Written back when?
Like before the year, I don't know when was it. It was written like probably 2,000 years ago or something.
Do you know when it was written?
No, should I look it up?
Does it seem important?
I'm kind of interested now.
Mm-hmm. If you were to look it up,
Oh my
what do you
gosh.
think you would find?
Late first century.
If you were to look,
Century. These parts composed around 1500 BC. I feel like humans were around so much longer than that.
so if the oldest parts were around 1500 BC, that would be the Old Testament,
Yeah.
right? Potentially, what would be that old?
Yeah. Because Jesus wasn't alive yet.
And the parts about just when were they written?
About Jesus?
Yeah, when were the parts of Jesus written?
Late first century AD. So like probably like 20 years after he passed, at least.
20.
Yeah. Because he only lived till like 35 or something.
So if he only lived to be 30, 33, or something, if it was late if it was late first century, what makes you think that would have been 20
Based on it said that
something years later?
first century AD.
Wouldn't that mean like 70 to 90? Wouldn't that be like years later?
That, yeah, true.
So if it was 70 or later, that would be
People writing it, they probably actually met him or at least saw him.
why would you think that?
Or at least saw him. I've been like 10 years old when they witnessed the crucifix.
You think that 10-year-olds would have understood what was going on when Jesus was teaching and then
They probably learned from their parents.
would have, so then they wouldn't have really known. So then the people that like knew him, do you think they would have been around to write the stories that in the late first century?
Yeah, his disciples, like, they started the first churches. The first churches.
Earliest we can find actual writings from.
It says it's thought to be around 1500 to 1400 BC.
I mean, about Jesus.
Oh. It doesn't quite say that. All right, let's switch the topic.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end? I've
You already
never
asked me that.
You said no. Do you believe the stories within it to be true?
Let me think. I think some of the Old Testament, like, you know, the well-known Adam and Eve one, I think that was more written, because, you know, it has different authors. I think that story, for example, was written more like a poem with symbolism. I don't think it was like literally literal.
What is Adam and Eve?
It has poem, literally literal.
What?
I have so many things it could be in my mind. They could represent like all the humans, you know? Like maybe there weren't just two people.
So all the
They could.
fruit.
Yeah, I think all the people gave in because, you know, our brains developed and we, all the, like it wasn't like magically we just one day became sinners. I think as our brains developed, we did because we learned right from wrong.
What is sin?
Sin is like when you do something messed up, like if you lie about someone.
Is that the only sin?
No, I don't even know all the sins, but there's so many. Like the 10 Commandments, they're all about sins.
Where are the 10 Commandments?
You want me to list them?
The only sin?
All about. You want me to list them?
No. Where are they from?
Oh, those stone tablets.
What stone tablets?
I think yeah, it was like Moses. God gave them to Moses, or maybe Moses wrote them. But yeah,
How would we know which was true?
I kind of believe it because if you really think about the 10 Commandments, they're actually good advice, you know. Like I support the one that's like don't commit adultery.
Good advice only for Christians?
Well, it's a, you know, a lot of these morals, non-Christians believe too.
Interesting.
Yeah. Most humans, just like from our society, we have morals.
Humans managed to learn morals without the 10 Commandments.
That's true, but God is helping. I think God's just here to like, you know, help us out.
How?
And
It's managed to.
God, and
What advice?
you know, the 10 Commandments, and then we
The
also
ones
get
that
to
say love him before any other god. Don't have idols. Don't covet your neighbor's slave.
Did it say that? I thought it said like don't get jealous of their cow or their horse or their wife.
Or their slave, or anything else that belongs to
What
the
the heck?
neighbor.
I didn't know it said that.
Yeah, it says the wife and the slave belong to the neighbor, and that you
Oh
should
my gosh.
be covetous of them.
I did Bible study, but I did like a Lutheran church. But I did like a Lutheran church. I think maybe our Bible took that part out.
It probably didn't take that part out. It might have changed the wording, but
Might
more
have
than
changed the
likely,
translation. Yeah.
more
Yeah,
than
I think
likely
they
it's still
changed it
there,
for
saying
Bible
that
study. But yeah,
does that matter to you if the Bible says not to covet the slave or the
yeah,
wife
I'm not a
or
fan of
anything
that,
else
honestly.
belonging to the neighbor?
That's a bit hard to hear.
Callie,
Yeah.
are you familiar with the other parts? Like you said, the 10 Commandments, but how many commandments are in the Bible?
I think it's just 10. Is there more?
There's at least 603 more.
What the heck? Oh my gosh. I need to look up. I'm gonna study this tonight. All right. You can say another thing.
What is it that makes you believe that there is a God there?
I kind of just like when I put my hands in a prayer, my inner soul feels like lighter, you know?
When you put your hands in a prayer, your inner soul feels lighter. What is a soul?
I feel like, honestly, I don't even think humans have even thought about and studied that quite yet. I think there's a lot us people still have to learn about our souls.
Is it something we have to learn about?
I think it would be interesting. Like, it's like learning about like science and gravity. It would be interesting about it. We only first started learning about mental health.
Kelly, why do you think no one has tried to study this before?
Honestly, I don't know. Do you have a theory at all?
Well, I think people have tried to study this in different ways for centuries, if not millennia.
Yeah. I wonder if pregnant
Trying to
women kind of
understand.
feel another soul in them.
We don't.
Oh, shoot.
Callie, what would you think a soul is?
I think it's like energy.
And what is energy?
Um,
And what is energy?
I can't say for sure because I wasn't the best at science class.
Is energy almost scientific?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I
Does it
don't know
matter?
what I think a soul is.
Does it matter to you if you believe true things, Kelly?
Wait, say it again.
Do you want to believe true things?
Yeah.
What about false things? Does it matter to you if the things you believe false things? Does it matter to you if the things you believe are not true?
See, that's tough because
False.
that's sadness you feel. And sometimes you just wanna be a bit delusional almost. That's wanna be like a good person.
Is that how you feel?
One's like, yeah, it's just tough when you see the news and you see like a bad crime.
That
See, like, I kind of wish I didn't even know about that.
is it better to be happy and ignorant or sad and aware?
I think it's good to have a good mix.
You think it's good to have a good mix of happy ignorance and sad awareness?
Yeah.
I think it can be dangerous not to have any sad awareness.
Yeah, that's why you need a good mix. See, for me, I'm not gonna go out my way to like learn about all the
Not to have.
the tragedies happening, but I know about quite a few. I do try to keep up with the news, but sometimes, see, for me, I do try to keep up with us, you know.
What about the tragedies that occur in the Bible? How is that different?
Oh, there's a lot of them.
Right.
Yeah,
So how is that different?
see, because I love history, and I think learning about past things, they don't feel true to you. Like sometimes you can't even comprehend that happening today. You think it could happen today. But when we read about them, we learn what happened so it doesn't repeat.
I'm sorry, you lost me on that one, my friend.
Oh, my bad. See, when you learn about something like World War II and you hear about all the tragedies, sometimes it's hard to even imagine that today. And so it's easier to learn almost in a way. So when you, yeah.
How old did you say you were?
I'm 21. I think a lot of us.
Short-circuiting right now, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. But yeah. So I think it's easier to learn about things that happened in the past so we can learn from them.
You have non-belief related questions.
I do.
Oh, you can ask them if that's okay with the host.
That's not the.
If that's okay with
so many questions.
Let her ask one of her questions. To answer.
I don't even know how to.
Does it matter to you, Callie, if I'm just gonna hard reset? Does it matter to you, Callie, if Jesus existed and resurrected? Does it matter if that's true?
Yeah. I think it low-key is true.
You think it low-key is true?
Yeah.
Why do you think it is true?
Let me think. True.
Is true.
Religion, I believe in it.
Do you have any reason to believe it?
Yeah, I feel like it gives me hope.
How does believing that somebody resurrected 2,000 years ago give you hope?
Because you realize, like, oh wow, this person is like the real Son of God. Because no human could do that.
How does even a resurrection indicate that they were the Son of God?
Because he wasn't alive for a whole week and then he suddenly was.
Are you sure it was a whole week?
Wasn't it?
Wasn't.
I believe it was a week.
According to this story in the Bible, was it not 3 days?
Oh, it was only 3? I think I'm
even
thinking
still,
of something else.
technically, as Jim is pointing out, 2 days.
It was 2 days?
Friday to Sunday.
And on the 3rd day, he rose again.
Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. I think I was thinking about how God made the earth and stuff.
Sunday.
Familiar.
Do you think that actually took a week?
No, I think that was like poetry talking.
That was where we started our conversation. But with Jesus, you believe that he was unalived for 3 days and then rose.
Yeah.
Do you have any good reason to believe that that actually happened?
Yeah, I feel like it's true.
For what reason?
I don't know, it just feels right. I don't know, it just feels right. I
Any good reason?
guess honestly, it's probably just because I've been going to church since I was little.
So it's familiar?
Guess
So it's familiar? Returning to Lutheranism, or are you returning to a different faction of Christianity?
I have been going to my Lutheran church, but I don't know if I really like my pastor. He said something against transgender people. So I've been thinking about trying out a different one.
That might be a good move.
Yeah. I've been thinking about an Orthodox church, but it's pretty far from where I live.
What makes Orthodoxy more attractive than Lutheranism?
Oh, I read a bit about it. I've never been to an Orthodox church, but I heard it was the church that what are they called again? Oh, Jesus's disciples. They created Orthodox, and it's still pretty true to how they worshipped God and Jesus.
Who said that?
I just looked it up one day.
Is that what the Orthodox might say about themselves? That they are true to the way Jesus set it up?
Well, they still do a lot of the same traditions. Like I
How do you know
support
that those traditions are from then?
like the second commandment. Like for example, like well in the first testament,
The Old
God
Testament,
said,
I mean.
yeah, God said in the Old Testament that he wants churches to light incense for him. And my church doesn't light incense, so I would like to go to a church that does.
Why would God need people to light incense?
I think he just likes it.
What would he like about it? Like what would be the purpose of that?
Well, incense has always been very like a spiritual thing to do in a lot of cultures.
Why?
I think because it has like sage and those fun scents in it, those spices.
Why are those important?
They just smell good.
Is that the only reason they're important?
No, they're just a tradition people do.
Why?
I wonder if the Native Americans did that.
That might be something worth looking into.
Okay, I got my laptop ready.
I feel like...
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
That's kind of beautiful. Like cultures all over the world were lighting incense.
Why do you think that might be?
Let me see.
Can you make an assessment before you research it?
Okay, let me think. Why would they light incense? I guess fire probably plays a big part of it.
Why? Why would that be important?
That's how we stayed warm in like the cold, and we cooked food.
Why is that? Why is that important?
Because that helped us survive. Like imagine if we didn't have fire.
to call it anything other than what it is? Why would we need the fire, anything else other than what fire is? Is be significant.
Why would fire be significant?
Like, why would it? So we went from incense all the way back to fire is important for survival.
Yeah.
Right?
And you light the incense.
So why are we lighting incense now?
And you light the
Now.
I'm sorry, these are deep questions, and I'm trying to think about.
It sounds like some of these questions might be coming to you for the first time, Callie.
They really are, and thank you guys for exposing me to these new thoughts.
I'd be remiss if I didn't point out and highlight that in societies where bathing was not common.
Wait, you lived in one?
No. But I was saying in societies where bathing is not common, might there be an important role that incense plays?
Oh, and to mask smells. But
Well, I just, the way you responded, oh, you lived in one, that was
I'm sorry, I was reading a comment while you started your sentence, so I didn't hear the first part.
Callie, I'm curious. I kind of want to ask this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you were to find that there was no reason to believe that the Bible was true, that there was no God, no afterlife, that the book was just a compilation of fairy tales and fables meant to help a people group form an identity and maintain their practices. If you were to find that whole group, that was the truth, and as stated, no God, no people.
Yeah, I think I would live life more to the fullest.
What do you mean by that?
Like, if I found out, like, the afterlife is just nothing, I would probably do something crazy. Like, I'd go skydiving.
Would you no longer follow the rules you were given from your religion?
Let me think. I feel like most of them are the same as my morals. Like, I don't spread rumors about people and stuff. I still wouldn't do that even if sins weren't in the picture. This sounds like Club Penguin music.
No, sorry, I have siblings that are only a few years older than you, and it's hard to hear that. Sounds like Club Penguin music.
Okay, next question.
And it's just
Okay, next question.
Did you have any more questions?
I'm surprised you guys let me on as a guest, like right after I requested. There's a lot of people in here.
There are a lot of people in here. But I appreciate you coming up, Callie. I hope that you keep asking questions. I really do. And I hope you wrote down some of the thoughts and questions that you had during this conversation.
Yeah, I did. I have to read all those 600 commandments.
Definitely read and see if that's something that you want to follow. I might also recommend, I mean, if you're reading into the 613, you're going to find them. Do you think God changes?
I think he did change drastically, like Old Testament to New Testament.
Why?
Because before he would do like kind of crazy things, like he appeared to Moses as like a burning bush, and he would just like flood places. And he doesn't really do that anymore.
Why do you think that might be?
I think after he sent his son Jesus, he was like, okay, I'm done. Because Jesus died for our sins.
You said because Jesus died for our sins.
Yeah.
So after that, he didn't have to say anything, do anything.
I think that was just like, it's like watching a movie and then there's like the final ending and you're like, okay, yeah. Like that concludes that.
How does it conclude it?
It was like the big finale. Because Jesus taught us like some really
How
good
is it a
stuff.
finale?
Because that was like the biggest thing he did.
Like, how is that a good finale?
It was good because he gave us, because that was like he gave us, he like came down, he wanted to see what it's like to be a
What did he
person.
actually do?
Oh yeah, he taught us how to be a
Came
good
down to
person.
see what it was like.
Yeah, because I think before God didn't really get it.
So God didn't understand what it was like to be a person. He didn't
I don't even
know
think
something.
so. I don't think he did understand as much.
And when he came down, what did he accomplish?
He accomplished, like, Jesus did all kinds of things. Like, he was calling out the churches, being like, oh my gosh, you are doing corrupt things in the churches.
So they did some corrupt things. They stopped stoning their disobedient children, right?
I don't even know. I think some people still do that.
Oh.
Stone them?
Yeah, they stopped stoning the disobedient children, and Jesus reminded them. Corrupt thing. Oh.
Stone them?
Yeah, they stopped stoning the disobedient children, and Jesus reminded them. They were.
What religion did Jesus practice?
Judaism.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
He was born into a Jewish culture.
I guess he practiced Christianity.
How could he practice a faith?
I don't know. I thought he was Jewish.
Until after he died.
I think
faith
didn't have a name yet.
A lot of questions.
He low-key did practice.
A lot of questions.
if Satan went to confession and repented, would he be forgiven? I don't know too much about confession because I'm Lutheran. I do have a deep love for the angels.
What's an angel?
They're like these warriors God has. It's kind of like how Santa has like elves that help him work.
Fascinating.
Are there any other comparisons between God and Santa that you can think of?
Oh, I don't think so. Santa was actually based on Odin.
Where did you get that?
I looked it up one day. I used to be into paganism.
Are
Do you
there any
remember?
similarities between God and Odin? Since Satan was based on Odin? Odin?
Well, Odin was said to be like all-knowing, and I think God's all-knowing too.
Since
All-knowing.
any others?
Let me think. Stuck something into his eye, and that's how he got smart.
That's one way. Others?
I don't know. Into Norse mythology.
Why would there be a story of a god in another culture that was all-knowing?
I think it's rooted. It's probably like rooted into our like psychology. We're kind of like, what if someone like knew everything? Psychology. It's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like all the gods are kind of based off that. Like Hercules is like really strong, and people are like, what if someone's like really strong? That'd be kind of interesting.
Is it possible that all the gods, including your god, are just results of what if? Somebody thinking what if until somebody said, yeah, what if it is this? And what if he had a list of commandments? And what if this guy went up the mountain and got those commandments? And what if he got angry when he got down and smashed the tablets and had to do it again? And what if the god was vengeful and told people to have their
What if a rock fell on my head right now and
to
a boulder
stone their
fell on my
children
head?
if they were disobedient? Like what if right? But what if that's what the god is? It possible that that's what the gods are?
I kind of
That they're just somebody's what if thought experiment?
Who knows, honestly, but I kind of have this belief that all the god, like, you know how all cultures like always had their own religions that way back when? Like, what if they were the same type of energy showing to different people? Because a lot of them do have similarities.
What is energy?
Oh my gosh, we went through this. I don't even know what energy is. It's just kind of like a vibe. Like, you know, someone's like, if you have like a depressed friend and you like hang out with them, you kind of feel depressed too, you know? Like you pick up on their energy.
Is
that telling us what you mean though when you say that different people experiencing the same energy. Is that the same kind of energy you mean? Like a vibe?
Yeah. It's hard to explain because there's not a word. I don't even know if there's a word in English to describe what I'm saying, what I'm thinking. And that's the hard part about language. Sometimes there's just not a word for things.
Morgan knows nothing about that.
Oh my god. I'm dying.
What's that about?
Morgan also has difficulty expressing her beliefs.
Oh.
I have a lot of difficulty expressing my beliefs. I also, my religious experience starts in Lutheranism as well. So I
Ooh.
just find that interesting.
Twin.
Really quickly, I'm going to speak past both of you, though, not to be rude. I just need to thank Jim, also Z the Witch, Martha, and Mateo Potato for helping with the previous goal.
Oh, were they donators?
Oh, wait, also 3 thank you guys, too. Appreciate all of you. Yes, they helped with the goal.
I sent you a rose.
Well, thank you, Callie.
You're welcome.
Callie, does it matter to you too much if Jesus and God and all that is true?
It's kind of hard because... Wait, say the question again. I need to get my thoughts together.
Does it matter if the Jesus and God, all the stories there, are true?
I don't even know.
You don't know if it matters.
Would it change your religious practice if they were real or not, regardless?
It's so hard because there's really not a way to prove any religion, so I can't even like comprehend it.
Maybe that's something to explore within yourself.
Yeah,
if
true.
your practice would change if you came to find out that God and Jesus were something humans created instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I kind of wish God interacted with us more.
In what way?
Like I had this aunt at church that told me one time an angel spoke to her and she told us like the story. And I was thinking like, wow, I wish that would happen to me.
Why do you believe it happened to her?
I don't know. She just seemed very trustworthy.
How old were you when you heard the story?
I was like 13 or 14.
Would you say at that age you were quick to trust what your family said?
Probably, honestly.
And I don't want you to take this as like, your aunt lied to you or anything like that, or misled you on purpose with malice. That's not what I'm implying here at all.
Oh no, I could tell she fully believed it. I used to have never mind. All right,
I don't know that I have
so
any more questions for you, my friend.
all right. What about you, Thrayle?
Try it one more time.
Thrayle.
Nailed it.
Hey, you
Yeah.
did it. Super.
Sorry, I just never heard that name. Did you come up with it yourself, or is that your real name? Oh, you gotta heart me. But honestly, some of the commandments I kind of do break every day.
Does it matter to you if God is commanding you to do things? Are you just going to do what you want to do anyway?
Honestly, I kind of do whatever I want. But it's so hard. Okay, the one I break is I have a fiance and you're not supposed to do anything fun before marriage. But I feel like, okay, in the eyes of God, like, we pretty much are married.
What would you say is the biggest reason to believe in your God?
The biggest reason, honestly, I think it just makes you more of a happier person.
What about the biggest reason not to?
Ooh, biggest reason not. Well, let me think. Biggest reason. I think you kind of almost don't even think for yourself sometimes. Like, if you want to tell a white lie to like a child, you know, because that's what parents do, you know, tell a lie about Santa Claus or something. Like, technically that is a sin. And you're kind of like, well, I do want to tell them about Santa Claus is real, but I know it's a lie.
So, on the one hand, it makes you happy, and on the other hand, you don't even think for yourself anymore.
Yeah.
Which would you rather have? Would you rather be happy, or would you rather think for yourself?
Ooh, honestly, I'd probably rather think for myself.
Does Santa have to be real to be meaningful?
I think it's just something fun for kids to believe in. Because I believed in Santa as a kid, and it made Christmas more fun.
What if that's what God was?
God was Santa.
Something fun for adults to believe in.
Something to make reality tolerable.
Honestly, it could be. I kind of vibe with Christianity, though.
I wonder if you would if you read all of it.
Oh, I don't know. We're gonna have to find out.
I hope that you keep reading, Callie. I hope you keep questioning. I don't have any more questions for you tonight, but you're welcome back another time. I'm sure that I or any of the other questioners will have more for you then. But I hope you keep asking questions.
Yeah, next time I'm here, I'll let you know what I learned in the Bible and what my opinion might be.
Appreciate you, Callie.
All right, bye now.
Take care. Yes, W's for Callie. Callie was capable of questioning.
Absolutely.
Very interesting conversation.
It's like it's right there. It's right there. You can see it.
All right. I have hope for the youth. I do.
Mm-hmm. I do as well.
She did very well. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to burgle your gods or shame you. I'm not here to make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Sentient Ninja. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I am an endonatologist.
What does endonatologist mean?
Well, I'd tell you, but I want you to look it up because every time I explain it, no one believes me.
Can you tell me what it means to you?
Well, basically, it's a religion where you worship women's curvy butts. And I'm not even playing. I'm serious.
So the belief is, say the word again for me.
Adonatologist?
Adonatologist.
Yes. ADONITOLOGIST.
What are the origins of this belief?
It's a newer religion. It started out on the internet.
What are the origins of the belief? You said it started on the internet. Can you be more elaborative?
Oh, wait. Did I cut out? Apparently some guy named King Adonis started it.
King Adonis.
Yes.
Was that his username on like 4chan?
Yeah.
Or
No. That's just the name of the guy.
his name is just King Adonis.
That's what he was known as.
Majesty King Adonis the First.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
And what is the belief?
That's just like big curvy women's butt.
That's the entire.
I worship them.
That's the entire.
Yes, I worship them.
System.
Yes.
That's all there is to it.
Yes, that's literally it. It's that simple.
Okay.
Because what's better in this world than a woman?
This is actually real, Thrayle. What the actual fuck? What the fuck is life?
There's actually more to it. Like, if that's
There's
really
so much
all
more
he
to
has
it.
to say, then
I
I have
know.
nothing more to ask. But there is more to it, and it's not like
That's wild.
it's not all good either.
I'm sure it's not. I mean, I was immediately turned off from it the second I knew anything about it, to be honest.
He's not the first odontologist to come up here.
That's wild. I've never heard of this before. What the fuck are humans, dude? What the fuck are humans?
Trolls. Bat says I have some research to do. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if you like meme religions made up specifically to be memes, and it, you know, if you want something that is openly misogynistic and presents itself as mock feminine empowerment.
This sentence. There are several ways to read odontology. The worship of women with large butts may be indicative of body positivity, but in fact, the religion fetishizes the female anatomy and is intensely sexist. Well, I'm done with that.
That's what I mean. I'm very much in favor of body positivity. If you want to worship female form, if you want to worship anatomy, that's you. You do you. But
Don't make it gross. In any sense of the word.
well, if you do make it gross, keep it private. You know, don't make it public. Don't make it a thing. Don't make it a show for everybody to, as though it is a legitimate, like, religion. And then pose it as body positivity and female empowerment when what it really is just misogyny and
Ritualized misogyny is what it is. That too, Jimmy.
when what it yeah, probably a tax dodge. Wouldn't surprise me. Sorry for the silence. I had to make sure that my stomach doesn't talk louder than me. But now that I think I've shut it up for a little while.
I can relate.
We have more go than myself. We have more.
I would stove. I'll be right back. I can still hear though.
Nuh-uh.
No, you.
Well, not a believer, but something shaped like one. It's a cat in a vat. Hello,
I'm a
cat.
cat in a believer shaped vat. No, there's a mystery that needed to be solved, and it was about a smell. And the mystery was the frog bucket.
If you had told me there was a smell, I would have solved that for you right away.
We forgot about it. Well, okay. It wasn't my responsibility to forget it. Let's make that clear. But yeah, there was a frog bucket debacle.
As soon as I was told there was a frog bucket, that was a thought that crossed my mind.
A whole lot of not my responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't put the chosen time out in the bucket.
Well, they're definitely in timeout now, aren't they?
It's a permanent timeout. And they're gonna make some banana trees very happy.
Sentient ninja, nobody is telling you you can't have your religion. I'm just not
I'm just
interested.
telling you it's misogynist and gross.
Yep, it's misogynist, it's gross, and I'm not interested in questioning it since you're not really very serious about it.
And also, did you see what he said in the comments a minute ago?
Probably.
He said, "Why would I worship a skeleton?" And I said, "Look around. This might not be the most appropriate place to ask that question." Felt like that was valid. But I said, yeah, read the room, guy. From a skinny girl to a weirdo, read the room. He said, "Okay, stick." I like it when they talk shit like they think it's gonna like hurt somebody's feelings.
It certainly should.
What?
I said it's certainly a show.
He's not very quick, is he?
No, he's not. Which is ironic.
Weird. I can't.
You guys are clearly disrespectful to my religion. Like, why are you crying?
How are we disrespectful to his religion?
That's
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We couldn't have been more disrespectful to it than he was.
Mm-hmm. In the
Your religion
I took
is
to read up
disrespectful.
on it, I knew more about it than you were even saying.
Also, like, your religion is disrespectful to my gender, so.
Hello, Elizabeth. Can I get your aid? And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I don't really name, like, I don't like to put a name on it because a lot of people can call it a lot of different things. Do I believe that there's something bigger than all of us out there that is kind of on our side? Yes, I do. I think that there's something out there, yeah.
What does it mean, bigger than all of us and on our side?
I believe that there is, I'll call it energy, call it
bigger than
that there, like God, call it whatever you want, but I do believe that there's something there that wants us to succeed in whatever purpose we're meant to succeed on here in our life.
You believe there's something that wants us to succeed. When you say that there's something there, what is the something?
That I can't tell you. I don't know. I know it exists. I know it's there.
No,
I just don't know what it
exists.
is.
How can you know it exists?
For about, oh gosh, I don't know. The past 10 years, I've been, how can I put this? Testing the theories, kind of.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I get you to back off the mic just a little bit?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Am I echoing?
That's much better. It was just, we were catching every breath.
No, you're good.
So you said you've been testing your theories for the last 10 years, is that what you said?
Yeah, like the differences between belief and faith. And, you know, the whole ask and you shall receive type thing. And just, you know, going with the flow, you know, trying to read the signs, so to speak.
Hold on. I'm a little confused. What theories did you test and how did you test them?
I started with the ask and you shall receive type thing because I'm more spiritual than religious right now. So I don't necessarily believe in the 10 Commandments, but I do believe in the 7 deadly sins type of thing. I just think everything is more simplistic. And when I started to test things out, I started off with the 7 deadly sins, with asking for what I needed. You know, I mean, if there is something there that I'm supposed to believe in, and for what I needed, proof that it's there. Ask and you get what you ask for, correct? So that's what I started. But see that it's tricky because I wasn't asking, when I asked for patience, whatever, I'm just going to use the word God, right? I don't know what other word to use for it. But I would ask God for patience, but instead of giving me patience, he gave me opportunities to be patient. And I had to learn that. Those are signs. When my kids were getting on my nerves and when my boss was on my ass and when I couldn't pay the bill, and I had to learn how to have faith and be patient.
So how do you know that was God giving you
I
opportunities?
I don't know who it was.
But how do you know it was something giving you opportunity to be patient and not just you focusing on exercising the patience in circumstances that you wanted it for in the first place?
Exactly. That was my next question, right? How do I know it's not just me making my choices, right? My own choices. The thing is that once I started to take my hands off the wheel, so to speak, and stop trying to control my life, and I started looking at different opportunities that I had in my life, shit just started to change. Stuff started to get better. And I didn't know why. I didn't know how. And I didn't ask either. I just kept doing that. I kept testing and stuff kept changing. And it's been that way for 10 years. So now I don't control damn near anything in my life. I wait. I wait patiently for the light, to be shown.
Does correlation always equal causation?
I don't know. Not necessarily. It doesn't have to be. Correlation doesn't have to always equal causation. That's what's so That's what's so spiritual about this. It's everybody can do the same thing. It just has to be for your own life and for your own actions, and what you've done in the past has to kind of, how can I put it? Karma. It's kind of like karma. I believe wholeheartedly in karma. So you get what you put out, right? The more negative you are, the more negative you're going to get back. Period.
Is that what karma is?
That's what it is to me. It could be something different to you.
Why would the word karma mean something different to me versus you?
Because your life is different than mine. Because you've had different experiences than I've had. So whatever karma is for you is what it is. It is what it is for me.
That doesn't really answer my question.
Why do we have definitions for words if we're just going to let them mean whatever we want them to mean?
That's not, again, I'm not questioning it anymore. Like, I'm not asking why. I'm just going with the flow.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, anybody can. Anybody can question their own beliefs. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I just know what's true for me. Not for anyone else. Just for me. This is what works for me. I'm sorry?
No. You said you know what's true.
For me.
How do you know that?
Because I live it every day. I live my life that way.
I'm sorry, Morgan, I think I interrupted you.
Nope, you're good. I have no further questions because I didn't get an answer to my first one.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
But how do you know? Like, is your experience always 100% accurate to reality?
Yeah. It's funny. It's weird. It's crazy. But it's true to me. That's just the way it goes.
Can you be mistaken?
All the time. I'm human.
How do you determine what the truth is?
I live in reality that way. I don't go with opinion. I go with what's fact.
How do you determine what that is, though?
I ask the factual question. So like how can I explain this? If I go,
What qualities make something factual?
well, it depends on your own experience. Like if I want to apply for a job, right, that's not meant for me, then the only question that I'm asking myself is, do you want this job? How, are you suited for this job? Are you good enough for this job? Are you, do you have the qualifications for this job? And if all those answers are yes, I go and apply. But if I don't get the job, then guess what? I wasn't meant for it in the first place. That's not where I'm supposed to be.
What do you
So I
mean?
move on.
I'm not sure how you're using the word factual. Can you define your use of it for me?
Whatever is fact in my life. I don't use opinion. I use fact.
Can you define it without using the word fact or any derivative in your definition?
Oh, wow. No. I can't define fact without using the word fact.
Then how do we know what it means?
Well, you would have to, see what it means for yourself. You've had experiences that have happened to you.
What does it mean for you?
That are
What is a
facts.
fact? What is a fact to you?
Like, what is your perception of a fact? Can you explain your perception of it?
Yeah, my perception of a fact is something that is real, something that has happened in reality, that has actually taken place, that had a time, that had a date, that had.
How do we know what is real and what has actually taken place in reality? Like, how do you know?
Because I live it every single day. The same way you know that you're on a live right now on TikTok. You know that's a fact, right? You're on TikTok right now and you're on a live.
First person.
It does appear that way. Yeah, it does appear that way. It does. I'll concede to you that it appears that my perception of what is happening right now is that I am on a TikTok live. Yeah, it does appear to be that, but I don't know that that's a fact.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay if you don't know that yet.
Good job, Kat. I'm proud of you.
Know that yet? That implies.
I don't know if that yet is ever going to change for her, or what. But
does that mean that you know something that she doesn't?
No. As a matter of fact, I don't know anything. I'm just going with the fucking flow. I'm making decisions based on what happened the day before and how I can be better today and tomorrow because of what happened the day before. I'm trying to be better than I was yesterday. That's all.
I can appreciate that. I live my life in such a way that, like I say this a lot, just like leave this place better than you found it. Leave any place better than you found it, right? Like that is something I am like very big on, but that's not necessarily the point that we're getting at here. And it's more of like, okay, so you said I'm stuck on the job thing, right?
I just use it as an example.
I want to apply for right, but like I'm gonna use your example and ask you some questions about it. So you said if I want to apply for a job that's not meant for me, do you mean like you've already determined that this job isn't meant for you, or you find out later that it's not meant for you?
If I didn't get it, then it wasn't meant for me in the first place. No matter how qualified I am for it.
What do you mean by meant for me?
It wasn't on my path. Everybody's on a path in their life.
How is that path determined?
That's what I don't ask. That I don't know. I don't know who created the path. I don't know why it's there. I don't know how it got there. I don't know. All I know is that there's a very distinct path, and it's paved with, all kinds of twists and turns and speed bumps and life stuff that happens to you, but it is geared towards you to be successful.
How do you know that?
Because I've lived it every day.
So it's your truth. It's what's in
Yes,
truth.
that's not that. It's mine, all mine.
So it doesn't matter though that doesn't happen for everyone.
It's only what's happened to me. I can't
any opportunity.
Right. Yeah, I can't do it for anyone else. Someone else has to do it for themselves.
I'm sorry. Do what for themselves?
Yeah, it has to,
themselves.
Kind of figure it out.
So
go through the experience, I guess.
But are you saying that life will provide, that they will be given opportunities geared towards success the same way?
Yes.
No matter who it is.
I believe that. I believe everyone can do something.
Every single person.
On Earth.
Every human being born, even those born with diseases that will see them unalived within a week of their birth, those humans also have the opportunities, and life provides them if they only seize the opportunity.
Absolutely. I believe that everyone has a
How are they supposed to seize the opportunity? The infants born with
again, those are I'm not the creator. Like I don't know how that happens. I don't know how, and I don't know why.
You just assume that they
will
have
for me.
Just know. Oh,
now,
just for you.
Mm-hmm. That's just what's happened to me.
So results may vary.
Of course. Absolutely, results vary for every person.
Is that a sign of a creator, or is that a sign that you have just been fortunate?
I believe it's a sign of something, if you want to call it a creator, I guess. Yeah, there's something else out there.
Do you
bigger than
feel
all
that
of
could
us.
be a very privileged point of view?
I do.
Because you have been so lucky, because you have been so fortunate, because you have seized opportunities given, then therefore you believe everyone must be given opportunities. God provides for everyone because he provided for you.
Don't get me wrong. It's not like I just stumbled upon this. I almost died trying to figure this out. I almost lost my life. I've lost my house. I've lost a lot of stuff. Trying to get through to this. Trying to make sense.
So you're not hearing what I said?
Oh, no. Sorry.
No. Does anybody else have questions for Elizabeth?
No, I do not.
No, okay.
Appreciate you being here, Elizabeth. I hope you keep asking questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Or any at all. Any questions at all would be good.
Please.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Kat.
Hello. It's almost time for Blueberry Coffee Round 2.
Oh,
Electric Boogaloo.
I don't know about all that.
I hope not, because I don't know. That implies a wiring problem or some kind of malfunction. I just don't think I could handle right now.
The coffee gives you
it gives me the electric boogaloo. Energy. Well, let's see if we've got a guest who can maybe keep us entertained by answering questions about their beliefs and questioning their beliefs themselves. That'd be awesome if this guest... Oh, wait, I think we've spoken to this guest before. Hello, Taco. Hello, Taco. Can I get your age? Taco did not mean to join us. I guess Taco had to force himself to run away after. Yeah, we don't have time right now.
On the phone and on TikTok? That's pretty rude.
To both conversations, really.
I mean, I'll give him the credit that he didn't actually stay on the panel. I didn't hear anybody assume anything. Now we're getting details we didn't ask for. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Why do you feel the need to explain yourself?
Why are you oversharing?
I made a new background for What the Fuck is Magic. I haven't put it on the phone yet, so we're not ready to see it yet.
So you're just telling us for just to be mean? Like, I don't...
The art, the more I tried, the more Disney it got. And so I had to...
Are you telling me I didn't get my sparkles? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
Something about telling it to add sparkles seems in its mind to mean include a
particular green fairy.
Okay,
a
Morgan.
very accurate green fairy.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan.
Yes.
The other night, Thrayle asks, what should What the Fuck is Magic look like? And then I said it should be sparkly, because that's what I thought that it should be. It should be sparkly. And then he criticizes my suggestion that he asked for. And now he's telling me
How did
he
I
left
criticize it?
I don't remember what you said.
I would say I'm curious how he criticized it. Thrayle, do you remember how you criticized it?
Oh, no, actually I do remember how he criticized it.
Care to share
He
with
said,
the class?
Yeah, hold on, there's a cream puff in my mouth.
Hell yeah.
He said, no cauldrons, no brooms. Like, he started naming off other, like, witchy things, and I was like, no, all I could think of was sparkles. And, like, you asked for a suggestion, don't criticize my suggestion. You wanted it. The audience agreed with me, too, so...
Is all magic sparkly?
It doesn't have to be, it's just what I thought.
Valid. Yeah, you can't ask for opinions and then, like, shit on them, buddy.
But then after he shit on it, he said that he would include it. And now he's telling me that I didn't get my sparkles.
Well, unfortunately, it just didn't work out. So, guess you're gonna have to make your own sparkles. I don't know.
I think this is Sparkle Conspiracy.
Just take the image and like obnoxiously superimpose like a bunch of glitter over the top of the image.
There we go. That's it. Oh, you know what? I think that we're just not gonna do that. Oh, my mute settings were wrong. Damn, that's not what I wanted to do, but it's okay. Yeah, Becca, justice for Sparkles. That's fucking right.
Justice for Sparkles. There wouldn't be sparkles in it at all.
That's also valid. Did you include like a magician's top hat? A wand?
He put me on the spot. It's all I could think of.
I feel like the crystal ball and magic 8-ball are more divination than magic. Although the two sometimes coincide in the same sentence. Witty, don't forget the giant comical saws. For the big boxes and the assistant.
Why am I still wearing jeans at 1 o'clock in the morning? This is fucking stupid. I'm done.
What, buddy? Are you okay?
Oh, we're on a road trip suddenly. Hello, Domino. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm newly into Christian belief. Well, I'm coming back towards Christian belief.
Are you currently driving a car?
I am. You can hear that?
Yeah. Why don't you come back when you're not? Just for safety's sake. Not for yours even, just for everybody else around you. Because what the fuck? Okay, I mean, I guess for yours as well, but what the fuck?
Yeah, fucking Thrayle.
Well, what do they, people always say, oh, I'm fine, I'm safe. No, you're fucking not. You're on the phone looking at the screen. If I mute you once, that's one more time you've got to take your eyes off the road. A lot of the guys are like, oh no, I'm in a boat, so we can't hear the road noise.
I always think that's the dumbest fucking like. Oh no, I'm on a boat. What do you mean? What?
Okay. So there was a boat
Stop.
last night. There was a boat guy last night, and I don't know if he was really on a boat because all I heard was that he was on a boat, and then I got in the shower real quick, and I don't know if he really was on a boat, but I do know that he was gone when I got back. So, and I wasn't in the shower that long.
Pretty sure he wasn't on a boat.
Remember the guy that was parking the boat? Oh,
Yeah, the
now
guy who was parking his boat with his door open.
Yeah, Choco Choco's mad at me for muting him. I am not
Now
30,
you're a 30-year
and
mom.
I am not 30, and I am not a mom. And so both of those things are not true. I'm 29. Thank you very much. And the only
Oh, so now we're DMing threats. Cool. Have a great day, my friend.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good job. Yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to check out later. What was I gonna say? The only thing I'm a mom to is a cat and a dog, but they are great and they are my children.
I have to interrupt you so that I can tell everybody to put a W in the chat for the mods, because hell yeah.
We hit him with the alley oop, Morgan. Like I got him the first time, and you got him the second time.
Yup.
Bam, bam.
I mean, if he's capable of questioning his beliefs and maintaining a respectful demeanor, he's welcome to request up, but I didn't see any sign of that.
I'll mom voice him.
Does your mom voice have a Midwestern accent?
No, my mom voice isn't that good because I'm not a mom. Morgan has a really good mom voice though.
Like do the like Minnesota kind of.
No, that's not the kind of mom voice I'm talking about. I'm talking about like yeah, no, I'm talking about like a disappointed Philly. Like I'm talking about like if Philly is really disappointed in you, that's the kind of mom voice I'm going for. Like something that's gonna make you feel like shit.
Philly's a unique. That's a very unique mom voice. The best you can hope for like, mom voice at. You're
look, I am only going for the best, and you know, I'll probably not be that, but I'll get somewhere. And I like Philly's mom voice. I think that Philly has the best mom voice. So I probably not think that Philly has the best mom voice. So that's what I'm like shooting for. Am I gonna hit that target? Probably not, and I understand that, and it's okay.
I don't expect anybody to. That's a high target. That's like saying you want like Noctis's reading voice. That's
like
I don't expect voice. That's
oh god, that's God. We don't even need to go there. But let's not. Or Kira's. Oh, you know who I bet has a really Kira's. Oh, you know who I bet has a really good mom voice. I bet Kira's mom voice is fucking fire.
I bet there's a little Midwestern accent on that. Yeah.
Oh, and I bet you there's a lot of sass on it.
Tab said, when Morgan says don't lie to me, it does sound like my mom.
You know what's terrifying though? You know what's really scary? When Thrayle like really puts on his dad voice. It's a good thing you have a good kid who doesn't get in trouble very much because your dad voice is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
One of us, but I've seen it. I've heard it used on the guests like very, very occasionally. It doesn't happen that often, but like it's scary.
But when it does, everybody goes quiet. The chat stops moving. Everything goes still.
It's really scary. It's like really scary. Like the one time that really, really sticks out of my head is when that guy kept calling you dog, and then you talked to him about consent. Oh, it was scary. It was so scary. I was like, this is fucking
Toaster, that's why I'm a great parent. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Oh, goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, well, all right. It's just us now. We're in charge. What do you
Oh,
guys want to
jeez.
do?
Guys,
Oh
what do you
no,
want to do before Thrayle comes back?
damn it, he's already back.
Damn it.
I'm just gonna not heed the advice in my DMs and not be careful. Taco, if you're still listening, I'm not gonna be careful. Whatever the fuck that was.
Oh, should we all do that? Should we all go check our DMs real quick?
I don't know. Taco told me to be careful.
I'll be right back.
BRB.
Pretty sure that's pretty childish way to react to being muted in a chat. But hey, if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
No weird threats for me.
Hey, Thrayle.
Yeah.
Early when I was in the shower, you had a guest on, and I swear, I don't know if it was my little speaker in the bathroom or what, but do you remember the that movie where Nick Dundee, he had a friend that was a native Australian guy? You had a guest on, and the only word I actually caught was he called you bro a lot, but he sounded just like Nick Dundee's friend in that movie. And your voice sounded like a 1970s hot rod motor. It was so funny. I was cracking up. I'll bet my husband thought I had lost my mind if he could hear me laughing my ass off in the shower. Oh, that was all. Just thought I'd share. Bye.
How very delightful.
I love her.
Out of that, by the way, I have that comment that she put in the chat.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. W's for Martha. Thank you, Martha. Barfing Toaster says, if I had a kid who was being bullied, I'd just tell them the plot to Problem Child.
Oof. No.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know anything about that movie. Oh god. I don't know anything about that movie, but I guarantee you that is not the correct response. Just because our friend Toaster down there,
Toaster.
I know him well.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that movie. Probably not the best way to raise a child. I think what you meant to have is Fight Club.
Fighting Club. Love you, buddy.
The first rule of Fighting Club
is become alpha.
Is become alpha.
Oh, sweet baby Tav.
It's the Sci-Fi Channel version. Well, I have a fresh cup of blueberry coffee now. So all I need next is a believer with a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or, mermaids, or Sasquatches, or aliens, or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief. And if you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and hit one of those boxes on the panel. Those are for you to join us. I'm too tolerant sometimes, aren't I?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes.
I wonder why that is.
Don't know. Think only you can answer that.
Chalk and Cheese says, Thrayle, your electric chair needs oil. I don't think I have an electric chair. Precept Moore says, I'm more tolerant than you. That's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Is it based on the metric that I have at least one of your accounts blocked and you haven't blocked any of mine yet? Is that your metric? Because if that's your metric, then I might see your logic. I see. He says he's not as racist as me because he uses the N-word. Thank you for reminding me and everyone in here why your other account is blocked.
That's a very loud kitty.
He was just right next to my face. Which is good. It's a step in the right direction.
It's I believe that, Martha. In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people angry and was widely regarded as a bad move.
Damn, Toaster, calm down.
I love how just when I'm beginning to wonder if I am too tolerant, I'm reminded of the things I don't tolerate.
If you guys could see the face this cat's making at me right now.
Since we know you as Cat, it's almost... Now we're just imagining you making faces in a mirror.
Ha ha.
It is because it's the weekend, Tav. Though I would expect a few more bold drunks to be up here blathering on, but I don't know. Maybe they aren't
Maybe it's
feeling
because we're only at 73,000 likes. I feel like that number could be 100 very quickly if all 115 of us work on that.
Oh, I bet it could. We could definitely hit 100K before the next 5 minutes if we really wanted to.
Get to tapping. Thanks, guys. Love you. You're the best audience on TikTok.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Tav. How are you doing?
I'm doing just great. So, okay, I want to explain something because this might be just a misunderstanding. Mad to be mad. Yesterday I told you I'll be praying for Ayur, not Ayur. Okay? Ayur is the moon, okay, goddess or god of the Amazigh North African native people. Cool? So don't take this the wrong way when I said it. It doesn't mean what you think it means. Anyways, how's you, Thrayle?
I'm doing better than mad to be mad.
Tav, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You chose Fight Club as your toxic masculinity movie, and I haven't seen it or read it, so I don't exactly know why. But what I do think is interesting was that you chose Fight Club as your toxic masculinity movie, and Chuck Palahniuk is like the opposite. It's funny. He is like the least toxic masculinity. Like he's not even, and that made me laugh. And I was just not really questioning. I'm just making an observation, really. I guess.
Yeah, I got it. But I usually, not usually, I used it as a quintessential quote unquote incel movie because most like toxic masculine incel type alpha male thing, they always identify with it because they misunderstand the whole idea behind it.
They don't realize it's a parody.
I know, which is hilarious.
Also, everybody should check out Chuck Palahniuk's short stories because they're great, and I really love short stories, which is why I know this. But like, he has written several great short story collections. Oh my god, Becca, you weren't here last night. We had this guy up and he said something, and I said, hold on. Would you consider yourself a high value man? And he thought about it for a moment, and he said, yes, I would. And Thrayle started laughing and said, how did you figure that out? And I said, Thrayle, this is what I do. This is my wheelhouse. I know all about the high value men. Yeah, it was funny. You would have really appreciated that moment.
Those who think they are high value.
What was the 6 figures?
It was 6 feet and 6 inches.
6 feet
Gross.
and 6 inches. Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah.
Did I miss
And
that?
so, well, it went right over Thrill's head in the moment too. But I said, hold on, wait, we need to
Hold
pivot
up.
for a second.
I've never heard the saying before. I'd never heard.
Well, it isn't a saying. He made that up on the spot, but it was just like the things he said that led me to believe the truth, apparently.
And the 6 inches thing totally went right by me. I did not realize what he had said until you said it back, and then I was like, he did? And yeah, I don't understand why that even. Why does that even come out of your mouth?
Because that's the condition.
He's a high value man. I don't know why you're questioning him.
What the fuck?
I'm the same way.
Oh my. I know, Becca, like, he was bragging.
This made my day.
All 6. Right, high value.
The toads are still alive.
Of course, they just smell.
Ugh.
Sorry.
If they weren't still alive, they'd be a lot worse. Hello, Miller. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
¿Hablan español?
No.
¿Speak Spanish?
No, we're speaking English up here, Miller. Sorry about that. But we're just up here seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. Hit one of those boxes on the panel with the blue and pink people next to your chat box down there, and either one will take you right up here. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
The toads are still alive.
Yeah, if they weren't alive, it would be way smellier than just, a bunch of toads with their own waste in a bucket.
They've been in that bucket. When was the last time I did a live?
It's been a little while, hasn't it?
That was the night the bucket was made.
tab, you will find that your tool belt does have at least one utility in it now.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Oh, did Tab get some powers?
He did.
Use them for good, not evil, most of the time.
You want to see them in action?
Oh, yeah?
Okay. Let's try them out.
Oh, they work.
Seem to work.
Oh, boy.
Wait, I didn't mean for the entire life.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, you have to figure out how to work the controls a little bit first.
Whoever fixed it, thank you.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you can go back and fix it, Tab. If you accidentally mute someone for too long, you can go back and unmute them. That is an option.
Yeah, there's profile controls and there's chat controls. So if you click on their profile, there's different options there.
I see. Interesting. I just figured out how to unmute, find mute dialogue or something.
There you go. That'll work. And now as a character who is destined to die shortly after he says this, always says, with great power comes great responsibility. And
isn't that from Spider-Man?
I thought for just a moment right before I said it to say something else, like quoting Kenny from South Park.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Keep it.
Have you seen South Park, Tab?
South Park, yes. This time I meant it, Thrayle.
Yeah, it was probably deserved.
Why am I still in jeans? Jesus.
I mean, at this point, you really can only blame yourself. You've already even pointed it out to yourself earlier, so I don't know who you can blame. You don't even exist enough to listen to yourself.
You know who fucks up my life, Thrayle? Me. And you know what that's a quote from? Justin said that to me once. He walks back into the room and he said, you know who fucks up my life, Cat? Me. I said, oh, okay. And it was such a good moment.
It's a tough realization for all of us to come through. That the one who fucks up our life the most is usually us. We didn't quite make it to 100K in 5 minutes, but we did make it to 80K. So
That's like
thank you
1,000 likes a minute, which is pretty good.
It's pretty amazing.
I mean, it's like 10 likes per person per minute. That was bad math. No, I'm not going to do that because that math is terrible. But I'm bad at math. Somebody who's better at math do that for me. But I think that we could maybe in the next 10 minutes beat 100,000.
Probably. I bet we could. We could probably do that. I wonder if we would hit 100K before we actually get a believing guest who believes that they can question their beliefs.
Okay, I thought emotional support. Okay, the only thing I read in the chat was emotional support pickle. Like, I was just kind of skimming and I saw high value men and then peg. And that's not. And then I actually, like, fully read the comment. It was different than I initially thought.
Admittedly, I had the same problem.
That's one way to take them down.
A peg. Fuck.
Is that a unit of measurement for their value? Is that many pegs? Is their value directly proportionate to the number of peggings?
Stop. I cannot. You know what? Yeah, for real. It is.
You know what? Actually, yeah.
Tab.
I think that's how a high value male values himself.
Tab.
I'm sorry. I had to do it.
No.
7 lemons. Wait, is that higher or lower value?
Stop.
I'm still confused.
I think the value moves up with the number of peggings.
It's all about perspective. It's that the high value men think they're actually at the top, but they're really the bottom.
I got that, Morgan.
Thank you. I thought it was clever.
It was.
This is out of hand. The chat, the panel, all of it is absolutely fucking unhinged tonight.
I'm afraid I've unalived Thrayle.
And no, Becca, we decided that he only really needed 6 seconds, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 6 minutes would be too lofty a goal.
Perhaps from beginning to end of the entire interaction with that individual.
Yeah, it seems 6 minutes is a little bit ambitious.
Mm.
I think that's his average interaction length, like with a human.
You just
probably how long he interacted with us.
Tab, stop.
I'm bad at math, so if someone could correct me.
You didn't have to.
Does anybody want to tell Barfing Toaster that's called a co-op and everybody wins?
Sometimes you make me want to get a new skin.
I know that feeling. I just never bothered to put a new one on. I've definitely made myself want to climb out of my own skin before.
I hate when that happens. I hate when you accidentally say something so awful and you don't realize how awful it's going to be, and then you say it and you're like, oh, I need a new skin now. Great. And I did it to myself.
Oh no, I need to be an entirely different person. Please find the new identity office for me, please.
Right, and like I literally did it to myself, which is the worst part. Like, right, like when somebody else does it to me, that's one thing, right? But like doing it to yourself, fucking terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They're blooming and they're very pretty.
So I'm curious, what's the limit? What's the maximum PBN?
Wait, the maximum what?
Oh, you're not following the chat. Okay, that's
the pegs per. What is the M?
minute. Pegs per
minute.
Pegs
Minute.
per minute. Wait. How are you measuring pegs per minute?
I don't think TikTok would allow me to give my equation.
Yeah, I think that's a Discord conversation.
I think we're going to need to create a calculator of that. We might take into account all of these factors. But if you can take into account the factors of
You're not gonna do that.
Questioning your beliefs, then, go ahead and request on up if you have such a belief in a god or gods or anything like that. Can account for the factors. Like pegs per minute.
I am
I can't
finally
believe
no longer wearing jeans. I am now in a pair of comfy pink Mickey Mouse jammies.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It only took until 1:45 in the morning. What the fuck is wrong with me?
I will often spend most of the day in pajamas.
Okay, Toaster, I again only was skimming comments and skimmed yours incorrectly.
It came from trying to reinforce holes that were sharp spikes when trying to fasten cloaks. Anyways.
Michael V, I got this fabulous vintage velvet robe at the thrift store the other day. It's fucking fantastic.
Do you see that comment?
Outrageous atheist. My AI overview referred to the stream as a Google gremlin. What?
What does that mean?
We like gremlins here.
I don't know how to affect the AI overview, but it's clearly been wrong the last few days. It's usually like a day off on conversation topics. Did we have gremlining yesterday?
I don't know, but it did. Yeah, it did say we were having a rock paper scissors debate a day late. That is true.
Yeah, they don't give me any way to affect the AI overview. There should be. We got caught with all the pegging. That's what's going to happen tomorrow now. So tomorrow's AI overview will be deep in a serious discussion, questioning someone's beliefs. Someone's going to pop into the chat talking about pegging and how the AI is like.
I mean, talking about
That'll be fun.
ethics of begging would be fun. True, it's true.
Real optimistic of you to think we'll be deep in questioning someone's belief on a Saturday night tomorrow at this time. Really, we'll probably just be yelling at a drunk, and then somebody will pop in the chat talking about pigging, and that actually will be fun. But I admire the optimism, I do.
Hello, Liz. We're not talking about pegging, of course, as we usually are. We're seriously discussing how we're questioning people's beliefs in gods and higher powers and the like, because that's what
we've been talking about pegging for 15 minutes.
We're not talking about pegging.
You keep bringing it up.
Well, don't try to lie to people.
I'm trying to segue away.
Sounds like a lie to me.
Segue away from the...
Segue away.
We take all the accoutrement for pegging and we put it down and we walk away. And that's what we're doing.
The accoutrement.
Oh, fuck.
Why do you guys like us? That's the real question. You hear this? This is fucking madness.
We listen and we don't judge.
Sometimes judge. Just a little.
You should be judging right now. Pigwee!
Stop! Please!
That wasn't me, it was Michael V.
I know, I saw.
The chat is so fucking funny and shit. I love it. Oh my god, it's so funny.
All these excuses.
You guys are truly the best audience on TikTok, even if we're not to 100,000 likes yet. You've been working very hard on your pig puns, and that's a valid excuse.
And if you've got your beliefs pegged as the kind you can question, go ahead and request on. We're not here to peg you to the board. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. If you,
In the name of the rabbit is just fucking. There's layers.
no, Taff, no, we are not here to peg believers. Oh shit. Paniac with the paganism.
Oh shit.
That happens all the time. No, I'm not clarifying.
No, that's fine. Everything that you think Morgan meant.
Uh-huh.
And if you second guessed yourself and thought something else, she meant that too.
I also meant that too.
I love the chat.
Oh no.
Best audience on TikTok. Absolutely.
So forgiving.
They're not only forgiving, they're just like along for the ride. They're in it. They're just in it. And they're fully committed to it, you know?
They're in it.
I was trying to think of a pig pun about how fully committed they were, but I can't think of one, but they will. Blessed be the
When a word has the effect as the definition of the word, that's hilarious.
Oh fuck. You guys have like no chill and I can't handle it.
I think that we should have a bumper sticker that says "Blessed be the ball gag."
I'm here for it. Absolutely.
I love that.
Do it, I will.
Yeah, no, oh yeah. With your permission. emotional support pickle, but I love that.
I'm really glad Philly's not here.
It's okay, I'm taking notes.
This is fantastic.
Oh no, what's the poem gonna look like?
If the word peg isn't in there several times, I am going to riot.
Martha!
I don't think I can safely do that on TikTok, Liz.
Closest you could get is your what the fuck is pagan?
Is heretical in here? Heretical. Heretical does fun AI images. Heretical. Go forth if you're in here.
Now we have a full ass conversation to have by Valiant Men. I legit want to ask one about the PPM thing.
If Peg is in the poem even once, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through without laughing. I can't believe we're still believerless. Not a believer out there. Not a one.
We promised to stop talking about the thing.
Oh no. The first stanza. I once hung my thoughts on a peg by the door, assumed they'd stay straight if I questioned no more.
No.
Wooden and rigid, labeled truth, do not touch. I trusted that peg far, far too much. Not sure where this poem is going either. I pegged all my answers, too old, handed down boards, pre-drilled by tradition, pre-blessed by the lords. Every belief fit a hole someone chose, snug as a secret that nobody knows.
No, not that last line. Yuck.
Oh, it gets worse.
I'm sure it does. It sounds like X-rated Dr. Seuss.
But pegs wear grooves when the weight is too real. They creak when you tug. They squeal when you feel.
No! No! No!
A belief never tested, never undressed, is just pressure pretending it's blessed. I tried pegging doubt as a sin, not a tool. Was told not to play, not to question the rules. But curiosity leaned in, suggestive and slow. Said, if it fits so tight, why fear letting go?
I'm sorry, no. No.
Now I don't peg things down just to feel secure. No rush to lock answers that aren't even sure. I'd let ideas wiggle, slide, shift, and sway. If I can't handle truth, then it won't last anyway. Some minds want a peg leg, stable, stiff, and proud, marching in circles, never sleeping out loud. But I'd rather dance barefoot on questions that bite, then limp on a certainty, glued shut and tight. So don't peg me as lost just because I explore, or blush when beliefs start asking for more. A truth worth keeping can take a good doubt. If it pops off the peg, maybe it wanted out.
Thrayle, what have you been telling your AI?
It knows my style of poetry, and I just told it to make this one slightly peg suggestive.
Thrayle
told it to. I mean, so many people tend to miss the poem. I'll read a slightly less.
It's just a little silly thing. It doesn't mean nothing. It's just a little silly jokey joke. It's fine.
Is pegging a kind of sandwich? Yes, certainly is.
Sandwich the person and then you're okay.
See, there are layers, Talia.
I mean, yeah, absolutely can be defined as layers, yes.
Stop the planet. I want to get off.
Do we take breaks in here?
I know.
We're not monsters. I don't know. Speak for yourself. I might be a monster.
An assumption to make.
What is a monster?
I think it's something that people are afraid to understand. And understanding does not equate with condoning.
You miss Elevator Jesus, man. I don't. He was just as lucid as ever. And I can't imagine that's very well, obstinate, yes. Insufferable, yes. Obnoxious, yes. I'm not saying the word that I said I wouldn't say. Yeah, Cat totally missed out on the opportunity to ask him anything. I wouldn't even let him tell the elevator story again. Hello, Marley. Did you mean to request up?
Yes, I did.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, but like I can question it. I'm sorry if I sound like I don't know if you remember me from last time. Do you?
Vaguely, I remember that we spoke. I don't remember your
Okay.
beliefs or what we talked about yet.
My my voice is a little hoarse right now because allergies are going crazy right now in Texas. But regardless,
I understand.
are you in Texas too?
Yes.
Okay. I'm like really, really allergic to mountain cedar.
I'm surrounded by juniper trees and the like, so yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. So I might sound like a man, but I am not. I identify as a woman or whatever they call it. Anyways, I wanted like
the question was, do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power? You said yes. Which god is that?
Yeah, so we've talked about it before, and it was I said the biblical God, right?
Mm-hmm. Is it still the biblical God?
Well, I would never really believe in like a different type of God. Like,
you never would want to believe in a different God?
No.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, throughout my life, yes.
Throughout your life, you have. Do you believe the stories from it to be true and literal?
If you don't give me with the Genesis, like the stick was before or whatever the fuck you said. I'm sorry. Okay. Remind me of the words because last time I got kicked off because I said something I wasn't allowed to say. I said.
Don't remember.
Okay. Well.
But we talked about Genesis.
It's illegal. Try not to say the exact word.
Right. If it's an illegal substance or something, that might have been it.
But okay, like cuss words are okay.
Generally, cuss words are fine.
Because I heard you the other day. You told someone to shut the F up. So.
Yeah, I've definitely told people to shut the fuck up before. Mm-hmm. Yeah, fuck is a very emphatic word. It has several uses. But, no, so you would prefer that I not question you about Genesis 1 and 2 and the contradiction there?
Yeah, we already talked about that, and I was like, okay, yeah, I agree there's a contradiction there that I didn't really notice before.
Yeah. Have you looked any deeper into that since our conversation?
I read it, yeah, and I was like, and I've also heard like the discussions that y'all have been talking about since then, because originally, like the way I found this was like I was like, I know everybody talks about your voice, but it was like so peaceful, and so like I would just like I would listen to it as I fall asleep, like, and I would listen to it for hours, but then I would like kind of like subconsciously like maybe like go into my brain or like whatever.
Could be.
And so, but now like it pops up on my For You page like anytime I go onto TikTok. And so it just makes me think. But yeah, I have been questioning it a lot more.
What would you say is a new question that you have come up with about your belief in the biblical God? What is something that you question?
I think like that. I think the thing that really gets to me is like salvation. Because it's like in order. Okay, so like I told you, like I was raised like Seventh-day Adventist, so like they're supposed to be by the Bible, but it's like the way you're supposed to be saved. I'm doing air quotes as if you can see me. it's like you're supposed to be asking for forgiveness.
What are you supposed to be saved from? What do you need the forgiveness for?
That like sins, like so like the 10 Commandments and anything else is a sin. So like
So violating them is a sin, you mean?
Mm-hmm. And I have conflict with that. Not me personally, but just like, I mean, yeah, me personally. Yeah, sure, whatever. Say whatever. But also other people that I know who are, claim themselves to be Christians or claim to be this certain religion. They don't actually follow what we're supposed to be doing according to the law. But like, for example, like I have this friend who was dating this guy for years, right? And she always posts all the time, like, about being Christian, going to church, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, they get married. Like they were living together, right? And like obviously, like they were like when you live together with your boyfriend, what do you think's going on? You just like hold hands. Like no, obviously there's more stuff going on. And so it's kind of like, and that goes more into like it's kind of like a pressure to like you have to get married because it's not okay to like do natural things with people unless you have like a contract or something. Anyways, so I'm trying to explain the example of this. I'm probably bad at explaining, and I'm not going to look at the comments because you told me not to look at the comments. Yeah. I probably sound kind of silly right now, but
you don't sound silly.
Okay, but like as soon as they got married, they got baptized like the day before their wedding, right? And then they're married now. So if they do any physical things, it's okay now, all of a sudden, because they got dipped in water.
Because they got dipped in water and signed a contract.
Mm-hmm.
And you find that silly?
Yeah, I do.
Is there any reason why it should matter to an eternal creator of all existence who you marry or how soon you do things with them?
That's what I'm saying. That's like a big conflict that I have with it. Because like growing up, like my grandma always told me as like a little girl, like, like be modest and like, you basically, I don't know how to say this in an appropriate way. Your body is a blessing to whoever you marry. Basically, like whenever you marry a man, really kind of like gross. That's a present. That's how she said it. It's a gift to whoever you marry.
To them.
To them, right? But at the same time, I found out later on, after they both passed, my grandpa was cheating on her the entire time. So I was like, oh, what a present,
Sounds like he didn't appreciate the gift.
Maybe he just wanted more gifts. More and more gifts, unlimited.
Marley, does it matter to you if a God exists?
Does it matter to me? I mean, I would hope that there's something.
Why?
Because it kind of, I don't know. I would hope that there's something like, why does all this shitty stuff exist?
Mm-hmm.
I would like an answer.
Why do you assume that you would get any answer, even if a God existed?
Why would I assume that I would get an answer?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I mean, I guess it all comes back to, I'm getting deep here. I don't know. I didn't ask to be here, and now I'm suffering, and now I'm seeing all this shit, and I'm just supposed to be positive.
Feels like it should be fair that you would get an answer of some kind. But why do you think you actually would?
Because it would make my existence like less sufferable, basically.
How? How would it actually make it better?
Just like knowing, like just having peace, like even in, I don't know, everybody has their own like reality right in their head, but like even in my everyday reality, like I would rather know the truth and just be at peace by it than be like lied to and be like, oh, like, you know, just, they say ignorance is bliss, but is it really?
If you were to come to find that there was no answer, no God to answer, no afterlife, no purpose.
I mean, I would be perfectly fine with, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
That's
you
okay.
off.
I was just going to ask what that would change about your life, but it seems like you're going to go ahead and run with it. Go ahead.
I don't think it would change my day-to-day life at all. Because like obviously, you know, we're all gonna die at some point, and it's like you need to live like you're dying and whatever. Like certain things don't matter. I don't like, okay, like in the Christianity world, like yeah, it's like, okay, if you die, you rest until Christ comes back, until Jesus comes back, right? And then he comes back, and then you go to heaven for 1,000 years or whatever it is, and you get judged. But if all of that is fake, right? If none of that, if it's all just a fairy tale book, if none of that happened, like if I were to just like die, or just knowing that like I'm gonna die eventually when I'm like 70 or in a random car crash, whatever it is, it would not change the way I like live my life at all. I'm sorry if I got off track. I forgot your original question.
That's okay. No, the question was if you were to find there was no God, no afterlife, would it change how you live your life?
Yeah, so yeah, basically what I said, like no, it wouldn't. Like, I mean, no, it wouldn't. Like the only thing I would say, no, like if I knew the exact date if when I was gonna die, then, and I knew that was it, then yeah, but I wouldn't like want to harm anybody, or like I would just want to like maybe like, okay, maybe I'll go skydiving, or like I'll go to places I've never been before, like explore the world, or like, you know what I mean, like.
So it might make you want to live this life more fully if you knew there was nothing coming, nothing waiting.
Yeah, basically.
Would it not make sense to do that anyways? To live this life fully? as though there was nothing else after?
In my particular situation, no.
Why is that?
Well, because I have a 4-year-old. And I am no longer with her dad. We were married before, and now we're not. And now I'm in a new relationship. That's been going really well, but like I can't just get up and leave. You know what I mean? I can't just be like, I'm just gonna go live in Australia all of a sudden. You know,
Does living
like,
your
I can't.
life more fully mean getting up and leaving?
I'm sorry, what?
Does living this life more fully, does that mean getting up and leaving?
Well, okay, when you live in San Antonio, Texas, like maybe, because that was my original idea, because I had been here my whole life, and that was my original idea. I was like, F this place, I'm gonna leave. And so when I was like 21, I got up and I moved to Alaska, 4,000 miles away, and everybody thought I was crazy, and I was like, I don't care. I want something completely different. And I was like, I'm tired of all the people. I'm tired of how cold it is. I moved all the way over there. And I moved there, and I was like, this place is awesome. And then a few months later, there was like a huge earthquake. You can look it up. I'm not making this up. A huge earthquake. I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. I know you sigh.
No, it's okay.
Am I getting off topic?
You are, but you were also answering a question.
Yeah. So that's why I can't just like get on a plane and just, because I would, because I've done it before. And it was exciting. But
do you think that
I didn't get to finish? Can I just like add to my story before? After a few months, there was a 7.2 magnitude earthquake that hit, and it ended up shaking my apartment building so hard that it flooded, and I got PTSD, and I had to move back to Texas. So
the big wide world shook and yeah, did what the world does. So you went back to where it was safer, where you had a support system, right?
yeah, I was like, it wasn't about the system as in people. It was more like geographically safe, or because, yeah. So I had to move back to Texas, and I was scared, and it kind of changed. Because if that earthquake never happened, I would still be there, because I had big plans. Like I got accepted to the university there. Like I was studying to be a doctor in pharmacology, and I plan to stay there permanently. And after that happened, I just whatever.
Do you think if you found out tomorrow that this was the only life, that you would want to pick up and move, that you would want to go do something else with your life?
Involving like without or with my kid.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot to sound like a bad parent. I'm just seeing if you would, if you think that absent an afterlife, would that make you want to pick up and leave, with or without
Like
your child?
not,
I suppose
like,
is your
believing
choice. I would
that-
assume with, but
like not believing that there is anything else.
would that cause you to want to change the way that you're living?
No, that's my thing, is like, I don't think that, for example, like people make jokes about this all the time on social media, but like eating pork, they're like, oh, you'll do every other crime. I think it's against like Muslim culture. Like you'll do every other crime, but when it comes to eating pork, you just won't do it. But like, no, like I don't think it would change anything.
What is God actually doing for you? Let me broaden that question. What is your belief in God and the afterlife doing for you?
One second. I think it's just supposed to bring hope, or I think it's supposed to bring, like, are you saying for me individually?
Yes, for you, what is your belief in a God and an afterlife doing for you?
I mean, for me, it's just like a concept at this point.
It's just a concept. Is it providing you with any benefit, any usefulness?
Yeah, like I like with hope sometimes.
With hope.
Because like my boyfriend believes in it as well, like believes in God or Jesus, you know, and like sometimes we'll just, like, if we really are like struggling or whatever, like we'll still pray, and I feel like just like praying, like the act of praying, is a thing. But there's a song, it's called "I Only Talk to God When I Need a Favor," and I've always hated that kind of thing, like, because I don't want to just talk to God when I need a favor. And I used to pray every day, and I used to, like, I used to be like, I'm sorry, it's really cold outside, I'm shivering. But I'm just like, just thinking about, like, I don't know, I never wanted to be that person to, like, just depend on someone and then just like get nothing. I don't know, because it's supposed to be like a humbling experience, right? Like, isn't that what, like, I feel like that's a lot of like Christianity. It was like being humbled.
Your reason for saying that you get something out of it is the prayer that you and your boyfriend.
See, that's what I'm saying. I feel like
you hope.
No. I'm saying that's his mentality, because I feel like he never really prays unless he needs something.
Right.
But like when I used to pray every single day, I would just be grateful. I would pray.
Just grateful, but
I would just be like, thank you, thank you that I have a roof over my head.
The question I'd asked, I know. I'm sorry too. The question though that I'd asked was about what you were actually gaining from the belief, and I thought you were saying that there was like a hope there. What is it that the God and the belief in an afterlife provides for you? Is it just hope? Is there hope? Is there anything at all?
Well, I guess it's not just hope, but it's also like, like, who wouldn't want to go to paradise when they die, But also it's just like meeting like reuniting with everybody who I've lost, because it's so painful, like losing people that you love. I lost a lot of people that I loved growing up. Like my whole mom's side of the family dropped as flies when I was like a teenager, and I would love to see them again. So if their belief, what we grew up like learning and teaching, and like I will get to see them again, like that sounds great to me. Loved ones again,
Hope to see your loved ones.
Yeah, like there's like hope in that. Like it was really sad.
So still, I'm hearing the belief is providing hope, but just different kinds of hope. Do you want for an eternal afterlife?
I mean,
Is that what you want?
the way it's biblically explained, if there was an afterlife where there's no sin and everything's just perfect all the time, and we never die, but like to us and our mortality, that sounds crazy. I'm like, no. Why would anybody want that? Like, I'd rather just die and just like it be the end of it. It sounds crazy, but it's like the way like the Bible explains it. It's like, oh well, you're not meant to understand. Was like, why would you create us to not mean to understand why would you? That's where I'm like questioning, like, why would you?
Why would a God tell us about it at all if we're not meant to understand it?
It's like a tease, right?
Could it be that it is meant to be a tease, meant to be a sort of glimpse to make us want it?
I think like the human experience is all kind of effed up in general. Like whoever designed this concept like was not, I mean, like, why? There's
It's a great question.
Like,
it's a really good question.
Why are like so much? Why? Like, I think we can all go on and on and have so many questions. Like, why do we have so many questions? Because we're like, something isn't right here. Right? Because, but then, you're making me go, So I'm like, if it was a utopia and everybody's just happy all the time, right? Then that would be fine. But that would be boring.
Yeah, it would.
But only because we're human, we can understand that would be boring because our brains were designed that way. You see what I'm saying?
Do you think if you were in a utopia that had an exclusive membership where people were being left out, would you always be happy being in that utopia knowing people were being left out?
Well, like celebrities?
No, I mean, like people that you knew and cared about that just didn't believe that utopia was there, or that the God that built it existed, so they don't get in.
Can you explain that again?
Well, I'm kind of basing the question on the Bible.
That's about heaven?
Those that don't believe getting cast to the lake of fire. Would you be satisfied knowing that those who didn't believe were being burned for eternity in torment?
No.
Could you be happy in that exclusive pub?
That's the other questions that I have about it, right? Because it's like, my mom is not a Christian, right? So like, it's like, say like, in a certain sense, if Jesus were to come back like right now, my mom's like, I don't believe in him. It's like, I go to heaven, everybody else goes to heaven and she goes to hell. I'm like, my mom was a great person, but now I don't never get to see her again. And I have to live eternally in heaven knowing that my mom is burning eternally in hell. And they're just like, no, you just forget about all that. Like you just wipe your memory. Like, what is it, Men in Black? You just wipe your memory like completely.
Is that you then? If you're forgetting about the loved ones, especially your mother, the people who raised you, the people who shaped you into who you are, if you're forgetting those people, is that still you?
No.
So a zombie that looks like you,
You're
but doesn't feel like you.
Now. You're seriously scaring me now.
I'm not trying to scare you. But it does sound like...
It's not supposed to be a zombie. You're supposed to be angelical in a white robe.
I'm sorry, an angel that looks like you and doesn't feel like you or think like you gets to be happy while people you care about, while your mother and others like her burn for eternity.
Yeah, no, in a literal sense, no, that doesn't sound good. I wouldn't want that to happen.
Can you think of an afterlife that you would actually want?
I think it would be great. Like, why? Like, if like, okay, so if there's all this evil in the world, right? Why can't you just remove all the evil in the world and then just make a utopia heaven or whatever instead of just, giving people free will and it's like, oh, you failed the test, you're into the internal thing, you know what I mean? Like, why is there even a test to begin with? I didn't ask to be here.
Can you explain your concept of utopia? Like how you understand it?
And really quick before you do, I gotta thank Martha, also Cassie, Paniac, and pretty sure it was Hannah. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal.
Okay, am I good now?
Yes.
Okay, you said explain my version of utopia. I mean, where it, I don't know.
Your version, just your understanding of
like my like okay, so like for me, like be like what a heaven basically, or like you can use whatever word alternatively, where like nobody harms each other, everybody's happy, everybody cooperates with each other. It's just lots of just healthy foods, like actual natural foods that aren't GMO. That's just like one tiny detail. Oh dear. No, that's just one tiny detail. But I'm just saying, like, just in general, like people who like aren't constantly attacking each other for whatever it is, skin color or whatever. Like just everybody just living in harmony, animals included.
I might look into the definition of utopia.
Maybe I'm using the wrong word. I don't know. Can you look it up because I can't? Or can you tell me the definition of utopia because I can't do it on the phone right now. I don't want to lose y'all.
I mean, it's not necessarily vital to the conversation in the moment. It's something you can definitely look up and come back.
Okay, well, why are you questioning it?
Because it's not my role here to educate you.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you could just tell me, like, the actual definition of utopia, and you're saying I'm not aligning with what I'm saying, or I don't know what your purpose was of saying that.
It's just a question.
It's fine. Yes, I did go. Okay, that's good. No, okay, but no, seriously. Anyways.
No, I had a question and then it just ran away from me, Marley.
What is that background music that you have, by the way?
Oh, it's just an app I use to play looping background music. We're listening to a tavern loop.
Is it like medieval? It reminds me of like RuneScape. Did you ever play RuneScape?
Yeah.
You did?
Similar to that. Yeah, it's similar to that, but not that. Marley, why do you believe
You
it's
did?
similar to that? Yeah.
Okay, one, because it was embedded in me since I was a child, right?
That's an honest answer. What's the other reason?
Because nothing else ever really made sense to me. Like the alternative, I was like,
What do you mean by the alternative?
just other theories, or
Theories about what?
like the world in general, like the universe, like how everything operates. Because I think going back to it, like if everybody lived by the exact rules of the Bible, like wouldn't we have a perfect world according to the Bible?
According to the Bible. What do you mean perfect, though? So perfect where we stone the children who are disobedient. Perfect where the young virgins who are raped are forced to marry their rapists. Perfect where...
Exactly. I don't agree with that. And again, that goes back to me saying, like, why would you even have those things? That's the whole thing. I'm like I know, like, it's like, oh, evil incorporated in the world because, you know, Satan was there. Okay,
God said he made the evil.
Well, okay, so I'm not gonna quote Bible verses at this moment. I can if you want me to, but like I'm just gonna. What?
I can too. Like Isaiah 45:7.
You can. I've
Why
been on this live
might
several times.
Why might those things be included in the Bible?
What things?
Things that aren't necessarily aligned with society today.
Like what?
Like the stoning of disobedient children.
I mean, I'm sure people still do that.
So you stated earlier you're not sure why that would be in the Bible. And then
I mean, I'm sure people still do.
And then it process here.
Okay, well, you got me off topic now. I was on a roll, and then you said something irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant? You said that you disagree with those kinds of actions, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So why
might throw my child now?
Bible?
What?
So then why might those things have been included in the Bible?
Can we get back to what we were talking about originally? Thrayle?
In the Bible.
What was wrong with Morgan's question?
It's nothing wrong with it. I'm just like, I was trying to address what I was originally talking about before I go on to other things. Like,
What do you think you were trying to address?
you asked me a question.
And then Morgan asks you a follow-up question.
I was in the middle of speaking.
What was the question Morgan just asked?
Am I, like, basically something about children being stoned. Am I okay? Oh, so why is that okay with the Bible saying that children are being stoned? No, I'm not okay with that.
I said, why might those things have been included in the text?
Why might have those texts be included?
I'm not, is there any, I'm not sure how else to communicate this there.
Can you think of any reasons why those are in the text? Why the rules about stoning children?
Are you trying to tell me, like, I'm sorry, can you just be more clear? Because we were talking
If people follow the Bible and live by the rules of the Bible, it would be a perfect world according to the Bible, was what you had said.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and we were asking you about rules in the Bible.
Okay, because those were not. Does it say in the Bible you should stone your children? I'm talking about the 10 Commandments. I'm saying, like, that's the point I was trying to get at. I was saying, like, if everybody was like in a perfect world, air quotes, and everybody's following the 10 Commandments and everybody did as God said, then everything would be fine. And then you brought up stoning children. I'm like, okay, well, stoning children, that's completely irrelevant. I'm saying that's after
How many
Satan.
commandments are in the Bible?
I'm talking about the 10 Commandments. There's a lot, okay? But if you're gonna, I don't like how this girl's talking to me. She's like really weird.
This woman is talking to you, and she's just asking questions. And in Deuteronomy 21, are you familiar with Deuteronomy? If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and though they chastise him, will not heed to them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of the city at the gate, the place where he lives. And they shall say to the elders of the city, this is our son, stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the city shall stone him to death with stones. So shall you purge the evil from your midst. And all the marriage. Why would something like that be in the text, Marley?
Marley, you have to unmute. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
Why would something like that be in the text?
I wasn't referring to that. I'm referring to the beginning. I'm saying, like, if there was, if there is a God who wanted everything to be a certain way, and he wanted to give us free will, and like all that. Because when you're saying stoning children, I'm like, yeah, that would come after he allowed evil. But why would he allow evil? And that's why I was trying to go. You're reminding me now. That's why I was trying to go back into the story of, like,
I see. So back to Genesis, Adam and Eve.
He allowed evil. That's why I was trying to go back into the story.
Genesis, Adam and Eve.
What?
Genesis and Adam and Eve. Is that where he allowed evil? Where did he allow evil?
Well, the thing is, it doesn't go like in completely chronological order, right? Because, okay, hear me out. That's what this is what I was trying to say before. Because I don't know exactly where the Bible verses are. I can look it up, but when I was taught about Satan, this is what I was told. Only what I was told. That like. So Lucifer was one of God's angels, and then he got jealous that God had all the power. So he was like, I'm going to betray you. And then he came down to the earth and cursed it all, and that's the way of evil. And that's like a big red flag, or whatever you want to call it, right? because it's like, why would God allow, like, why would you create angels and be like, well, maybe if you don't feel so good on a Thursday, like, you can just, you know, feel like you like, fuck this guy, and then just like go and like curse the entire world, right? That's where I'm coming from. I don't know.
I wonder if that story's even in the Bible.
I'm sure it's in a lot of places. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
You're saying that causes you to question.
yeah, like, I never really, like, thought about it because it was just like, yeah, like, Satan's just evil and he just does these things and he was just a mean person. Never really.
Marley, do you think Satan is a character, like a single individual character in the Bible?
Single individual character. Well, it says like he morphs into different things. Like he was supposed to be like the serpent, right?
When?
Was he?
That's what it says. Anyways, can we just like not get into the tiny little details and just get to the point of what we're trying to say?
Why do you get so defensive after I ask you questions?
Because you try to like infiltrate little things that don't actually like I get what you're trying to like infiltrate little things that don't.
Are you sure? Are you sure it doesn't matter in the grand scheme, or is it because you have a different, like a goal in mind?
Well, you're okay. So so because I'm being questioned, I get to be the one who is explaining things. So yes, when she keeps saying like little tiny minuscule details that don't have anything to do with the point of what I'm trying to say, yes, it is interruptive, and I don't like that.
What is the goal for requesting up today, Marley?
Well, the goal is are you questioning your beliefs? And I'm saying yes, I have been questioning my beliefs, and I'm trying to explain to you why. So when I'm trying to explain to you why, and then it's this little something else, like just like trying to, I'm like, that's not what we're talking about. You're getting off topic.
Something else. How?
I know. I caught that. I think, Marley, that I don't have any more questions.
That's fine. Good night.
So, appreciate you coming up. But, oh, okay.
Sorry for taking the spotlight from you a few times.
But,
sorry for.
I realized that that was, I caught it this, I think it was probably.
Sorry for taking the spotlight.
I read this, I think, and then, yeah. And then every time after. Every time.
I couldn't tolerate it anymore. I was done.
Legion. I don't know if the chat is mean. I think the chat is honest. I don't think they're mean at all. I think there's
chat is observant.
Yeah.
I was the scary one this time.
I don't think they're mean.
One this time.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, I do, but I don't, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand the reasoning. I don't understand why it's that reasoning. Thanks,
Well,
guys.
there's that too, Lilu, but that was not what we were picking up on.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think I hope that Marley keeps asking questions, and
Absolutely.
I hope that those questions are genuine. Some of them, what she was expressing, what she wasn't being performative, was at least some decent questions, some things that people should consider. And I've heard many people express those ideas as they're deconstructing. But yeah, an interesting dynamic.
Mm-hmm. I'm not threatened, really. I'm not at all. I can't say you can have Thrayle because that's not my thing to give away because he's taken. So sorry. Just because I'm female presenting on this app does not mean I'm chasing after Skeleton Man. Sorry.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious how people leap to conclusions.
Absolutely. Absolutely weird. It's almost like we've been doing that since the dawn of time. Hmm.
Seems wise to question your assumptions in a place made for questioning your assumptions. What is time indeed, Sebastian? What is time?
Made construct. It's bullshit.
Is it just the unit of measure that we use, or is it some existent force of change that continues on? Is it a force of change, or just the fact of change?
Do you want my actual answer? Because I think you know my actual answer.
Yes.
No, time is a way for humans to label our concept of measuring how things progress and to give it a uniform label so everyone knows what the fuck we're talking about.
If we call it a sandwich, is it a sandwich?
Yes. Certainly a sandwich on that one.
So time just keeps timing along in its timey kind of way.
Uh-huh.
All the time.
I mean, you can measure time in any way you really like. We've just all agreed, for the most part, at least when it comes to hours and minutes. I can't say the same for Age of the Earth. We're still on the fence across the board on that one, I guess, for some reason.
Lilu left a very distracting comment. It says only if it tastes like a sandwich.
Well, what does a sandwich taste like?
Right. That's what I was like. Does an ice cream sandwich taste like a pastrami sandwich? Taste like a croque monsieur?
Taco, or yeah, like.
I am a sandwich. Do I taste like a croque monsieur? Maybe
I guess that depends on how you make your croque monsieur.
That's true.
Oh, wonderful. It's no longer below 0 in the sun.
Nice. You have sun?
For the moment. I don't know how long it's gonna last.
There's no windows in the studio.
It's gonna last.
All I have is the heat lamp in here that, as the audience has noted before, when the camera slipped.
Yeah.
All I have, as the audience has. Emotional support pickle says nothing. The word shouldn't even exist. I'm not sure what you mean. Emotional support pickle. What are you talking about? What is nothing?
Another concept. A conceptualized word. Nobody actually knows what it means.
The absence of everything. How can there be an absence of everything?
It would have to be the absence of things.
Right, because of the absence of everything, any one thing could be the absence of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's the absence of anything, absence of everything, any one thing.
Accurate.
I meant to hit the mute button, but if it's the absence of, it was well timed. While we're playing with buttons. Oh no, I forgot it got recorded over. Never mind.
Womp womp.
I know. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And I still have half a cup, not the measurement, the cup, full of blueberry coffee.
I need to go make my coffee.
So I have at least half a cup's worth of questions left in me.
The question, I believe.
Do you think so? You think they can? So, what is will?
Dun dun dun.
If you have the will to hit one of those buttons on screen that says request, or the two little people next to your chat box, then why don't you go ahead and will yourself to do that? If, of course, you have the ability, the curiosity, the courage to question whatever it is. So you have question whatever it is that you believe in, like a god or gods, higher power, mermaid, Sasquatch, alien, Mothman, or whatever. Hello, Andy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44, and I hope you're having a great day.
Having a great day so far, Andy. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I have a definite belief in a higher power that makes the grass grow and the flowers bloom.
Wow.
And I also believe that that same type of power created me, much like the flowers have a specific color or a specific like quality to their flower that makes them unique. I also believe that my creator instilled that in me and created me with a purpose and a gift, and that I can bring something special to the world.
So, Andy,
that's all.
Why do you believe in a creator?
I believe in a creator because I've had an intimate relationship with my creator, and also and because of that, I've been able to manage navigating through this difficult journey of life with a relative ease.
Andy, who is your creator? What God is it? Creator God are you talking about? Is it something from a tradition or doctrine? Is it something that can be learned about? Or
Well, when it comes down to the truth, Yeshua was the one that sacrificed his life in order for me to be forgiven for my sins. And Yahuwah was the creator of all that created Yeshua in the flesh to allow.
Where did you come up with this idea that it was a Yeshua and Yahuwah?
Biblical text.
What biblical text?
The Bible.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Absolutely. I've also read the original 88. It was originally 88 with the Ethiopian Bible.
Was it originally 88, or was it canonized?
Yes.
In some places?
And then they reduced it down to 66 because of information like the Book of Thomas and the Book of Enoch, which is very detrimental to the current establishment of what is so-called truth.
I see. So
on a 60s Enoch.
I wasn't quite done. You say you read the original 88 books. Do you believe the story is true and literal?
I do. I do, because it's been a so-called book that has been written by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit that has worked through the men and spoke to the men that were writing it. So if you don't believe in spirits and you don't believe that you can hear like an outside energy speaking to you, then the whole thing is a fake. And I understand why you might think that way, but I tend to subscribe to
you're
it.
preaching about what other people think.
I'm not preaching, but
great. So we're asking you what you believe.
I just understand. I understand why people don't subscribe to the same message I do.
You don't seem to have the self-control to understand. I think, Andy.
I'll listen. I apologize.
Yeah. So, you're still not doing it. So I'm going to go ahead and mute you now so that you can...
There's a delay, Thrayle.
That's sure. I'm sure there is. I'm going to go ahead and mute him, though, anyways, so that he can exercise his self-control. I think I'm going to go ahead and mute you. I'm sure there is. So the original, according to you, 88 books of the Bible, you believe them all to be true because you believe in a certain divine inspiration. And I was going to ask next, Andy, do you believe in the six-day creation to be literally true as it's written in Genesis 1?
Well, I do believe the book of the Bible to be the book of truth. So if I have to go off of what the Creator says, then yes, I believe that the Bible is a book of truth.
So, Andy, if you're reading the Bible and you think of it as a book of truth, how do you reconcile when parts of the Bible contradict other parts of the Bible?
Well, you have to look at the Old Testament compared to the New Testament. So the New Testament says that as long as you believe in a Creator and you actually have repentance for your sins, that you can become a new creation in Christ.
That's not answering my question, though. So, like, if there's a contradiction in the Old Testament between one book and another, or one chapter and another,
you can.
Like, if there's a one chapter truth.
It's definitely objective. It's up to interpretation.
It's definitely,
whatever resonates.
You mean subjective.
Whatever resonates in your inner being.
What resonates
is what you should go with.
Okay. So, for instance, if I were to read Genesis, and I were to read the order of creation, and it says that things are made in a particular order, and that plants come before the animals, and the animals come before the man, and the man before the woman, and that's the order it gives. And then I read Genesis 2, and it gives me a new order. And in that it says that the man comes before the plants, and then the animals, and then the woman. If it resonates with me that those are just completely contradictory stories that make neither one of them likely to be true, is that the truth then?
No, I would say that you need to read your Bible. I would say that the more that you read your Bible, the more that the actual truth will be revealed.
So the more I read the Bible, and the more you keep reading the Bible, going back to the Hebrew, translating it directly, the more that error or contradiction seems evident. So how would you reconcile a contradiction like that, where it says that the plants came before the animals, which came before the man, which came before the woman in one chapter, and then the man before the plants, and then the animals, and then the woman in the next?
Okay, so I understand why you feel that way, but the reality of the situation is that you can accept that you can love all of the people that you come in contact with, and you don't have to judge them. And if you allow that non-judgment to come into your life,
and this is not a judgment.
Can I interrupt? Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna have to interrupt. It's not a judgment, but are you drunk right now?
No.
You're sure?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay. So the question I had asked had nothing to do with accepting people or not judging people. It had to do with reconciling the order of creation between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. You see why I asked if you were drunk?
So, you want me to believe that it came from a single-celled amoeba, or...
Fascinating, Andy. Did I say anything about single-celled amoebas? You see why it's becoming more and more obvious that you might be drunk?
No,
I didn't say anything
that,
about amoebas, did I?
well, you believe
Did I
in
say anything about what I believe, Andy?
Well, I'm asking you.
Are you just a drunk person yelling at me about what you think I believe because you haven't heard me say a single thing about what I believe yet, Andy?
So what do you believe?
I'm not here to answer your questions, Andy. Do you notice how the board says, can you question your beliefs?
We're not here to answer my questions, Andy. Because you're just a fucking pussy that doesn't want to answer the truth. Do you believe in a creator or not?
Andy, you came up here and lied about being drunk, and you're going to lecture me about the truth now? Are you serious?
I'm not lying about being drunk.
Oh.
Homie, we literally heard you pour something.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't.
Wow. So now he's going to gaslight us too.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. You didn't hear me pour anything. We didn't hear you light anything either, did we? With the torch lighter.
Are you guys done with your manipulation?
We haven't manipulated anything, Andy. We're seriously just asking you questions and you're crashing out.
Yeah.
You can't seem to control
No,
your
you've
emotions.
created what
You're in the wrong
reality. You've created what you think is your reality, and then you're just going to walk it out.
Okay. Fascinating, Andy. I would suggest that you drink some water. Maybe catch a nap.
Eat something, take a nap.
Drink some water, catch a nap, eat some calories. You'll probably feel better. And then you can come back and see if you can question your beliefs. But I don't think that's happening in this state of mind. I do need to really quick thank Mo Sunshine, also Claire and Kat DeWitch for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Truly appreciate you. And of course, the queue is cleared again as soon as we drop down the guest who's drunk and...
Oh, but of course.
Watchman, I do too. I hope for his sake he's drunk, because otherwise, I don't know. Seek medical attention.
Please.
Loveless, we definitely don't have to keep pace with the guests.
Speaking of drinks, I need to go make my coffee, which requires getting up from underneath my blankets, and I don't like that.
That's what mine required too. I had to brave the 3 steps to the coffee maker.
I gotta walk all the way to my kitchen, which is way colder. Furthest room from the wood stove.
I have a button that I've been wanting to add to this board here, the board with the buttons. You know, it's got... Oh, that probably woke someone up. That was loud. It's got noises to add to this board here. It's got noises.
Best news right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has noises. But there's a button I want to add to it. And I'm not mean enough to add it. There was a clip from a TV show years ago. I think it was called Kids Say the Darndest Things. It's the have you ever had a dream? And so many people know exactly what I just...
I'm over here giggling, being like, fuck, put what you have in your hands down so you can unmute.
Liz, I think it is possible to do that. But,
I need that one for me when I lose the plot mid-sentence.
Right. See, that's the thought is, I have this idea of using this button. Most of the times I think I would be most inclined to use it would be when guests are on, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to just mock guests for not being able to complete coherent thoughts, but
You
sometimes I do.
It's okay.
So that was my thought, was like, are there enough instances where questioners who can take a joke?
I'm here enough. It's okay. It's a good signal to be like, hey, rein it in.
The other button I thought of adding was the Billy Madison, the one, what you just said, the game show one, what you just said made everyone in here dumber. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. That one. But I don't feel mean enough sometimes to go through the process of setting the buttons up.
What makes that one even funnier is the end of it saying, may God have mercy on your soul.
Uh-huh. Liz is still on a Peckapalooza in the chat.
Girl, you gotta let it go.
We have a request in queue, but I have a feeling that they just were either wildly tapping because they're amazing, or they fell asleep and accidentally requested up. But if you did mean to, and you know who you are, because I just cleared you from the queue, if you did mean to request, do it again, because I would love to question you. I just don't want to put you in the spotlight if you didn't mean to be here. Bridget says, if it was me, I didn't request. It wasn't you, Bridget, but I wouldn't mind questioning you either. I know this chatter is not likely to request. I think you hit a certain point after watching the Batcolyte, where you're either gonna try to jump up here and, get questioned, go through the process, or you resign yourself to the fact that you either don't want to or don't need to, and keep watching. And I think this was one of the latter. They've been watching a very long time and never intentionally came on panel, so.
But we love having them here whether they're awake or not.
Oh, absolutely.
We're just latched right onto that.
It's just there.
Rock jaw, not letting go. Got it.
I know. You know what you did? Right Redwood, it's a box store brand. It's off-brand from some other off-brand, I'm sure.
Sorry, my water is loud.
No, I know the feeling. It's always uncomfortable for me whenever I'm making like noodles or coffee in the studio, and it seems apparent that nobody else is about to ask a question, so I know I have to, and I just have to time it so that it doesn't like audibly pick up the coffee maker in the background.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Nothing worse than that audible burst of air that pushes through the coffee maker at the end. Be terrible to unmute right then. Sound like a dreadful noise.
Stop trying to get me to do it.
While we wait for a guest, I think, quick reminder to everybody, we are taking guests. That is what we do here. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I just want to know if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? But I should also take this time to thank Mo Sunshine, Claire, and Jonathan D. for helping with the last goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. And thank you all for 100,000 likes. We're 101.5.6, right as I said something. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all the tapping, and of course, the more we tap, the more we share, the more likely that somebody with a belief in a god or gods or anything like that might scroll through here with the courage or curiosity to request up and question their beliefs.
I love living above 1,000 feet. It's great.
Does that mean your water boils faster?
Slower.
Slower. Oh, yeah. Great. Exciting. Do you make sure and watch it while it boils so that it takes extra long?
I specifically avoid looking at it.
Do you think watching it will actually make it take longer?
No, but it makes me impatient.
Mm-hmm. I concur. See, we question our own beliefs too.
Tee-hee.
Whatever that was, that almost belief.
I do a lot of like superstitious things, I guess, but I don't know that I actually like. I don't want to say I don't like believe in them. I don't attribute them to anything. Like, it's just a funny little thing we used to do.
So one of my sisters was very superstitious growing up, and regardless of me accepting the superstitions or not, I was inundated with them. So the black cat, the ladder, the knocking on wood, all of these things were kind of ingrained in me, but I always questioned them, and it pissed her off when I did.
Because why are you asking why? You just need to not make sure, you need to make sure that cat's not crossing your path. It's like, no, I want to know why. Why? What black cat messed someone up so bad that now all the black cats are bad?
Yeah, I stepped on so many cracks and lines in the sidewalk and never felt a tinge of guilt that I might injure my parents by doing so.
I do it on purpose sometimes. I figure stepping on a crack or a line is more productive than really anything else I could say or do to my parents.
Liz says, where's Tom Hanks? He, if you're talking about who I think you're talking about, is getting up early to host a discussion between an Israeli and a Palestinian today. So he was on the panel, but dropped off early. And Tutski's been busy with his new job, I guess, lately. I haven't seen much of him except in the comments in the mornings. Imagine on a Saturday he'd be sleeping in. Hello, Maria. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
63.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
Which god is it that you believe in?
Well, I believe in the traditional. I was raised Roman Catholic, so I believe in the Holy Trinity, but I don't believe that Mary gets the love she's supposed to get. As much. Like when I pray to the Madonna, Mary, the mother.
Because you're Catholic.
Because think about it, in a home, who keeps it all together? Dinner on the table. Who gets the kids dressed? But
so, have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have. It was, I was in my mid-30s, so pushing 30 years ago that I read it. It took me like a whole summer. I would read it out while the kids were swimming, read it out by the pool. People made fun of me.
Do you believe this story is to be true and literal?
Well, I do not think it is literal. I understand that they're trying to make points, and some of it is even mildly entertaining. Like the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. They made a Broadway a show out of that. I kind of understand. I know I'm dating myself because that was like in the 70s. I kind of understand why they made a Broadway show about it. It was an interesting story, and it had a point, a moral point. But no, I don't believe that it's, literal. There's a lot of Roman Catholic things that I'm just like, I'm done with. Which is why I kind of came up here, because I'm kind of floundering with that.
I see. So you're kind of floundering with your belief in the literalism, the truth of the stories.
You mean the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just a book, like, so I get it. They're trying to make a point. They, they use control, make a form of control. But what I flounder with is the disappointment in the Catholic Church. I'm actually not even floundering. I'm straight up disappointed.
So you're disappointed with the Catholic Church?
Very much.
Why are you disappointed?
Well, all the pedophilia things and how they just move. I mean, you see some of these documentaries, some of these priests are at it for 30, 40 years. And they just keep moving them from parish to parish, back to Ireland, back to, whatever, back to America, it's just everything but put them in jail is where they belong. If our own religion doesn't protect our children, who will?
Does the church have any incentive to protect the children over the clergy?
Well, I think the last few years, decade or so, people are becoming more aware of what's been going on. So maybe now, just for the good press, bad press factor. But I don't really think they have incentive to protect children. They should. They're, of course, the children are our greatest resource, right? The next generation. But they protect each other, just like every, club. Sometimes I go off on tangents, so if I didn't.
It's okay. I'm still trying to pin down where you are in your belief. I see that you're struggling with the church, with the organization of it, with the scandals. Where are you in belief of God and Jesus?
How does that affect your belief?
Well, I do believe that there's a higher power called God, and could it be a woman? Of course it could be. Could it be a non not a human formed entity? Of course, there's that too. I mean, it could take any shape. I'm open to any, but because of that, I was raised. I believe in the traditional Holy Trinity, which is God the Father, Jesus is the Son, and Mary is the Mother. And as I said, Mary.
Yeah, Mary doesn't get enough credit.
Mm-hmm.
But do you believe that there is this God, that the Jesus story is true?
Well, okay, yeah. So, did he ascend? Did he ascend into heaven? Did he come back to life after 3 days? You mean that whole part of it, the Easter and Good Friday, and I don't really think that that's true. I mean, I believe more Hebrew, what the Hebrew people, the Jewish people believe, that he was like, a righteous, good man. He was a prophet. You know, there's a lot of stories, like they say Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. And there's a lot of theories that no, maybe she was just a wealthy widow. I mean, clearly, if you're a prophet and you spend your days preaching the good word and not working, you need somebody to support you. You know, that makes more sense to me than her being a prostitute.
So hold on. Wait. Are you saying that Mary Magdalene was Jesus's sugar mama?
No, I was saying that she was one of the faithful who happened to have the means to, help Jesus, just help Jesus, help the apostles, help whoever, needed help. The
Why
word.
do you believe these characters existed?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why do I believe these characters existed? I don't believe that they're, like there was exactly a woman, named Mary Magdalene, but I believe that they were constructed, like prototypes, like character types, to make a message by the men who wrote the Bible.
Is there any reason that those stories would show up? Because you said that these men wrote the Bible,
right?
And you're also Trinitarian, and you have a high focus on Mary getting the recognition she deserves.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, maybe I don't mean to sound that. I know there's men in the room, but a lot of it is control, not just of women, but also of poorer people. Just like our Constitution. So yeah. Anyway, I feel like the Bible was written so that people would believe a certain way and follow certain rules and stay in line.
Which rules changed?
Unfortunately, I don't think any of them truly changed. I think maybe some are not as strict as they were, but I still think that certain people are marginalized and oppressed. It seems kind of silly when I say it out loud, It seems kind of, yeah. They're characters in a book, I guess when you're, it's forced so many years. It's hard to separate. Yes, you question, but it's hard to really. How deep am I questioning?
Why would it be just as important to give Mary recognition as it would Jesus or God? Outside of personal reasons.
Well, if she's well, first.
Oh, we lost your audio, friend.
It sounds like you might be covering the microphone.
I might have for a second.
There you go.
There you go. Much better.
Sorry. Well, let's face it. Mary was a single mom, pretty much. I mean, Joseph was there, but I see, again, there's another. Is he a character? Is he? You know, what is the historical truth? You know, did any of these people really exist? I just think that, you know, because I guess I'm in some type of feminist era right now. I just think that, I don't know, Mary is a lot more important and valid and powerful than the Bible would have us, or the traditional Roman Catholic religion would have us. You know, she's revered as the mother of God. That's it. That was her job.
And women are so much more, aren't they?
Well, I think they are.
Yeah. So, shouldn't she be more than that?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
just mother of, not even really God, right? Mother of God's
son, right?
Well, is it really his son? Did they?
Yeah, right. And that's you know, a pretty incredible story right there.
I mean, even if it's to be believed, then she immaculately conceived at what age? 14, maybe, if we're generous. 16.
Right.
She immaculately conceived a child from a man she never knew, a God she never intimately
had heard of before.
Knew, and then raised the child. In what way is she the mother of God, though? Is she the mother of God's avatar, or God's shell?
Right. So she's the mother of his son, and according to the Catholic religion, he played a very important role because he died for us on the cross to take away our sins, to take our lives. But I see a lot of sinning going on.
Seems like he wasn't very successful. Wasn't the Messiah supposed to bring everlasting peace?
Right, which is why the Jewish people do not believe that he was the Messiah. They believe that he was a good, righteous man, but they don't think he didn't quite make the cut for them.
If he didn't make the cut for Messiah, and we just look back at the Hebrew scriptures, is that what you would want to follow? Is that the God you would want to believe in?
Sometimes I think I do believe. Like, I was married to a Jewish man, and sometimes we would talk, and he'd look at me, he'd turn to me and go, "That's Hebrew thinking. That's Jewish thinking." Really, I don't know. It's what makes sense to me. I don't know what, you know. I didn't realize, because I never studied the Torah. You know, I took religious instructions till I was 14 years old, class every week, and it was all Catholicism. I never was formally taught any other religion.
Without the sacrifice, supposedly, of Jesus, would you be bound to the Torah, the laws?
I don't know enough about the laws. I mean, you know, I know there's different sects of Judaism, and some of them seem very extreme, more extreme than the Catholic Church. So I wouldn't commit to that because I don't know enough about it.
Absent the Bible, absent the indoctrination, the things you've been taught and told, is there any reason that you have to believe that there is a God?
I do believe that there is some type of spiritual, someone that's kind of looking over us. It's comforting to think these things. Like, I believe in heaven. Like, I believe when I die, I'm going to be reunited with my grandparents and my father. And, whether I completely understand if people think that's ridiculous. It's comforting for me.
Does it matter if it's true or not, if it remains comforting?
Well, if it's not true, I guess I probably won't even know the difference, because I'll just be, I don't know, a handful of dirt or a puff of smoke or, whatever. But as I'm here on Earth and I'm struggling just like everybody else does, getting through our daily lives, that's one of the things, that helps me.
Does it matter if it is ultimately like Linus's security blanket?
I guess that is what it is. You're probably right. Like, even personal interactions that I've had with priests recently. My grandson goes to a daycare that is on the grounds of a church. It's not a Catholic daycare. But they use the church grounds. I guess during the week there's no mass or whatever. And he stepped on a yellow jacket nest, not honeybees that we are supposed to be protecting, yellow jackets. And he got stung, I don't know how many, I forget how many times. He got stung 9 times, I think. The whole nest went after him. That's what happens. It happened to me once when I was a kid, too. There's a lot of them around here, where the part of the country we live in. And the priest was like, well, we have to, they were supposed to call an exterminator right away. Well, we have to treat all God's children, all God's. I was like, I said to my son, come on, let's go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of cans of, hornet killer and go over there and take care of it ourselves after dark tonight. It's, of course, after a day, and my son and my daughter-in-law keep saying, the yellow jackets have to go. They finally did do it. The honeybees is a different story. That doesn't require an expert to move the nest. We need to help them survive. And that's science. That's not biblical, But how can you put a 4-year-olds, and not just, if you're going to leave the whole nest there all summer, you're endangering all the kids.
Is that giving you any reason to believe toward a higher power? Or is it?
Yeah, well, I definitely, I'm not one of, there are people, I think it's mostly in past generations, there are people who think the priests are, they go, just, I just believe that they're human beings and just as flawed as everybody else on the world. Sometimes more, like as we discussed earlier, when they're enabled by the whole entire organization.
I can hear a lot of the reasons, Maria, why you have trouble with the Catholic Church, why you're disillusioned with the Catholic Church, I think would be a safe word to use.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to beat a dead horse here.
No, it's okay. I'm definitely hearing a lot of the reasons why you why you doubt that faith and why you question what you were brought up in. I would encourage you to keep asking those questions, to keep questioning what it is that you actually accept and want to be true, and see if there's a difference there. And I would also wonder if wanting something to be true is enough comfort for you, or if you need to really believe.
Yeah, well, right now it's enough. Everything in life is temporary, is one of the things I've learned. And, that may change.
I can understand that. I appreciate you coming up and sharing with us, Maria.
Thank you
You've
for
been
having me.
very honest and open, and I appreciate you answering the questions.
I was very curious. I saw this live the other night, but you were packed, or the other day, I mean. And I was very curious because I see you even have mermaids and Bigfoot. Like, you guys are open to everything. And
we're just here to see if people can question their assumptions. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your time.
I appreciate you, Maria. Thank you so much for coming up and answering the questions. I hope you keep asking questions.
Thanks for having
me. Definitely come back when you've got more answers, or just another time. I'm sure we'll have more questions. Big W's, though. She's definitely questioning her beliefs and doing quite well at it.
And don't be afraid to stick around and listen.
And we did have 2 in requests when I set her down. One is a ghost who's probably not going to load. We'll give them a moment, and then I will try the next. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, you could join that queue. Go ahead and request on up. Hit one of the boxes on the screen, or the pink and blue people next to your chat box. I could have kept questioning Maria probably for hours. There's enough there to question, but I definitely don't want to.
We were starting to push some barriers right there. Yeah. Barriers isn't a good word, but it's the best one I have.
Yep. Hello, Shinobi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I am a Catholic Christian, and I believe in God and Jesus and things of that nature. But that's not what I want to talk about.
Fascinating. Well, I did want to ask a couple questions about that. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
That is not possible in my belief. Because the Bible is a forever written book. The Bible is not of exactly the literature that people think it is in the book itself. It's everything everything on earth that has been and will be. I have not read the entirety of the Bible.
I'm sorry, you say it's impossible to read from beginning to end. Is it impossible for you to read from beginning to end, or do you just not think anybody who claims they
my belief is that the Bible is the beginning of time to the end of time. The book itself I've read cover to cover, and I've read other things. I've read Hebrew texts. I've read the Torah.
So you're just saying Bible means something other than the collection of either 66 or 88 books.
But I have read the Earth Bible that people read to
Earth Bible. So are there more Bibles?
Well, the Bible is the idea that there's things like, I didn't want to talk about this at all. I wasn't prepared for this one. I was prepared for my other one.
What do you mean your other one?
You didn't see my comment. Can I tell you the belief I have?
Well, I mean, we're already talking about this one.
Okay. Well, yes, I have read the Bible. What else would you like to know?
Do you believe the stories within the Bible, the Earth Bible, as opposed to be true and literal?
Parable is in the Bible. And there are things that I believe are fictitious in the way that parable is being used to explain them. And I believe that there are things that are very true.
So like the 6-day creation story from Genesis 1, is that true?
That's a hard one to determine. I believe that's a parable, and that days of time in God's eyes are not days that we understand in our sun and moon. For the sun and moon exist.
Does that make it a parable, or does that just mean that day means something else here?
I believe that the story is true of creation, and I believe that it's a parable that the days were 24 hours in your...
I see. Parable meaning a story that has a meaning, or do you just mean a metaphor? Are you just saying it's a...
Parable as in it is harder to complex, or it's complex to understand what a day to the creator of all things would be.
I see. So parable as in your own definition of parable, not anything it means otherwise.
And the meaning of a day to before the sun, what even is that?
That's a great question. What does that even mean, since there are 3 days before he makes the sun? But you believe the order nonetheless, just not days, not the length of time.
I do believe that, yes.
Fascinating. And so in Genesis 2, when it gives a completely different order and says man was made before plants and animals.
I don't know. That's where I believe that there's a lot of parable in the Bible. That's kind of hard to believe.
Is parable just kind of a word you use when you're not sure if it's true or not?
I really wanted to discuss something else, but...
We'll get there. I saw your comment.
Okay. But what would something do to make itself have something to contradict it, you know? Well, those are two different people writing scripture at very different times.
You're talking about a different person wrote Genesis 1, then wrote Genesis 2.
I think that at every moment of a person's time, they don't understand what's going on. And that was a human error. As opposed
What was the human error?
The human error was they forgot to proofread their stuff, and then it got published.
So they forgot to proofread their stuff, and so the error they made was saying that God made plants first on the 3rd day, and then animals on the 5th, and then humans on the 6th. Was that the error? Or was the error in the next chapter when he said before there were plants, he makes a man?
I don't know. That's a tough one.
I can appreciate and I don't know.
Because I wasn't even alive when that was written. I don't know the guy who wrote Genesis, you know what I mean?
So then why would you believe any of it is true if you don't know who wrote it or why they wrote it or really what it even means?
I've died very close to death several times. And I've been in a meditative trance in those near-death experiences where I've seen things that make absolutely no sense. I came back after saying, "You are not my God," and it's weird. Why would that have happened? Why would I was like 5 years old and I almost died of food poisoning. And I told a 5 times bigger than me demon that you're not my Lord. And I came back to life.
How do you know that there was a demon there? You said you were 5 years old. Could that not have been a state of your mind, an imagined moment.
I believe it was imagined, but what is real and what is fake? I have a poem written actually on my wall I could read you about.
That's okay. I don't need the poem right now.
Every dream is real, though. It's just perceiving as something.
What do you mean every dream is real?
Well, let's take it from here. Like Dragon Ball Z, people understand it's fictitious, but it's a real thing. It's a
What do you mean it's a real thing? It's a story. It's a story that somebody wrote and took the time to write. But does that mean that the things that happen in it actually happen somewhere? That there is an extant place where the
if
story
you believe
occurs?
in multiple dimensions of something,
What is
maybe
a dimension?
Dimension would be a place that is perceivable, whereas we live in the third dimension, which is what we call it, where we think that our eyes and ears and senses make sense to like things.
So we live in the third place that is perceivable. Is that what you're saying? Dimensions are places that are perceivable.
I'm just saying that's what we call this dimension. There might be a dimension.
The third one. Do you know why we call it the third dimension?
Yes, there might be a dream dimension, I'm saying, like an ethereal plane.
Do you know why we call it the third dimension?
Because we can see three sides of something.
Not quite.
And things have three sides that are visible, pretty much. Like, if you look at a square on an angle, you can see, like, three sides. It has three dimensions.
3 dimensions.
Yeah.
Dimension, there's that word again. It is 3 places of perception. Is that what you're saying?
We can see length, width, and height of things.
So three different scopes of measurement.
Correct.
Okay, so we have 3 different scopes of measurement. Would that mean a dimension is like a scope of measurement? So we have 1 dimension would just be 1 scope, and 2 dimensions would be 2.
Where the scientific understanding of our dimension makes theoretical sense. The scientific definition of our dimension makes theoretical sense. But what I'm trying to discuss is there's an ethereal dimension.
What does ethereal mean?
There's a dream dimension, there's a thought dimension, where like electricity from our brains resonates and creates and destroys things.
I'm sorry, there's a dream dimension and a thought dimension. Why do you think that these dimensions actually exist?
Because it's from manifestation of thought and
what does manifestation mean?
Manifestation means to create. And there's creation through thought, time, and energy.
What do you mean by creation?
All right. Let's say that, I'm going to use a mythological thing for a minute, like the story of the Minotaur. That was a manifestation which took time, energy, and thought, where they put amount of time, amount of energy, and amount of thought into the story. And they would make it seem to children that was real, so they would not want to be virgins for the rest of their life and make children. Whereas the manifestation or dream monster,
I'm sorry,
Minotaur,
you said that they tell the story of the Minotaur so that children would not want to be virgins forever. What?
Because they would sacrifice only the virgins that were old to the Minotaur. It was to create more population. That was the idea.
Fuck?
That's the political idea behind the Minotaur story, by the way. To be sentenced to the labyrinth and then murdered by a giant pig monster if you didn't have some. Yep. And if you're the more
where did you get this version of the story?
Thank you.
Mythology.
What mythology?
What? Yeah.
That's Greek.
Yes. What? I mean, I guess what source is this
This isn't
version
what I
from? Huh?
I got the book in storage. I forget the guy's name, and I can't look it up right now. But he's a famous mythological examiner. But that's my understanding of the political science behind making the Minotaur story. That's my critical thinking based political idea of it. But you're getting away from what I'm saying. Like, the manifestation of the Minotaur is real, whereas in that time period, it was real for a time.
What do you mean real?
If I had a child and I told him Minotaurs were real for his whole life or her life, they would believe Minotaurs are real. And they told the kids that in Greek mythology, like, that the Minotaur was real. And they believed it. Where you believe what you understand.
Who told the kids that?
Mm-hmm.
The people that wrote the story of the Minotaur, and then the people trying to scare kids.
Who wrote the story of the Minotaur?
I don't fucking know. The people who wrote it, and before that was a thing. What was his name? Homer? I don't know his name. He could have a pen name too. Whoever wrote like the Iliad and the Odyssey and all that crap, made all the gods. Probably a conglomerate. They're like big, huge, and there was a ton of subsects of their like understanding because there were so many islands. But I really wanted to go into my actual comment, which kind of
wanted to come up here and give a sermon on otherworldly creatures existing without challenging any of the beliefs that you express along the way.
Okay. Yeah, I believe in God, and I have a little bit of knowledge in other religions.
What is knowledge?
Well, I've read the Quran a little bit, an English version of it, a little bit, like just certain parts, like basically they're psalms.
What is knowledge?
The product of education and learning, and what you can retain. With your brain. Sure.
With that knowledge of the Iliad and the Odyssey, how is the Bible any different?
That's a good question. Well, the Bible is an education source to promote peace and unity.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Peace and unity for who?
Peace and unity for those who understand in the Bible. When Abraham created the 4 religions, that was probably the worst thing.
I'm sorry, Abraham created 4 religions?
Yeah, because when you made
Which
one,
4?
Oh man, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, or Catholicism, or whatever it was called, belief in one God, and then I believe Satanism, or the belief in the God of the underworld, or whatever the hell you want to call it.
What?
Okay.
When did Abraham create the 4 religions?
I don't have that. I gotta get the. I don't know, man. There's more religions than that, though.
I have to know. This is like I'm dying to know. What book are you flipping the pages of to find the answer to that?
I don't have my apocrypha at all. I really don't want to talk about this.
Why is that?
Knowledge at the moment. Because
Is
I
it
want to talk
possible?
about what I commented on.
I know, but is it possible that your beliefs, whether it be the one you commented on or the one you're avoiding now, that they are in error, that you are mistaken?
Yeah, there is. Well, I have a witchcraft book in front of me, and I'm just there's certain things that even the devil understands as prayer.
I'm sorry, what does a witchcraft book have to do with the devil?
Very curious.
Well, I mean, it has to do with the thing I was talking about, where there's entities that you cannot see or perceive in every corner, in every place. That
There's an
have
entity.
been dead for maybe yesterday, 10 seconds ago, or for a long time.
May I ask
an
which
entity?
book?
Well, I wanted to talk about that. Well, I want to go back to my comment. What did I exactly say?
Don't worry
Hold
about
on.
your comment. We're asking the questions at the moment. We'll get there.
I'm being interviewed.
Right. It's not going to matter too much what you want to talk about unless the questions go there. And they seem to be going there. So Morgan's got a question. What is the book?
What is the book? Oh, prayers that rout demons and break curses, which in essence is the exact opposite. Prayer, it's curses that make prayers. That's kind of fucked up.
Who's the author?
The author, John Eckerd. I think it's a book of witchcraft, though. That's just nuts.
Have you looked into that author at all?
Don't even care. I think that guy fucked up when he wrote that.
It was the 1950s, right? John Eckerd, 1957.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were all into exorcisms and shit back then.
Prayers for breaking demonic influences so you can walk in God's promises.
Yeah.
And you find that book to be witchcraft?
I believe that it's pretty much not using the God's way in the right way.
Which God?
The one that we revere with Hosanna in the highest.
I'm sorry, the one that we revere with what?
Hosanna in the highest, the one God, the true God, the only God. All other gods under him are not exactly gods, they're all false idols.
When you say the one...
The creator of everything. Something had to create the earth and everything, in my opinion. I don't believe in evolution as much as adaptation. I believe in it.
Why?
Why? What exactly?
You said you don't believe in evolution, right?
I believe that animals can adapt over time.
Mm-hmm.
Things. But I don't believe that they can completely change from a fish to a monkey.
Why?
I just don't. It doesn't seem scientifically possible that a metamorphosis of that nature can occur in chromosomes.
Who said metamorphosis? Where's the metamorphosis happening? That would be a single life form, like a tadpole, right? Like a tadpole turning into a frog. Where in evolution does it describe metamorphosis of fish into monkeys?
Well, if humans came from something else, like animal-based, why is everything's chromosomes completely different? That would have to be a metamorphosis or a mutation that most of the time we've discovered that mutations make them into...
What is a chromosome?
A chromosome is a DNA structure, like precursing the understanding of what it's like, the map of your DNA, like how it's going to be built. Like how a physical body builds itself based off of like a ton of character traits and things.
And you're saying that because our chromosomes are so different from other living things, then...
I don't believe that I don't believe that a mutation or adaptation can change your chromosome. Correct.
And have you studied genetics at all?
Briefly. In high school, where...
How many chromosomes? How many chromosomes does the average human typically have?
I'm pretty sure it's 32. I'm not exactly sure.
If it were 23 pairs, so 46 total.
There we go. I must be thinking of a horse or something. There's all sorts, but I haven't looked into science in a minute. I've been doing a lot of martial arts and meditation lately. Just focusing on food. Sorry. Ooh.
Might look into the genetic mutation between men and women.
There's an accent Y that's different. That shit's crazy. Genetics is really interesting.
Shinobi, does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
Yeah. I believe it's true. I figure I haven't really found anything to falsify it.
You haven't found anything to falsify what the belief in the entities?
Oh yeah.
Or the belief in the God, or the Bible?
I believe that there's God, there's one God. Yes, on Jesus Christ. I believe that the stories in the Bible.
Why?
Scriptures to live by.
Why do you believe that there is a God?
Because I surrendered to a higher power. And ever since that day, I was young. I was very young. Ever since that day, I've been granted the idea of, like, I'm a pretty smart guy, and I've lived a weird life that makes no sense. And then somehow it all works out, no matter what you do.
Granted the idea that in the end it all works out for you because you gave yourself to a higher power.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that things have just happened to work out for you, and if they hadn't, you wouldn't be around to notice that the giving yourself to a higher power had failed?
I don't know.
Do you think it's possible anybody else in the history of, like, ever has given themselves to a higher power and not had things just work out?
Well, I'm not saying everything's in my life perfect. And I'm going to say that everything lives and everything dies. And you got to be careful with how you project your beliefs in this world. You can't project the belief of Jesus in a mosque and expect everybody to be okay. I am not a convert.
Not related to the question really at all.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I actually don't know that I have any more questions for you, Shinobi. I think my answer has become clear. Morgan, did you have any questions for Shinobi before we move on?
Not at this time.
Hey, thank you for having me on live. That's fun.
Yeah, appreciate you, Nick. Hope you keep asking questions, and maybe another time we'll have more questions for you. Yeah. Time to move forward.
Background.
Oh yeah, that thing. That because if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, that is what the fuck we are talking about. And if that is the case, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or burgle your god. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? I'm guessing Andy didn't mean to be here. That's okay, though. Appreciate you, Andy. We do have a returning guest, however. Cullen, can you
Hi there.
remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god is that?
I have a belief in creator, God creator.
Which god creator is that?
He appears in the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
A little young, but planning on continuing to read it.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not?
Yeah, it would matter for me for there to be truths in the Bible.
For there to be truths in it, not that the stories are true.
They point towards truths.
What does that mean, they point towards truths?
Well, I think it's similarly like words, they point towards truths.
Words point towards truths.
Basically saying that
Can you explain what you mean?
Well, I guess simply I'm just saying that I care about its, symbolic truths, and then also there are literal things that do happen, but it's not as important.
Can you narrow that down a little bit more, please?
Sure. So there's a thing that actually happened, and then there's the echo. And the echo can become foggy or whatever, or the reflections can look a little bit different. But
To esotericism, friend. Fill it in.
what happened?
Let's ground it in reality. You're drifting into speaking in metaphor.
Okay, sorry. The Bible is a shadow, right? The shadow of something real that happened.
Used another metaphor.
Damn, this is tough. Well, so the Bible, like the words can be misinterpreted, but the stories are real. That's what I'm saying.
Why might they be misinterpreted?
Because of the limits of our language.
What limits our language?
Our body.
In what way?
The limits of our body and the amount of thoughts that we can hold in our mind limits our language. We have to make it simpler, basically, in order for us to understand.
I see. So it's to simplify a larger idea? Is that an accurate?
Yeah, every word is a container of some sort of larger idea. Just like our body is a container of some sort of larger spirit. I assume that, at least.
Even that's a metaphor.
Well, I mean, our whole language is built around metaphors of relating things to other things, and
You say that the Bible is a shadow of a thing that happened. You said a shadow of a
I think the fact that there are multiple shows that it's pointing towards something that's bigger than the limits of words on the text. That's why I don't worship like the Bible for the words.
Have you ever read a horoscope?
No, I haven't.
What? Out of curiosity, Colin, what month were you born in?
I was born in March. So Pisces. 14th.
So.
No Pisces. Just like me.
Oh, nice. March.
Pisces. Is everything making sense now, Thrayle?
No, that doesn't make any sense at all.
I know it doesn't.
You were both assigned fish symbols because of somebody else's birthday prejudice. Not here to.
Birthday prejudice? Is that what it is? There's so much more history to it.
Birthday bigotry.
Okay. Yeah. Birthday bigotry.
So if I were to read, you said Pisces, if I were to read your horoscope for today, and it were to say something about, there's a tremendous amount of power at your disposal, and you should take care to use it wisely. This is quite a transformative period for you, and your body may be going through many changes. You have the ability to make an extremely strong impression on people today, so think before you act. The energy can manifest as an accident or something, impression on PG, something unhealthy if not used properly. If that were your horoscope for today, I mean, you can find meaning in that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Morgan, you also a Pisces, could find meaning in that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, if I told you that was my horoscope and I'm a Leo, would you still have the same meaning in that horoscope?
No.
Nope.
If the Bible can be read different ways and interpreted different ways by different people identified with because they're told it should, does that tell you that it necessarily has truth? Or could it be that it's written in ways and interpreted? Anybody can take meaning from it if they want, if they're told they should.
Well, I try to, as I read it, I try to understand that it was not written to me. I realize that my angle from it is a different angle. But in that angle, I learned something. It's almost like if
it's not written to you, and you understand who it was written to, why continue the practice?
I mean, I can't guess that it wasn't written to me in some sort of way, because, God appears to Abraham in the story because he had faith. So I can't assume that as somebody of faith that God's not going to give me some sort of information in whichever area. He could be, he could not be, but,
I don't think you really answered my question, friend.
I'll try to focus on answering the questions. Your question was, if it's not written to me, why do I read it?
Nope. If it's not written to you, and you understand that it's not written to you, and you understand who it was written to, why continue the practice?
Oh, the practice of my religion or the practice of reading?
The practice within the belief, the religious practices within the belief.
Oh, I mean, it's a choice. I wanted to see what happened.
So it's experimental?
I would say that, yeah, it's experimental, and then it's real, though, I would say.
Why would you feel the need to experiment if you already know it's real?
I think that came about from me experimenting. Like I came, I opened the door. You know, I'm inside now. I could leave. And I feel like if I went outside of this place and opened another door, I would experience something real as well.
Why is that?
Well, when I wasn't a Christian for a year, the stuff I experienced was real. I've always assumed the stuff that I've experienced to be real.
Have you ever had an experience where it made you question if it was real or not?
Yeah.
How did you determine that it was real?
I didn't determine it. I guess I'm just assuming.
So you just assume everything you experience is real?
Yeah, I assume that my experiences are real, that everything face of reality, right?
Why?
I haven't tried the opposite. I think I did when I was younger, and it was less scary to do so. I tried it a couple times, and I found myself naturally going back to the real. So, yeah,
Say
I mean,
the real. Why do you assume that all of your experiences are real? Not that any, but that all.
I mean, there's really two options, right? It's reality, or what would be the opposite of reality?
I think perhaps my clarification made it less clear. Why do you assume that your experiences are always real, as opposed to the possibility that sometimes they might not be? Is that a possibility that sometimes your experiences are not real, or not fully
I think
as you assume them to be?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility that certain things aren't real.
Does their realness, does it lessen the meaning of it? Whether it's real or not?
I feel like the meaningful means that it is, I think meaningful and real would be probably the same thing. Reality, yeah.
I'm going to leave it hanging there for just a moment while I thank everybody for tapping the screen up 103,000 times. Of course, the more tapping, the more we get out to the FYP and potentially some other curious or courageous believer with a belief they can question will find their way to the panel. If Morgan's back and has your question ready, go for it. I don't want to detour us. Okay. Loud, she says. All right. Cullen.
Mm-hmm.
If there are possibilities that some of your experiences are not real or not to be trusted, how can you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference?
I don't know how I tell the difference, but I do assume that one thing is real, and that is pain.
Why do you assume that pain is real?
Because no matter how hard I try to escape from it, it's still going to be there. And then also, similarly, I don't like the word pleasure, but
you say no matter how hard you try to escape from it, that it will always be there.
Yes.
I wonder if that is accurate.
Like saying that it could go away is what you're saying?
I'm not even sure that's what I'm saying. Before we go down the pain path, if your experiences can be questioned, if there are experiences that don't involve pain, let me reframe that. Are there experiences that don't involve pain that somehow compel you towards believing in God or afterlife?
Yeah, I would say that that's the answer is, or that's what compels me to believe in the higher
experiences. Are there experiences with pain that compel you to believe?
Yes.
What is that experience?
I feel like the pain
specifics, but I'm just prefacing. You don't have to get into specifics. You can just specify like physical, mental, etc.
Yeah, the pain compels me that things are not in its proper place, whether it's my pain or somebody else's.
In what way does that compel you towards belief in a deity?
I think that's a further step.
What do you mean?
Well, we're kind of talking about reality, and then the deity and the spirits, those are higher realities, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just think that's a little bit later in the step. Like,
Have you ever had any experience that compels you towards belief in a deity or spirits?
yeah, I would say that the older I get, the more it was weird, a very painful experience, both mental and physical, and both were at separate times. Both of them gave me a higher, or gave me a faith.
Moments with mental and physical pain that gave you higher faith. That gave you higher faith.
Yeah, and I didn't necessarily try to, it just happened.
And you feel that during those times, pain.
Well, I couldn't escape from it. So I knew that I had to go a certain direction, for either further down or painfully further out.
Further down or further out?
Well, I was taken up in a spiral of worries, and I could have let it take me down to my destruction, or I could have tried to swim upwards. And that's what I did.
What does any of that have to do with spirit, higher power, deity?
Well, what caused me to swim upwards was the belief, or the assumption that there is something higher, there is some reason.
So because you had the hope for a reason or the desire for a reason, and pursued that, then you give credit to a deity.
Yeah, that's at least my experience of it right now.
In what way is your hope due to the credit of a deity, if what your hope was in meaning or purpose?
Well, my hope was that the meaning and purpose had a place, because I knew that there were purpose and meaningful things. When the bad stuff was happening, I could look back at what was meaningful, but my faith was that it had a place, it had an eternal place.
You think that meaning is inherent, that it is just there?
Yeah, I would say that.
But why then was it only when you looked back that you saw it? Isn't that you finding the meaning in your own perception of it?
Would it be finding my meaning, or because it happened a while ago? Like when I was looking back, I was recalling something that was meaningful that happened in time. I didn't find it then. I just re-entered it.
Mm-hmm. You just reacted to it. You didn't find the meaning then. And when you looked back in retrospect, you decided that there was a meaning.
Yeah, I decided that there was, I'm going to assume that there's something eternal about these beautiful memories and origins. And I assumed that there's something eternal about it, so I kept going. Yep, because, or I could have not assumed, and that would have been the end, you know?
Why would it necessarily have been the end? Why were the stakes that high?
It was like a mental spiral that I couldn't necessarily get myself out of for a day, pretty much. And maybe I thought that it was Zen, but I was wrong. So,
but it felt like a heavy burden. It felt like a lot that day.
Yeah, I literally was about to die because of my own thoughts, pretty much. But I'm okay with talking about it because it happened a while ago. So.
Does it need to have been a purpose instilled by a higher power rather than one decided upon by you for it to be meaningful?
Yes.
Why?
Because before that, I decided things for me, and it put me in that position.
You decided things for you, and it put you in that position.
Yeah, the way that I viewed reality was, how can I make this world that fits my purpose?
For you, and it put you.
How can I make purpose?
Your purpose.
Because I was ignorant.
Could that not have been your flaw rather than it being related to a deity?
That was what happened before I lived the world as if there's some purpose that's not necessarily mine, but it could synergistically be both mine and some sort of higher thing. And it was a step from, I have my own purpose. I don't care how dissonant it is with whatever other people's purpose, in a step towards something that was like, okay, I know that I have a purpose, and I'm assuming that a lot of other people do. And how do we make sure that all of our purposes, if they're in, right faith, could possibly be one? The purpose of something higher than everything. And that's a leap of faith.
Why would all of our purposes need to be one?
They're not. I'm saying that all of our purposes have the possibility of being harmonious, right?
Have the possibility of being harmonious.
With the other.
Sure.
Well, yeah, for example, all of us agree to, well, our purpose here is simply to, I can think, deconstruct a little bit, right? Would you say that?
You could use that word, though that might be kind of painting us into a corner. But
yeah, I know I'm not trying to do that, but our purpose that doesn't necessarily have an end here is to deconstruct and to make people think. And in order for that to work, we all agree to speak English and to answer each other's questions and submit to the rules, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But this isn't, like, this framework, while you're using it as an analogy for existence, isn't existence in its entirety. So I'm not sure how the analogy works to assume that there must be, because there's a Thrayle here who set rules and, it has a mission and intended purpose, because, this exists in this way. Why does that suddenly mean that the universe should have that same sort of structure?
Well, I don't necessarily say that it should. I'm assuming, and I think that we are as well. The fact that we're doing this sort of game's not the right word, but game here probably means that we believe in some sort of higher game where everything is in.
Why?
Because there's something in us that wants to do this.
There's something in us that wants to question our beliefs.
Yeah, I mean,
there's something in us that wants to have a structured environment in which we are doing something with a goal. Is that what you're actually saying?
Yeah, maybe it's as simple as that. We just want structure.
Does our wanting of structure, and I don't agree or really even know if everyone does want or inherently need structure, but does that somehow imply that there must be an inherent structure? Because we have a need for it, then there must be it.
Good question. That's a good point. So I agree with you. Yep. We want structure, but it doesn't necessarily prove that there is.
Could our desire for structure not be a byproduct of some other evolutionary benefit?
Yeah, the reason why we have language is a protection. That's pretty much what it is, essentially. And so everything we do is for the purpose of keeping ourselves alive at its core.
So language.
Language keep us alive.
Go ahead.
How does God language keep us alive?
God language?
So using phrases like God and things associated with a deity.
Yeah, it directs our attention upward and not on the self.
Phrases like God.
On the self. And with that upward direction, there's a chance that other people are looking upward. And if everybody looks upward, and I know high and low is scientifically, it makes no sense, but if everybody looks towards...
Why does God mean up?
He doesn't mean up, but our language kind of sets him there naturally. So I guess that's kind of how I'm talking about him. Basically, here's why that happens is with language, there's things that are at reach and things that are far out of reach, right? That which is down is at reach, and that which is up, like the stars and the heavens, that's out of reach. So similarly, God is out of reach, but a physical thing like an apple is in reach. So therefore we say God is up, he's out of reach. Maybe 100% out of reach.
I'm not sure I have another question.
You talk about language. You talk about could God, or the idea of God, the grunts, whatever sounds we first uttered that indicated something like it, simply have meant I don't know at the time. And we personified that into something more powerful. If language is the key to your God, I have no reason to back that, no evidence, by the way. That's just as...
Language isn't the key towards anything. It's just it's our mental body, really. The way in which we operate. The way language isn't the key, really. But your thought.
I think it's possible for someone who does not have access to
we operate.
The way in which our thought operates, who never learned a systematized communication.
We cannot, I have a huge definition of language, but we cannot separate ourselves from language.
You don't think we can separate ourselves from language?
Yes. So if we...
You would include things that are not traditionally considered language.
Yeah. So I think all of creation, for example, is a language.
I see. So you'd sandwich language into its own thing. So now it's basically everything. Communing. Specifically communing.
Yeah, so language is a process.
What does communing mean?
Connecting and sharing an existence, essentially, basically.
Connecting and sharing an existence.
Yeah, so exactly. So if I have a word for tree, I'm communing with the image of a tree and all other trees.
You're communing with all other trees?
Yeah, I'm sharing in I won't say the word, never mind. I guess the higher meaning of all trees, which would be the logi. But maybe we take it back a little bit to the whole language. Go.
We almost went a whole interaction without you bringing up Logi.
Yeah, I'll go. I won't bring up Logi. Maybe we take it back to the whole language definition.
What is language?
So language is a verb, and so it's a process, and it also, is described as a noun, but I would say process is a better way of talking about language. The process of protecting and communing and living.
The process of protecting. Why is protecting in there?
Well, today we communicate because we want structure, but back then people communicated because they needed structure to survive. I mean, we still do that to survive.
I find it interesting the way you define language. Why do you envelope so many different kinds of interaction into what you consider language?
Well, because I've studied this. After all, there is no difference between the voice of my guitar, for example, and the voice of my mouth. One has a different outlet.
What do you mean there's no difference?
Well, if something says something, it has a voice. So if the stars speak to me, right, they have a voice.
Hang on. No, this is just super metaphor land of ultimate metaphor.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just try to reground it.
Reground is a metaphor.
There you go.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm sorry. This
No,
is
you're
how we
right,
talk.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
I just use metaphors that are less common, is all.
You know I get that. You know I get it.
No. Yeah.
Jimmy brings up a good point in the comments. What about things like sign language where there is no sound but communication is still occurring? Does that have a voice?
Yeah. Voice doesn't require sound. That's what symbolic. That's why it's called symbolic language. Speaks to you, but it doesn't necessarily have a sound, right? Just like dance, speaks to you, speaks to your soul, but it doesn't have a sound to it.
Formulate
Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning. I'm awake. I woke up late. I heard language. I thought maybe we were talking language theory. Helen, you said you had studied language. My question is, have you read Wittgenstein?
No, I haven't.
Wittgenstein is considered the most revolutionary philosopher and philosopher of language in modern times.
Wittgenstein. I should look that up.
With a W.
Wicken.
In the comments, Jimmy?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yep. Something's wrong with my comments, but I think I can do it.
It's mainly because I do so much music that I'm always thinking about the relation between the musical outlet of language and the musical aspect of our conversation, even the dance.
Well, thank you, Jimmy.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
I think prior to Wittgenstein, the focus was on the sign or symbol. After Wittgenstein, the focus is on, and I'm sorry to be a Philbro here, the focus is on the game of language.
Yes. Definitely a game.
So what you give up in the game of language is representation. In the game of language, there is no representation. There is just a move, a counter move. There's no winning, but there's a move and a counter move.
Yes, sure.
Does that work with your current understanding of what language is?
I think for now that works.
That's all I had to jump up for, but I'll listen for a second here. Languages.
Yes. That'd be cool if we're on the language topic. Wittgenstein, cool.
That's another metaphor.
Yes, it is. Cool and comfortable, right? It's talking about what's safe. Everything's safe. Sorry. I don't like the term word salad. I do not like that term.
It's a sandwich either way.
Yeah, it behaves like a sandwich.
I mean, salad is a sandwich. Word salad is a sandwich. The word salad that the word salad is describing is usually a sandwich too. It's just a little more disorganized.
Well, it's in the process of, it's not going anywhere necessarily, so I guess you could call that a word salad, but we're planning on bringing it somewhere. It's just, it needs to sit there for a moment is all.
Would you say that it's difficult to express the exact idea?
What idea am I trying to express?
Any?
Well, there's multiple different ways infinite possible ways of expressing different ideas, so it could be difficult, yeah.
Is it a difficulty in language or a difficulty in translation between two entities?
Translation, probably.
Why?
Because we are limited.
No, why would there be a translation error between two beings?
Because it's two beings with limits contacting each other. Therefore, things can be misaligned. But if it's two limitless things, there's nothing to be misaligned. For example, if my eyes are looking towards you, and yours is as well, things are aligned. But if I turn to the side, or if I turn around, it's harder to communicate.
But if I start speaking in Spanish, assuming you don't speak Spanish, I'm still using a word that means the same thing as the word you're using in English. Like, how is that?
Because you're not tapping into my boundaries. You're going into a boundary that I haven't been before. What we're doing is just walking through familiar trails.
Why would it be familiar even if we don't speak the same language?
I don't think you understood what I was. I'm saying that this conversation is a familiar trail. And the reason...
Necessarily directed at your exact comment is just a follow-on question.
How dare you?
Limited, foolish mortal.
Yes.
Why would
Sorry.
it be the same thing even if we speak different languages?
It means the same thing, but there's multiple different approaches. So if I have for example, if there's a star in the sky, from one side of the world it looks a certain way, from the other side of the world it looks different at that moment in time.
So would you say environment is a factor?
Environment is simply what you have at hand, and that you have a language environment as well. And I don't have the Spanish at hand. You do, maybe, if you know Spanish. And so we both work with the things that we both Wait, we both work with the things that we both have at hand in order to commune.
Right. But why would we use different words to express the same idea if those different words don't necessarily mean the same thing?
Why we probably shouldn't do if we recognize that they mean different things. We recognize that they mean different things. We should probably use different words, right? That's the whole game part. We're playing to the rules, what we know. We're not adding to it, you know? But we can.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
We're not adding to it, you know?
You sure we're not adding to it?
No, we are. That's what philosophizing is. That's where the language stretches, is in philosophy.
Because I woke up late, I missed the core belief, so I'm struggling to figure out what.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Christianity is an excuse to believe in something.
Well, I don't know if you want to call my home an excuse, but
I was trying to trigger a little bit of a response there, Colin.
It's fine. I don't really get triggered too much, but
how far off is that, though?
It's not, well, it's just a place to rest. You could call it an excuse, but that would be like saying my home is an excuse to live, like, or to exist, which just doesn't necessarily make sense.
Colin, are you saying that it's something that people do in groups? There's a great quote from Seth Godin who says, people like us do things like this.
Yeah, for our survival, it helps to be a part of a group, and that's kind of naturally why I fall into, religion.
So it's a cultural identity.
Yes, cultural identity. I think
go ahead.
I think, for me at least, a cultural identity that is centered around a selfless image, right? The cross is a selfless image, I would say. I think that's very beneficial. But, I mean, obviously we could talk about church history and how power does not help that at all.
Well, but I mean, do you find it strange ever that the symbol of peace is an unalignment device, a torture device?
It is very strange.
You ever wondered why?
No. Do you know why?
There are theories. There are historical theories.
Could it be maybe that it's a threat to the surrounding, that maybe like a threat, the crucifix? Is that what you're referring to?
There are stories that Constantine used it as a symbol when he marched into battle, and it terrified people because of what it was. And the threat of it being used was helped to convert people into the religion.
Yeah. Did they crucify people?
I don't know if there's records of that. I don't know. I just know that he would march into battle with them full size as a symbol.
Interesting. But yeah, specifically, Jimmy, I go to an Eastern Orthodox church right now, and then my girlfriend goes to a Calvinist church, so I'm kind of in between. I get both sides of the Christianity world, but I'm not a Calvinist.
Why would either side be true?
Like Calvinists, they focus solely, similar to Muslim or Islamic people, they focus solely on the sovereignty of God. And the love kind of hangs on the sovereignty.
The love. What is the love?
Well, they don't contemplate the love as much, is what I'm saying. They're what they pride themselves in finding important is this: how they lift God up to be above all. And I think personally they would rather not contemplate what it means to love. That's a huge statement, so I'll take that back, but that's how I feel, at least.
This is your experience in a Calvinist church?
Yeah, they're scared of the outside. They're scared of new information. And so am I. I think we all are, but they definitely are.
So, I mean, some of what you're saying sounds like you're deconstructing, and then other things don't. Do you have a sense of where your belief is?
Yeah, so that's a good point. I definitely have been reconstructing. I still am very much reconstructing and moving further and further east. Who knows how far I'll move, but I also do feel like I'm growing as well. As I tear out certain limbs, I feel like I continue to grow, and I can't help it. It just happens.
You use the word reconstructing, which, and the word that I used was deconstructing, and I just wonder what these words mean to you.
Deconstructing is tearing out things that are no longer helpful, and then reconstructing is adding new things. But it doesn't feel like reconstructing, it just feels like growth, right? Stuff that just comes. And I think that's kind of more the pattern of how our knowledge works, is we don't know things, but it doesn't feel like reconstructing, it just feels like more the pattern of how our knowledge works is to continue to take things off. And that's kind of how our knowledge works, like a tree.
At least that metaphor was a simile.
Nice.
So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm confused, and maybe I missed too much, but you were saying that religion for you is a cultural identity, and yet you had deconstructed and you were reconstructing and moving further east.
Yes.
So what what cultural identity? You're just currently Calvinist?
No, I'm not. I'm not Calvinist.
And you said your your girlfriend, or was it girlfriend or wife? I don't remember.
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend is Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, so I'm the other way around. I'm an Eastern Orthodox, or I go to a church.
I see.
Yeah. That'll clear things up.
She's Calvinist.
Yes, she is a very loving person, but I think that she has created a wall. This is just my perspective. I could be wrong, but I think she's created a wall, and she doesn't necessarily want to tear it down because it would mean pain. And it's been painful tearing down these walls. But I feel like I have to, because it's not true. That's not. I know in my heart that that's not God. Oh, is maybe one of my deconstruction will be tearing down the God idea. I haven't found, I guess, a reason for me to do that yet. I don't know if I could handle it. But maybe if I did, I would go back. But this is just where I am right now. Like I said, the pain stuff deeply, it almost made it so I didn't have a choice, is what I'm saying. It's like a growth that happened to me that it's just there, you know?
I don't want to ask questions that have already been asked. So I'm feeling a little stuck. I did that to myself.
If you need clarity, Jim, go for it.
So, in the Eastern Orthodox religion, there are patriarchs. Is that correct understanding?
Yeah, there's patriarchs, and they have a apostolic connection. All of the bishops and priests, or they claim to.
Yes. So I know Coptic Christians and maybe Greek Orthodox, they claim to have a direct connection to the apostles.
Yep, and similar there too.
I'm just thinking.
No worries.
I'm thinking I have a cultural identity disorder, but
Does it matter to you that it is Eastern Orthodoxy and not some other version of Christianity, Catholicism, or Baptists?
Yes, it does matter. It's somewhere in between the one like the mystical Christian that does not want to be a part of any denomination. Somewhere in between there and Eastern Orthodoxy. It's mainly because of the teachings or the faith that was upheld and the way they talk about heaven and hell. It's more real.
You say the faith and the teachings and the way they talk about heaven and hell. How do you know that it is more real? What about that makes it more real?
Well, you get contrast and then you can see clearly, right? So I had the opposite end. Calvinism is the opposite of Eastern Orthodoxy. And then I'm experiencing the Orthodoxy, and it's giving me a picture, a bigger picture. And I feel like this side is full, right? It used to be foggy. Oh my! I'm sorry. I'm not trying to.
Full metaphor.
Okay, it used to be foggy, and now it feels like it's not. And maybe it will appear foggy as I continue to move forward. Who knows?
You're saying here things are clear.
It's clear right now, and maybe if I walk further outwards.
What is clear? If it's clear, that should be easy.
Yeah, clear would be real.
No, what is clear?
Oh, what is clear? I would say the vision in the place that I'm at.
The vision. What do you mean by that?
The vision that I have in my place in the Orthodox Church is real and clear. That's what's clear.
Can you give me a piece of that vision? What is something that is clear here that isn't clear other denominations?
The purpose for all things is more clear.
You know the purpose for all things? It's clear to you?
I don't know, but...
How is it clear?
Well, that's the thing is, we all can imagine heaven, but we might see it every once in a while, but that's what we're doing is our imagination of heaven makes more sense the imagination of heaven in like Calvinist circles where people aren't in it.
So it's not that things are more clear, it's that just the imagination of heaven as conveyed by Orthodoxy, that is somehow what is more fits better with what you think is more clear.
Yeah, I guess so, but it's also important to note that we don't obsess on heaven, right? We don't obsess on that
But
in the way that...
Isn't that the thing that is so much more clear now?
Well, I naturally obsess on heaven because I spent my whole childhood imagining who went to heaven and who didn't. So
what is the vision on heaven that is so clear now?
The possibility of it being all in all, right?
What do you mean, possibility of it being what?
Before, I viewed heaven a lot because I viewed about who was going to go there or not. Mm-hmm. Now heaven's still in my head. I think about heaven much more than most Orthodox Christians would because of my background, but it's more clear because it seems to be true, right? It seems like it's more possible.
What do you mean it seems to be true?
I don't know. I guess I don't know how to answer that.
Is there something about the Orthodox view of heaven to you that seems more true, more real, more likely?
Yeah. So in Orthodoxy, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's something that we can make here on earth.
Is at hand, is on earth, so it's not an afterlife.
Yeah, I would think that it's afterlife is a bad way of going about it. It's an eternal life.
How is it an eternal life if it is here?
Because God is with us.
What does that mean, God is with us?
God's divine nature is eternal. Our nature is mortal.
God's nature is eternal. Our nature is mortal. How does that make our I'm still losing where's the everlasting life part?
What do you mean? If we're in Christ, basically, we are sharing in his we're sharing in his life, his eternal life, is what that's saying.
If we're in Christ, we're sharing in his eternal life. Where is it saying that?
In the Bible?
What does that mean, sharing in his eternal life?
What does that? So it means living in him, and because he has an eternal life,
we're living in him.
Yeah, and not literally, but
what do you mean then?
Well,
he's gonna remember you the way you remember your dog when you were 6, like that kind of live in you.
Well, he also lives in us, right? We're simply in communion with him. That's
lives in us.
Yeah, it says in the Bible that he lives in us, and then we live in him.
Who lives in who first?
It's synergistic, so both at the same time. That's what communion is. That's going to work.
It's totally consensual. This living inside of each other thing.
Yep, it's consensual. It's actually an invitation, right? He's the bridegroom, right?
Who lives? So you said it's synergistic. It happens at the same time. So he's not like in you before you're in him, and you're not in him before he's in you. Just kind of.
Well, I can't bring up Logi, so our Logi, or in other words, his thought of us, has always been in him. But our mortal bodies, that's a different question. That's a different. So we can enter in him again by wanting to be where he wants us. I guess similar to the way that actually we don't need another metaphor, so
I'm proud of you, buddy.
thanks. But actually, I can't help it. Similar to the way that like a guy thinks about a wife before the wife thinks about him.
I don't think your metaphor just helped anything at all.
Okay, then we can scrap it.
It's more confusing.
Yeah, maybe. There's a lot of images in the Bible, so maybe it's important to stick with just one. But Christ he has a lot of different images, so. I mean, I get it that it's funny, the whole consensual thing. It's an invitation, right? That's my point. It's a call back to their original home, just like the Abraham thing. Martin Shaw, inhabit the time of Genesis, your original home. That was his experience.
So, because I'm getting lost. The metaphors do not make this easier. Because even living in you, him living in us, that sort of thing. That is a metaphor, right? Or are you saying it's something else?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a metaphor because we're talking about a spiritual reality. There's really no other.
You say spiritual reality. Is God a metaphor? Is he only represented in metaphor?
Oh, I think this is something that is touched by Augustine. Maybe he's only represented in metaphor, yeah.
If he is only represented in metaphor, and he can only be communicated in metaphor, if the only understandings about him are metaphor, how is he not a duck?
Depending on what's going on, right? Yeah, trying to give you the. Obviously, I wouldn't talk that way, but if I was writing I mean, that's the way that. I just know that there's no way out of this game that you want to play, right?
Is it a game?
Well, you're trying to make this a loose game without rules. And I don't necessarily like playing that game that much because it obviously makes my beliefs look silly. I think that's kind of the point.
Do you think there are any beliefs that don't look silly?
I think a lot of them can look silly, yeah. I think mine can look silly from the outside, yeah.
Do you think there are any that don't look silly from the outside?
I think all of them are silly in their own way. I think atheism can look silly, all of this stuff. Atheists definitely think that religion looks silly because they always say that it's the same as believing in a spaghetti monster or whatever.
I asked another.
But it's the same as believing.
What makes God different from Santa Claus?
Well, Santa's real.
Oh my.
He's different, but I will say that Santa's real. Before we talk, he exists. He has multiple different parts to him, right? You see him in malls.
The way Harry Potter exists, or he exists the way, on a grander scale for a longer time, but in that way. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, he's in malls.
He's a character, and people dress up as him and portray him, but there's a character.
Well, and he was a saint, right? Saint Nick. So he is a real person. He's just.
What do you know of Saint Nicholas?
He gave to the poor on Christmas, which shaped the way that we view Christmas.
Where do you get that information?
It's in the back of my head, but I think it's a story of it's an early saint. He's a real person, Saint Nick. But yeah, he does exist in a similar way that Santa does.
God exists in a similar way.
Yeah, he appeared in the flesh, similar to the. He appeared through Santa.
So, if Santa is Santa Claus, right? Saint Nicholas was a historical person from when?
I think that would be like 200 AD or 300. He was also a defender in some of the doctrines.
But that wouldn't be Santa Claus, right? That would be a person who the character of Santa Claus is based on, right? That was.
I mean, you could call him Santa Claus. I mean, with the way that you go about defining things, I think you could call him Santa Claus.
The way I go about defining things, what do you mean by that?
Or the way that you have it. I think I could call him Santa Claus. And
why?
Why? Because he does things that Santa Claus did. I'd be like, hey, you're acting like Santa Claus. Little did I know that he was the guy that created that very image. Like, if I was in that, you get what I'm saying?
Morgan, you haven't looked into Santa Claus and Saint Nick. No, we lost Morgan.
Colin, I know there's probably a different vision of Saint Nick or Santa Claus, say in the 1800s, than, or into the 1900s, than in the 2000s. But do you know where the image that we kind of depict him as, with the red robes, the beard, do you know where that comes from?
I don't. Oh, maybe something pagan, I think.
In a sense, perhaps.
Or something outside of the Christian tradition.
Yes.
That's cool.
It was the Coca-Cola company.
Oh, I did not know
an
that.
advertisement that they wanted people to drink Coca-Cola in the winter.
Now he kind of becomes an image of consumerism, but strangely giving. So this kind of contradictory picture.
Yes, and I guess my question is that the same person as prior to the Coca-Cola ad? Was Santa Claus a different person?
Sure. Yeah, maybe he's a new person. He's reborn.
So would it matter to you if there was some evidence that the personage of Jesus, as we know him, originated with a play in the 2nd century?
It would shake me up a bit, but it wouldn't take away the Orthodox belief of the incarnation, the fact that God can enter, the flesh.
Done it. You've done it.
Well, that's what we believe.
Sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No, it seems that Saint Nicholas, you're right, was 4th century saint, but we didn't really have kind of Christmas presents under the tree.